10 years ago suddenly opened a huge gate that leads to another dimension, and no one could even imagine that from this gate huge monsters began to appear, and their number was so huge that the world army could not cope with them because ordinary weapons did not work on them. But at the same time there appeared hunters who had magic power, and their classes were distributed from the highest to the lowest, and that they were much stronger than ordinary people, and with the help of their magic and magic weapons, they could destroy one monster after another. 10 years later, in the city where the first gate appeared, a lot of hunters would go out to make money and kill monsters in the dungeon. And now we see two hunters who met after many years of dungeon adventures together, and as they talked about the old days, the other hunters began to slowly converge on the place where the gate had opened. And while some were approaching, others were able to set up for the battle and drink their last cup of coffee. But at that moment, a guy named jinwoo appeared. If you ignore his somewhat unusual strength and regeneration, it's a little embarrassing that he can call himself a hunter. And entering a construction site that was in Seoul, two hunters noticed jinwoo and started waving at him. But the other hunter couldn't understand if jinwoo was a strong hunter. Everyone was so happy that he had come. But Mr. Kim started to reply that this guy is the weakest in the world, and that he's so weak that he can get hurt in a ranked dungeon, and his coming means that their dungeon will be easy. And as soon as he took his cup of coffee, and then started walking up to the other hunters and greeting them. And as he passed the guys he had recently greeted, he heard them tell him that they called him the weakest weapon in the world. And before he could reply, he could hear everything. At that moment, he heard the familiar voice of the girl Joo-hee, who was also in this raid. The new girl started asking him how he managed to hurt his face this time, to which jinwoo began to reply that he didn't know because he always gets hurt when he hunts. But sitting down on the building materials, he began to explain that they were in the E-rank dungeon, and he was the only one injured because the others were ranked higher, so they didn't take healers. And after talking for a few more minutes, jinwoo heard that the other hunters were getting ready to enter the gate, and that they should join them too. And approaching one of the hunters, he began to say that it was time for him to try his best. He might not be the best fit for this role, but he would like to be the leader of their group for this raid. But the other hunters realized that he was the only strongest of them, so no one was against it, and gathered all the equipment. They started to go into the dungeon together to destroy the boss and make more money. jinwoo, who was the last one to enter, was ready to give his best today, because today he would not get hurt, and he would survive, and he would earn more money to take care of his family just like the others. A little while later, he managed to get one magic stone. But suddenly, he was attacked from the corner by a monster because our hero had a bad weapon. He was injured and maimed. But this time, he was lucky to have a healer girl who used her magic to help him. And while she healed his wounds, the other hunters dealt with all the monsters that were in the dungeon. After that, they gathered in a place and started to thank each other for having each other's backs. But jinwoo wasn't as happy as the others, because he still took a lot of damage and made the girl stay by his side and heal him early. Well, at some point, one of the hunters shouted that he had found a secret passage to another cave, and they all started to go to the cave and explore it. And after a short time of thinking, they realized that there was a double dungeon hidden here, and now they had to decide what they were going to do next. Because if they went out, other hunters would come in and take all the goodies for themselves. But the leader of the group started to suggest that they would now vote on whether to go into the double dungeon or go back out. And after a short time of voting, they were evenly divided. The last person who did not vote was jinwoo, and now he will decide what to do next because he needs to help his mom, who is in the hospital, and his sister, who wants to go to university. After a short time of thinking, he clenched his magic crystal that he held in his hands and decided that he agreed to go to the double dungeon. A little while later, our group of young monster hunters continued to walk through the deep cave, but they realized that they were on their way. If they could destroy the dungeon boss, they would still have 20 minutes to get out of the dungeon because it would automatically close. But at this point, the healer girl was a little angry with jinwoo because she kept treating his wounds and he kept walking and made himself a threat. But after a few minutes, they reached the end of the cave and saw a huge door in front of them. And without thinking, the squad leader started saying that they were going to go inside that door, so everybody should be on their guard. Well, as soon as the door opened, they went inside. They saw that the facels that lit the room started to light up on their own. 59. But the hunters had never seen a dungeon like this before. And inside, it looked like no one had been here for a long time. And those statues, they looked strange, because each one was holding something different, and some of them even had musical instruments. Well, the most amazing thing was the huge statue that was in the center, and looking at it, jinwoo hoped it wasn't the dungeon boss. But after walking a little further, they came across a magical seal with the rules of the Carrion-on Temple written on it. The first was to worship the Lord, the second was to praise the Lord, and the third was to prove your loyalty to him. And while the other hunters were familiarizing themselves with the rules, the healer girl who was near our hero said that the eyes of the huge statue had just looked right at them. 68. But right after that, the door through which they had entered suddenly slammed shut, and some of the hunters couldn't understand what was going on here. One of them began to say that he had had enough and was leaving now because it was a mistake to come here. As soon as he came to the door, a huge statue that was on opposite sides of the door suddenly moved and started swinging its huge axe, and with one blow it destroyed the hunter. The other hunters couldn't believe what had just happened and that they had to fight these huge statues. Sun Jinwoo quickly turned his head and looked at the huge statue that was behind him, and in an instant the huge statue started to look straight into the eyes of our hero. It was not the first time for Sun Jinwoo to be in a deadly situation, and during his first raid he was left behind and lost, and even almost died of starvation when he was trapped in a dungeon. But the worst part is that he has to work twice as hard to take care of his family. But at the same time, he saw the eyes of a huge monster looking straight at him, and at the same moment the eyes began to glow with bright fire, and Sun Jinwoo shouted for everyone to fall to the ground as bright rays began to appear from the eyes of the huge stat that destroyed everything in its path, and most of the hunters simply died on the spot. And raised his eyes. The hunters saw that they were miraculously alive, but still they could not understand how they could kill all the statues, because it would take a long time. But sometimes sinister and very dangerous monsters can lurk behind gates. I turned your arm, but the bleeding never stopped. I don't know how else I can help you. I don't know what more can be done myself. I didn't think it would be this difficult. I only invited 3 healers, and I thought we could do it faster. But it's so dangerous here that one of them was killed so brutally that there was nothing left of him. The second one was rendered speechless and went into shock from what he saw. The third healer, whom you know, can't get her act together. If she survives, this situation will haunt her for a long time. As you can see, it's going to be hard to heal with their skills in this situation. I don't think we can do anything with him. His look inspires great fear. Eventually they decided that when the situation subsided a little, they would try to escape, but it wouldn't be that easy. Desperate, the rest of the group didn't understand why they had come here. After all, this is only a D-rank dungeon. Our protagonist realized that if they went through that big statue, there was no way they could get past the guards guarding the door. "I'm not going to die here," shouted one of the hunters. "I just joined a normal guild. I'm strong, so I can get out." At that moment their leader cried out, "Don't do it." But nothing could stop him anymore. He could only rely on his speed skills. He rushed like a bullet, running with all his speed, but in an instant the statue spotted him and shot out its laser eyes. All that was left of the runner was his legs. He never made it. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Everyone who saw it was so dumbfounded that they couldn't look at what had happened. Everyone, as one, understood that they could be massacred at any moment. Jinwoo understood that they could kill them at any moment, but those creatures did not, and they did not understand why. That big statue doesn't kill for no reason, but those guards who guard the door sweep away anything that comes near them. From the attack, they have some kind of order, thought Jinwoo. Exactly an order, how I didn't think of it before. Does anyone know if this room has its own rules? When he saw the precepts of the Part-1 temple, he shrieked, "This is it." He turned to his friend Song for help. "What was the first commandment? Have you read them?" he asked. "The commandment seems to say, 'Worship the Lord,'" answered Sana. "Then that is the Lord, sir. This dungeon has its own rules." "What are you thinking?" shrieking Sana. "And if I'm right, he doesn't attack those who don't move." It was obvious from Jinwoo's actions that he was not looking for death, but rather wanted to save everyone. He made a decision and realized that the statue only attacks those who stand at a certain height. He finally understood the essence of the first commandment and cried out, "Hear him and bow to the Lord." Everyone thought he was crazy, but he knew it could save their lives. Jinwoo realized that if they worshipped him, it meant directly praising him. This premonition might have saved them. We will live. We will finally get out of this dungeon by worshipping. That was all they thought about, but at that moment, goosebumps went up their bodies, and as soon as they looked up, they saw the terrifying smile on the statue's stone face. His expression changed. "What is it?" Our hero shrieked. "How many times has he attacked us already?"
How many more times do we have to worship him? We were all wondering the same thing. It seems to have stopped. I don't think he's going to do anything worse. Will it be okay just because we worshipped him? 555, don't get up. If you get up, his attacks will continue. Look, nothing happens, and then they realize that, it's over. We survived. We can stay alive. But the protagonist didn't think so. He realized it wasn't over. There were loud noises, and it felt like an earthquake had started. They saw the statue begin to rise from its throne. The statue was so big that the hunters seemed like small cockroaches against it. Jinwoo, tell me, do you have any more ideas? Shrieked Sangu, but at that moment our hero stared dumbfoundedly at the scale of the statue that was coming in their direction, and it seemed to be the end. But Jinwoo remembered that this dungeon has its own rules. 1. Swear an oath to the Lord. 2. Exalt the Lord. That's supposed to be the solution, isn't it? Exalt exactly, cried one of the hunters. He was one of the members of the church choir and knew how to sing and pray. He pulled out his cross, which hung around his neck, and began to praise the Lord. They thought it worked. The statue even began to move more slowly. But Jinwoo realized too late that that hunter was praying to the wrong god. The statue straightened up in an instant, stepping on the hunter who was reciting the prayer. They began to run with all their feet and shout for help, until one of them cried out, "Run together, it's dangerous. We have to split up." Jinwoo took hold of the hand of the girl who was running behind him and realized that if he let her go, she would be finished. As Buck ran, he remembered what he was here for, and how his wife had begged him to find a safe job. But he wanted to earn more, and here he is standing under the stone statue, thinking he is safe here. He doesn't hear anyone shouting at him to turn around and see that there's a monster behind him that will cut him in half in an instant. "Exalt the Lord! Exalt the Lord!" shouted Jinwoo, running away from them. He did not know what to do. There were guards in the front, a huge statue in the back. They attacked them with anything, sword, axe, spear. They did not care who was in front of them. They had only one task. Kill them all. Jinwoo could not understand why the guards had musical instruments. Perhaps it told him that the guards start acting when they are approached. Thus, it might be the key to the exit. He seemed to understand again what to do next. They started running toward the statues with the tools, and then a miracle happened. They weren't attacking. They were playing young. They started looking for other statues. While Sung sat beneath the statue and looked at the monster that stood before him, Jinwoo ran up to the statue, but nothing was happening. He couldn't figure out what was wrong. But then they realized that if the two of them stood under the same statue, it wouldn't play a tune. Jinwoo immediately ran on, but the huge statue spotted him. At this point, he ran up to the statue with the instruments, but it turned out to be a guardian, and instead of instruments, he had a shield. He mistook it for another and struck, and Jinwoo was wounded. He did not, however, give up the suspense of dying there and crawled on, hoping to find the statue with the musical instrument. He was always on the cusp of death, always grasping the thread that kept him from dying, but now it could break at any moment. As soon as Jinwoo heard the tune, he sighed. For a second he thought he was going to be killed, but at the last moment he was able to get to safety. He was wounded and exhausted. Julie came running as soon as it was safer, and from what she saw she couldn't hold back the tears. "Your legs!" she shouted at the top of her voice. She saw a lot of blood that was everywhere. Jinwoo was lying on the floor without one leg, but the healer begged him to hold on a little longer, and she could stop the blood and heal his leg. However, she did not expect that the fact that she spent a lot of mana would make her feel bad. She'll be fine, lucky that Jinwoo was able to survive such injuries. There were 17 of them, but in the end there were only 8 left, and 2 of them were severely injured. "Mr. Son, it's unfortunate that you are injured, but it's because you made a lot of rash decisions. After all, you are the reason this happened. Are you willing to be punished for that? That bastard is attacking again," the group of survivors thought. "Don't tell me he's attacking again." They felt everyone's legs buckle and thought it was an earthquake, but the monster lifted something off the ground. This was the altar on which the sacrifice was to take place, and the final commandment, "Prove your faith." This was the final test. "No matter how foolish I was," said one of the hunters. "I know where this will lead. Mr. Son, does this mean that someone has to sacrifice himself?" 5. Aiming his dagger at Mr. Son, one of the hunters began to say that everything was his fault. He said that his 10 men had died in vain because of him and that he should take all the blame. Mr. Kim was right, and no matter what happens next, I'm willing to take responsibility. The only one who was against it was Jinwoo. He started screaming that it was mean to say he was guilty, since you all decided to come here on your own. At this point, Mr. Song walked into the circle of the altar and saw a strange light that lit up red. One tribe told Jinwoo what could it mean. He asked the guys to help him get to the altar. They thought they were safe now, but the gate had opened a week ago, and it was unlikely the hunters could save them now. But these things will move before reinforcements arrive. The guild is not likely to dare send someone to check here so quickly. It's only a D-rank dungeon. The gates will open after 7 days. That means if we don't close it, all the monsters can make it to the surface. If we can't do that, that big statue can get out. Most likely, the ordeal will begin when all the survivors are able to enter the circle. So it did, once everyone was assembled and all the lights came on. There was a sound of the hunters shouting, "Did the door finally open and we could get out?" But now anything could happen. The statues that were standing still began to move. They slowly, but surely watched the altar. They didn't know what to do, and there were so many of them, and a little bit of them began to surround them. The group of hunters began to realize that if they didn't look at the guards, they would keep moving. The group of hunters began to realize that if they didn't look at the guards, they would keep moving. But what was that? She was able to run out of the cave, but the genie will realize that if one person leaves the altar, the lights go out and the gate closes a bit. Those commandments were hard, but the last one was very clear. When they went into the circle, the lights went on and went out as long as the person left the altar. The hunter who stood and held the wounded Jinwoo could not endure and asked forgiveness, then rushed to the exit, from which Jinwoo fell to the floor because he was missing one leg. He shouted, "Stay where you are or we will die." There aren't enough of us all to look at every statue. Jinwoo understood that. He understood that all the blue lights had to burn out and then the ordeal would be over. But it could also mean the opposite, that the doors could close back. No one would think that the weakest hunter could be so useful. Everyone looked up to him. Many died when they entered the dungeons, but those who survived, thanks to you, Jinwoo. Thanks to you, and I am alive. But I can't stay here anymore. I have a family too. I can't die here, Mr. Kim shouted to Jinwoo. But all he heard was sorry. He ran off and threw the rest of Jinwoo to his death, dumbfounded by such an act he certainly didn't expect. The gate was about to close, and now they realized that everyone had to leave, but one person would stay and sacrifice himself. So it was decided that Jinwoo and Madame Chiyul would leave together and Mr. Son would stay. But as soon as Chiyul wanted to get up, her legs, they did not obey her. It was because of the depletion of mana. She used it a lot when she healed Jinwoo. "Mr. Song, help her get up. I can't walk with my leg. You are the only one who can help her. Take care of her." As soon as they left, Jinwoo was left alone. He sat by the altar and thought only that thank God he is the only one, so something will die here at least. He sat alone and was ready for the outcome. "Since it came to this, I will take one of you with me," he shouted. "Go ahead and attack. I am not afraid of you anymore." The guards started to attack him blow by blow, and it was almost over. The only thing our hero thought about was that he changed his mind about dying for sure. He didn't want such an outcome. The last cry, that was if only I had been given one more chance. My eyes were closing, but out of nowhere an alert popped up that said you had completed all the necessary requirements of the secret Brave Man's mission. It was that last chance to become a player of the system and survive, but it needed the player's permission. If you refuse, your heart will stop in 2 seconds. Jinwoo was dumbfounded, but the fact that he wanted to live did not negate the fact that he would not agree. He made a decision. The bright light woke me up, and when I opened my eyes and woke up in the hospital, I could hardly breathe. I had just died. But what was it really? Maybe it was a dream, but I started to turn my head and saw that I was in the hospital. At that time, 2 guys in suits came up to me. Turns out they were waiting for me to wake up, but I didn't realize who they were. And when they got closer, they apologized for the disturbance. It turned out to be the Korean Hunters Association. I didn't understand what they wanted from me, but when I found out I had been asleep for 3 whole days, I couldn't believe it. After that, I started asking them questions about what happened to Mrs. Juhi and Mr. Song. I hoped they were safe, but these guys responded that they were fine, but that Mr. Song would now have trouble working because of one arm, and from then on, if he wanted to, he could retire. And Juhi, being a hunter, is still being treated for psychological trauma, and it is not clear to them now whether they will remain hunters. As soon as they started looking for other hunters like Sick, I interrupted them and told them that was enough. I had heard everything I wanted to hear, and I didn't need any more. But the man went on to tell me that only 6 people had survived after visiting the double cave. Although hunters are always in danger when hunting, this kind of carnage doesn't happen very often. When the Hunters Association and the White Tiger Guild arrived on the scene, they had all disappeared, and there was only me lying on the altar in the cave. Neither the statues nor what the others described were found. We have been unable to find an explanation for what happened, but this is only a theory. However, these guys believe that I went through a rebirth. I certainly couldn't believe it, because a hunter's stats are set when he doesn't get the awakening or the power. Some hunters can get awakening again and rise in rank, but these guys brought with them a gauge of magical power, and all I had to do was put my hand on the crystal. If these were the high-level, deadly monsters the survivors had told me about, ordinary hunters would not be able to handle them. Only rank units or S ranks could make a difference, but when they put their hand on the crystal, all these monsters simply disappeared. Then they suspected that Hunter Song Jinwoo had been reawakened, since he was the only surviving hunter. But after I got my hand in, they thought I was trash, and because the lowest E rank is at least 70, and I turned out to have 10. After that, the man said they suspected me for no reason, and they left. When they walked out the door, I didn't realize that they hadn't noticed what was right above my bed hung a notification system that had a message. I turned my attention to my leg, and it was in place, even though it had been completely cut off. And there was nothing wrong with my pierced breast. I couldn't tell the difference between this dream and reality and wondered, should I have told them what I was seeing in front of me now? And it certainly wasn't a touchscreen. But at one point my sister came into my room and asked me what I was doing, because I was just standing on the bed poking my finger in the air. She asked me how I was feeling, and after that she immediately jumped on me, because she was telling me not to get hurt again, because she was very worried about me. She kept yelling, "What about the others? Is everything okay? So why am I the only one who got hurt?" But I was in my own thoughts and couldn't believe I almost left her. I didn't think I'd made it out of that dream. But that message spoke back to me. I asked my sister if she was seeing what I was seeing, but she didn't understand what I was starting to say. I told her that when there was an unread message in play, how could I read it? She didn't understand what I was talking about, but seeing my message, that I had become a player and had a daily task to become stronger. I didn't understand what it was all about. A little later my sister came out of my room and along with her girlfriend started to leave. I started reading my alerts. It said that the system would help the player grow. If he disobeyed the orders of the system, he could be punished. And I also had some rewards, but I couldn't figure out what they were telling me. Well, for a second I thought I saw something similar when I was lying on the altar. The first thing that interested me was that I saw a message about the daily prepare to get stronger challenge. I decided to check it out and opened this message. Inside were the instructions for the quest, and its purpose was to work out push-ups, abs, and squats, as well as exercise and running. However, below was a warning that if I didn't complete the daily quest, I would be sent to the village instantly as punishment. But I thought it was some kind of joke, so I decided to continue lying down and resting, only to find out about everything after a good night's sleep. However, I suddenly woke up to the fact that my bed started jumping in different directions, as if an earthquake was about to start. In an instant, I found myself in some kind of desert. I couldn't believe my eyes, because I thought I was dreaming. But when I turned my head, I saw a giant poisonous centipede looking right at me and wanting to eat me. Immediately after that I got the quest instructions, and the penalty task stated that I needed to survive in 4 hours. But for me, that was something horrible. I was running away on all my feet, for I was trying to survive in strict accordance with the mission, but the monsters were chasing me the whole time. They jumped out of all the bark haunts and sands that were near me. But once 4 hours passed and I got my alert, I managed to survive. I finally finished my adventure and at one point found myself in my hospital room. I jumped out of bed like the ground was sandy and fell to the floor, just as I did. I was terribly exhausted, for I had been running for 4 hours from the horrible monsters that were chasing me. When I was finally able to raise my head, I saw a notification that said that my reward for completing the punishing task had been received and I could take it. However, I was so exhausted that I immediately fell asleep. At the same moment, a nurse came into my room and saw that I was lying beside my bed. There was a lot of sand around me. She immediately started calling for help. The next day, this nurse was telling her colleague if she knew of a patient named Sun Jinwoo. She had heard that there was such a hunter who was now resting in their hospital, but it turns out that he runs every day, even though it has been several days since he woke up. The doctor said that hunters heal faster than ordinary people, so light exercise is helpful. But when they looked out the window, they saw that I was still running. But I was running and I didn't realize what all this easy exercise was, and I didn't realize if it was good that I was doing it. But I had been running for almost 4 hours since I woke up, and there were a few things I managed to learn. The first is that the thing in front of my eyes is not an illusion. For I can clearly see with my own eyes, though no one else can. And when I finally completed the last quest, the 10K run, I got my reward for the quest and was able to pick one of the cells. It was a status recovery, and at one point I got magic that could heal my fatigue after training. The fatigue that didn't make them all in my body actually disappeared, as if it hadn't happened at all. Also, I still had stats and random boxes, and I can improve any character trait until I run out of points. I get stronger when I increase a player's stats, and this level up does the same thing. Yes, and the skill status, inventory, and stored items all felt like a game. I never figured out what was really going on, but at this point in my characteristics, I was level A. My strength was 10, intelligence 10, dexterity 10, perception 10, and toughness 10. I still had 3 points left that I could use. In the evening, I went to the front desk and asked if I could leave tonight, as I had some business to take care of outside. A little later, I found myself outside the subway entrance, and it was time to find out what this thing was in my hands. After all, every time a random box appeared after completing a daily task, sometimes it contained unnecessary items. But what I was holding in my hands was something else entirely. It was a key that allows me to instantly create a dungeon, and I can use it in the third entrance to Hair Station. This key allows me to instantly create a dungeon, and I wondered if this could all be because of an overactivation or possible overactivation procedure. But if it was, I should try it, because finally the weakest hunter in the world gets overactivated. Others would have laughed upon hearing this, but I was confident in my ability to escape, and if it was as dangerous as the last time, I would escape despite all obstacles. As soon as I inserted the key, a portal opened, into which I immediately entered. As soon as I stepped out of the portal, I was notified that I had entered an instant dungeon. However, the entrance behind my back instantly closed, and suddenly a girl walked beside me, just passing by. I realized that it was some other dimension, because it didn't look like a normal dungeon, and I had never seen anything like it before. Perhaps it must be like a red gate. Now I didn't know what to do, because I was planning to run away if something went wrong. If the exit had closed, I couldn't get out of here. A little later, I got a notification that I couldn't leave the dungeon until I killed the boss. It was kind of weird, since it had been days since I had fought Irang monsters, and now I had to clear all the dungeons myself. I had a strange feeling inside, as if someone was mocking me. After all, they were seriously counting on me to be able to deal with this without a team. I guess I overestimated my capabilities. After all, I seriously thought I could handle it without the group. But when I started to move on, I saw that everything around me was destroyed, as if an apocalypse had occurred. I kept walking, but I felt less and less confident, because there was a strong ominous atmosphere all around me. It was a monster running right at me. I saw some monster leap at me, but I managed to dodge it, and it rushed past me. And when I turned around, I saw a wolf in front of me. It was Riken's steel fawn. I realized that even 1 or 2 goblins was hard for me. Could I defeat a monster as terrible as him? After all, he was much stronger than I was, and much bigger. And at that moment, I felt that my legs stopped listening to me, and I simply could not move. It was all because I was afraid, and I was too scared. I didn't think I had suffered any serious psychological trauma at the time, but the monster kept attacking me. It would have bitten my leg off just a little more, but I successfully jumped aside. I didn't have a healer at the moment, and I couldn't afford to get hurt. In an instant, the monster was already near my head. A little more and it would have bitten it off, but my body was so light that I successfully dodged it. I was very surprised, because this had never happened to me before, and then I realized that I was much stronger than I'd been before. I looked straight into his eyes, and barely saved my life. Now I would not tremble with fear, I would fight. I swung and struck that wolf with my hand, which made it fly away and make a hole in the nearest fence. I was surprised at how strong I was, and realized it was probably because of my improved strength. But the Rikon steel fawn was still stronger than me. I kept hitting him as he got closer to me. Right up close. And, just as I thought, the usual attacks had no effect on him, and even this monster was stronger than me. This became a problem for me, and I didn't know what to do. After all, it was too hard for me alone, and this wolf managed to hurt me. I realized that I could not defeat it by myself or with the help of a group, healers, or equipment. I had nothing left after that. I began to think what it would take for me to defeat such a powerful monster, and all I had was my body, a weapon with magical power. And if only I had a weapon. But, sure, I had inventory. And as soon as I thought about the inventory, it immediately opened up, and the only thing I had there was a sword, and I was able to get it right out of the inventory. I didn't understand why it was there, but that was the least of my worries, for I now had the most terrifying opponent in front of me, and with a single blow I cut the wolf in half. It was the blade that Master Kim had left in the double phone. My level was elevated. I remembered that Mr. Kim had bought it for 3 million won. It was too expensive for me, because I couldn't afford such a weapon. But now I am going to use it. This inventory I have turned out to be quite a handy thing. After all, I can store anything I want in here. Ever since I got the gun, I'm no longer afraid of those horrible monsters coming right at me. But suddenly I realized that I couldn't lift this sword off the ground. I started pulling it with all my might. Behind me were 2 horrible wolves, coming closer and closer. Finally, I was able to move it and hit one of the wolves. The other wolf grabbed my sword with its iron steel fangs, and then I realized that it was called Steel Fang for a reason. But I could not let Mr. Kim's sword go to waste, and in the end, I was able to chop that wolf in 2. Now that I think about it, those wolves compared to those monsters are too weak for me. Now I can overpower them all and survive at all costs by becoming much stronger. After I defeated those 2 wolves, I found a secluded spot and sat on the ground and pondered. It seems that when I level up, all my characteristics increase by 1 point, and completing a daily task earns me 3 points. Leveling up means that all my characteristics increase by 1. Right now I have 5 points, and I'm wondering how much stronger I can get. Monster hunting and leveling up seem to be the most effective. I wanted to see how much I could improve my characteristics. Even my intelligence and perception can be expressed in numbers, but the important thing is to understand my strength. It has only increased by 10 points, but I already feel an improvement. Is it possible that my characteristics will still improve? Anyway, I understand that I can get stronger as my level increases. Having just defeated 2 monsters, I wondered why the magic cores hadn't fallen off them. After all, I thought all the monsters in the dungeon had such cores. It seemed to be a separate kind of monster. Suddenly an interesting thought occurred to me. If I am under the control of the game system, then probably both the dungeon and these monsters are created by a special system. Perhaps that's why items rather than magic cores fall off of them. After all, I was able to get Ryan's phone, which turned out to be quite large, and now I can keep it in my inventory or sell it in the store. But when I tried to sell it, the notification showed that my level wasn't high enough to make the purchase. Beginners can't seem to use this feature. I was offered 20 gold coins for this phone, and I don't even know how much it's really worth, since it's virtual money. But it looks like this dungeon is supposed to be high level, E rank, and it's probably not worth it. I had to decide what to do now, because I can't leave until I beat the boss. I could leave if I got the return crystal, but I don't know if that would even happen. Besides, I'll soon run out of food, even if the boss is too strong to fight him alone. However, it should become possible if I level up. A little more, but then I might die before I even encounter him. So I decided that I would destroy any monsters that came near me, and then I would go straight to the boss and deal with him for what it was worth to me. I have nothing to fear, for I have already died once, and I will not let it happen a second time. I destroyed every wolf that came my way, and each time there were more and more. But as soon as my level rose and stopped, I became even stronger and killed them with ease. For I had decided that I would not give up so easily. So these wolves must not die too easily either, or I would feel sorry for them. I must fight fiercely, as hard as my body can take it. Finally, I realized that if I didn't leave here, I would be killed. Gradually, as I leveled up, I realized that if I died, I wouldn't be able to protect the people I cared about. In the end, I would lose everything I had. I can't just put my hands down like a weakling if I can get stronger. I will even follow these absurd rules, just to survive and keep moving forward, protecting everything I hold dear. And when I have dealt with all the wolves that were in my way, I thought that would be the end of it. In the next hallway, I saw more wolves coming right at me. I was having a hard time, and my body almost didn't listen to me. I knew I could win and continue on my way. Well, at one point during the battle I realized that the blade of my blade was completely blunt, and it would eventually lose its strength. Even if I bought a high-end weapon, it would inevitably become the same when I went down into the dungeon a few more times. There was one occasion when I bought a dagger that cost over 50,000 won. Although it became much easier to hunt, the dagger still broke easily in a boss battle, and I got 3 magic crystals that day. But I still couldn't afford to buy weapons, even though it was exhausting. I decided that I would take care of them one by one using my body. I was grateful for this blade, for it had saved my life more than once today. In the end, I received the title of Wolf Killer. This title is awarded to a hunter who skillfully fights wolves. It increases experience against beast-type monsters by 40%. I was able to get 34 wolf fangs and 2 worn daggers, a traveler's clothing, and a return stone. It was more than I expected, but this return stone was too tempting. I didn't know if I should go back, but there was no guarantee that there would be another chance to get stronger so easily. And what would happen to this dungeon after I used the return stone? Will it just disappear? If it's some sort of system-created limited event, then it's very real. And I end up dancing, palm splashing, something I don't know myself. Like a dance on the palm of the Buddha's hand, I stood and pondered whether I should go on or just back off. But at the end, I put the stone back in my inventory and headed forward. After all, I wanted to get stronger, and with each step I was able to raise my level higher and higher. 4. When I fight monsters, I feel a little better, and I definitely feel like I'm getting stronger. Unlike normal dungeons where monsters are reborn, these creatures don't feel alive. So fighting them is more like a game where their character is determined. If I can learn their behavior, I can understand where they come from. Perhaps there is a monkey on top and a cat on all sides. I fought them all alone, and was able to defeat them all. For I am much stronger now than before. I'm different now. As they attack me, if a month ago, I would have died a long time ago, but now I know how to behave in such situations. In this case, the color of their name changes depending on their strength. White means weak, orange means strong, and red means very strong. At first, the color of the Raiken's name was orange, but now it's white, and I'm a little stronger. But even with the strength I have now, I'm not sure I can beat that guy. Now I started getting goosebumps when I saw the smoke heading one way. And it's probably due to the increase in my sensitivity, and I can appreciate how powerful the monster is down there. My level doesn't seem to be rising anymore. Besides, my sword won't last long if I fight in vain. Finally, I decided that I needed to go down and see for myself what was waiting for me down there. I kept going down, and I realized that the stairs had gotten longer, and it was a real subway station. And when I finally made it down the stairs, I saw this strange place. And suddenly something fast started rushing right at me, and before I could even blink, something hit me hard with its big tail. But I managed to parry this blow with my sword, but I was still thrown back into the nearest wall, which hit me very hard and made me bleed. I sat and stared at the terrifying monster, and suddenly something fast started rushing right at me, and before I could even blink, something hit me hard with its big tail. But I managed to parry this blow with my sword, but I was still thrown into the nearest wall, which hit me very hard and made me bleed. I sat and stared at the terrifying monster. I stood in front of this horrible monster and looked him straight in the eye. At that moment, I realized that the sword could not pierce it, and the blows would have no effect. I need to figure out how to deal with him quickly, because I'm almost out of time. The monster kept attacking, and I realized that I needed a very quick full-weight attack. At the same time, I have to weaken this guy's defense. But I have to decide how I'm going to deal with his thick scales. After all my attacks could not penetrate his thick scales, and something had to be done about it. I tried to dodge and defend myself, but I would have died if he had hit me with a straight punch. However, in the end he managed to hit me several times, causing me to be very badly hurt and fall to the ground. Was this the end I had been walking toward all my life? I thought I'd gotten a lot stronger, but it wasn't enough. And how strong would I have to get to kill a monster like that? After all, to escape my past, I am the weakest hunter in the whole world. There had been such rumors about me lately. I remembered being told that there seemed to be people who do such things for fun, and I need to make more of an effort to stop these rumors. This nickname stuck to me because I'm too weak, but I shouldn't brag about my weakness. For I myself know how weak I am, and it is a force that clutches my head and can make me back down. Even false pretenses cannot protect me. And whatever the enemy does, the sheer force of me in fear will make my knees bend and my toes dig into the ground. I am ignored because I am weak or have not been thanked before the force. I thought back to that very day when many men and good hunters died, but I stayed alive. So I have to survive right now. If it is easy to be betrayed, then I must become stronger. For this is where I must overcome all obstacles, and no matter what, I will recover and continue my journey to reach my goals that await me. For I must become even stronger, and all the monsters in my path will fall. Compared to this monster and the fear I felt then, I am completely calm now. Even if there is a monster in front of me that surpasses me in strength, I will still be able to deal with it. I grabbed hold of this big family's neck and wouldn't let it go. I squeezed her as hard as I could, but she resisted me. There were every wall around us that could be. I was choking her with all my strength and screaming for her to die soon. Eventually, she began to suffocate. At this time in the hospital, the doctor was asking if I was back in my room. He was wondering why I hadn't come back even after the sun went down. But the nurse at the front desk said that I was almost healthy and would be discharged soon. But the doctor wasn't sure about the hunters, and they should stabilize me in that room, because he had heard it said that high-class hunters, rich and broad class, don't get much money and are in constant danger. And he didn't understand why we were doing such a job. After all, it's horrible to watch the conditions in which hunters work, and it was interesting what they do inside the dungeon. The veterans they get is abnormal. They are covered in blood completely on another level from patients who get into accidents, and it was amazing that they are still alive in these conditions. But the nurse thought it was a miracle since they were able to return from the dungeon, but the doctor said he disagreed, for even the weakest hunters are strong compared to ordinary people. Correct the text for errors, because you can assume they are the same as those monsters in the dungeons. At this time I was finally able to kill that monster, and a notification showed me that I had upgraded. I finally sighed, and now I was sure that I was a little stronger than I had been before. If the next alert showed that I had killed the ruler of the swamp, the blue venomous dewclaw fawn, I could be rewarded with bottles of purified dewclaw venom. It can be obtained by killing a dewlap, and there is a slim chance of its skin falling out, which will become stronger. It will, however, weaken my strength. I also got a dagger made from a dewclaw fawn, and it can paralyze because of the venom on the blade. It gives the effect of bleeding, and I can carry it with me, keep it, or sell it. My clothes were torn to shreds, and my sword was also broken. My whole body was torn like a lap ball, but I finally got a better blade than the one Mr. Kim had. This dagger was made of fawn, not bone, and it had twice the attack characteristics of my last blade. It also has the effect of paralyzing and bleeding. At the time I decided to sell it, I received a new notification that the boss had been killed and the interior of the dungeon would return to its normal state. I looked up and saw everything around me start to disappear, and it was finally over. I started to go to the surface, and I wondered what time it was. But as soon as I got to the top, I saw a soldier, and he started asking me questions about how I was able to get out of there and why I hadn't heard about the transmission. I didn't understand what happened, but when he saw my sword and my shabby clothes, he realized I was a hunter and immediately apologized to me. He said he would see me off, but I wondered what had happened here. After all, there was devastation everywhere and a pile of dead monsters. I realized that a gate had probably opened nearby, and all those monsters were coming out of there. The soldier told me not to worry. Those monsters that were nearby had already been destroyed. Only one big monster was left on the left. Because of my sensitivity, I could feel. I saw a bright light not far away. It was a boss, and besides, it was very big. A lot of hunters were fighting him, the likes of tanks, and the likes of ranged hunters, archers, and mages. At this time, the soldiers asked not to take pictures of it all and to leave the area immediately. But they were interested in what the hunters were doing and how long they would fight. After all, I want them to deal with it as quickly as possible, but at this time, the battle of the hunters was very fast, and some were wounded because of it. Some hunters were screaming for a quick cure for the tank that was holding back the boss's attacks, but all the hunters who were nearby could handle him, because his defense was very strong, and they didn't have that many mages who could handle him. I realized that the mistakes arose because they had only recently been summoned, and also because of their lack of effectiveness as a team. Their too little guy won't be able to do damage since he is a tank. It's a battle of attrition, and healers can't handle such serious wounds. But suddenly I saw that girl Jihu that I recently went through a double dungeon with. She was a B-rank healer and was helping these guys at the moment. However, something strange was going on with her, as she was trying to help, but remembered the horror she had recently gone through. She did not want to back down, for after that she could not go back. And even after a week she still hadn't overcome it, and that was to be expected. After all, I have to overcome it too, and the boss around D rank compared to the boss I fought before is one rank lower. If I can weaken his defense, I can beat him, because I need a punch that will penetrate that stupid rock. I gathered all my strength and threw my blade with all my speed. It flew straight at the head. At this time, the hunters who had been fighting the boss realized that if this continued, they would die. They should only hope that a hunter of rank above them would come, and the tank in front of them might die. At this rate. And at that moment my sword flew to the target, and the boss was killed. But the hunters who fought him thought they were the ones who killed him. The hunters kept attacking him, but the boss was already disintegrating, for he was destroyed by my sword, which I threw. Finally, the boss fell, and all the hunters rejoiced that they could defeat him, but some of them guessed that I hadn't fought him before. Now he suddenly collapsed. One guy with a shield realized that their attacks had accomplished nothing, and he realized that something flew into him that helped kill the boss and blew his head off. He stepped closer, saw the sword sticking out of his head, and couldn't believe that such a boss had been defeated by him. But he wondered who had thrown it. The hunter turned around and asked the soldier if he saw who threw that sword. But the soldier started to look around and said that he had been here somewhere, that there was another hunter here, and its power, its destructiveness. He's a hunter high up in the mountains, but at this time I stood and watched, for I didn't think he was going to die. His health was lower than I thought, and Jihu probably saw me, too. The next day I was in my hospital room, training as hard as I could, because now I should be stronger than before. But at one point a nurse came into my room and saw me doing push-ups off the floor. When I saw her, I apologized and got to my feet. However, she was embarrassed to see me without outerwear. She looked at me and thought about how this patient and his body were the same when he was admitted here. After all, he had somehow changed, and it had been a few days. She asked me when I was being discharged from the hospital. I answered that today. And she held up her phone to me and asked if I would mind if she had my phone number. At first I didn't understand what she needed it for, but then she said it was for the results she would send me later. Seconds later, I gave her my number. The next day I was already at my apartment, at which point my sister was getting ready for school. But at that time I opened my door and started walking out. I was very sleepy. I saw my sister and told her that if she was going to school, she should be careful of the cars on the road. But she was more interested in my view, because she realized that I had been working half the night as a hunter. When she approached me, she asked that my body looked trim. And she realized that I had gotten a little taller. She didn't think men were still growing after 20 years, but I told her to cut the crap and get an umbrella, because it looks like it's going to rain. But she didn't want to take it, but I insisted, because this folding umbrella wasn't that big, and she'd had enough of making such a fuss about it. Soon she was gone, at which point I looked at my daily assignments and decided I would go for a run a little later. I noticed that my muscles got bigger, and there's no way that my physical status has changed in just a few weeks. So my status is affecting my body as I continue to increase my strength. Most likely my body is changing too, and it's probably because I put a lot of points into the strength box. And I wondered what would happen if I kept going. I hope I don't become a big overpumped dumb jock. Even having a high level is not good without balance. The same will be true for the other stats. And since the synergy between strength and dexterity is good, I'll put some into that. High health is also good, but the higher the stamina, the better. But the problem was still with intelligence, and it seems to be related to magic. But did I need it? I wondered. And when I put all my free points into strength, agility, perception, endurance, and intelligence, everything was now fine. At that moment suddenly I heard the phone ringing for me. And when I picked up the phone, I was told it was from the guild. They were nervous because I hadn't picked up the phone in a very long time. But I apologized and told them that something had happened to me recently, and I had just gotten out of the hospital. But that person was calling me because a month's rent was already trickling in. He asked if I could pay now. If not, could he defer my payment for a month? But I replied that it was okay. I would transfer the money soon. As I hung up the phone, I began to realize that this was a double awakening. And if I really got the double awakening, then I am capable of making money. If I continue to grow at this rate, I could soon become a cool hunter, because hunters kill monsters and make money. The higher the experience, the higher the reward and more worth of magic crystals. To defeat a high-level monster, you have to enter the same level gate. Thus, there is a lot of competition, and low-ranked hunters can enter the gate of rank D or E. Therefore, E-rank hunters are not accepted into guilds. And even if it were the other way around, it would still be problematic for them to find work. Right now my rank in the guild is E, and for me, who has never entered a D rank gate, that would be a prerequisite. People are chosen on the basis of competence. And when I could not yet rid myself of the title of the weakest hunter in the world, should I work well and raise my rank? That question plagues me above all else. My awakening will turn into a wildfire, and people love to gossip. Hunting is a good topic, and the more attention I get, the better I get paid. But angry looks will come over me, and I can't reveal myself until I'm sure. I'll make money first, and it would be great if I could increase my attack power first. The next day I was already near one of the dungeons, and as I got closer, one guy said to go this way. When I got close to him, he said his name was Dongsu and asked what my name was. I answered that my name was Soon Jinwoo, and I was an E-ring hunter. The other guys, as soon as they saw me, said that they knew me and I was a pretty famous person. They started remembering my nickname, and finally one of those guys said it was the weakest hunter in the world after all. But the big guy who was standing next to me ordered them to stop and said that the most important thing was quantity. As he said on the phone, it would be a little difficult for me, since it was a Sirang gate, and I would be exempt from fighting for the time being, but he would pay me 2 million to add to our lineup. It was a good deal for me, and he held out his hand for me to sign. After that, I looked at them and saw that there were 5 C ranks and 4 D ranks. There is a rule that when entering a C rank gate, there must be 10 or more people, and at least half of them must be C rank. Because of this, there have been times when the strength of a squad is only a few. As I was looking over my contract, some guy came up to me, apologized, and told me that we were both still green today. It was Jin Ho. He was 22 years old and had a D rank at this point. He, too, was called up under the same circumstances as me. When I looked up and saw him at full height, it was strange to me, because he was wearing a stupid outfit. But to hell with the darling. I guess he was the son of a millionaire. At this point, the head of that hike came up to us and said I should just follow them and take care of the luggage. There's food, clothes, gear, first aid kits, and just about everything you need. And I understood that we would go there without a healer. After that he replied that it was hard for me to understand, but that they could take care of themselves, because they always do. But to me that was silly, for the squad consisted only of tanks and attackers. I continued to read my contract and saw that it said that I acknowledge that I will not blame anyone else for any accidents inside the dungeon and the fact that they did not have a healer. That would be hard to accept. The guys finally started screaming for everybody to go inside, and they're going to beat the monsters anyway. And there was no need to worry about that. And as soon as we started going inside, that guy in the other outfit told me to stop worrying so much about it, because he would take care of me. Here was the time. We were near the entrance of the building and began to gather our equipment. Everyone took their swords and clothes, and I, at the time, slung a large briefcase of equipment and food on my shoulders. We began to move, and along the way the head began to say that it looked like construction had been delayed. Most recently, just 2 weeks ago, the chief had fled abroad with millions, with workers and sponsors left behind. Hard times had come, but I didn't understand why he wasn't talking about it. When I put my bag on, this guy asked me if it would be too hard for me to carry it all and if I would be okay. But I said it wasn't that heavy, and I thanked my strength, because now a bag like that would be nothing to me. That guy started telling me again to stop being so strict or it was okay to be so quiet. But I answered him that he talked too much, for he was boring me with his excessive chatter, and I realized that people tended not to pay much attention to him. And he replied that being a hunter was his hobby, but that somehow made me feel uncomfortable. Finally, we came to the entrance of the dungeon, but the entrance was quite large. It was rather unusual. One of the guys asked the head if he was sure about the state of the gate from the orang, because it looked too big. But the head replied that he hoped the guild was reliable, because he had seen people go in and out of there many times. I was looking at that guy in the expensive clothes, and I thought he was coming to the raid for the first time, because he was a little freaked out by the fact that the gate looked big. But the size of the gate isn't that important, because what matters most is the magical energy that flows out of the gate and determines the quantity and quality of that energy. It is then given a rank, and the big guilds take care of gates higher in rank, and gates with lower ranks aren't as dangerous. I realized that, though this was my first trek from rank. The head decided to go in first and told everyone else to follow her. We were ready, and that guy pulled out his big, clean sword as well as his big shield. I looked at him and realized that usually hunters of D or rank like me don't make enough money to buy good weapons. Not to mention the bills. But why did this D hunter have such good equipment? I looked at everyone else and realized that it seems to be making good money. After all, everyone is perfectly equipped, and it's all very different from the dungeons D and E ranks I'd been in. And when we went inside, it was too dark, so one of the guys used his magic and lit a big fireball. When the cave lit up, they didn't understand what it was and why there were no monsters here. Also, there were no lights anywhere, although it was normal for a dungeon to have a few glowing stones. Jinwoo asked me if there were no monsters in the dungeon, but I asked him to be quiet. I started listening and realized that if there are no lights here, it means that monsters like darkness. It's usually not easy for them to live in dark dungeons, but if they're unintelligent, it's likely that these monsters don't rely on sight. They move in groups and live in the dark, darting around for light. When I heard the sound, I shrieked, realizing that it was a monster from the insect class, and it was probably an ant's nest. The sound came closer and closer, but we couldn't see them. The tunnel was too dark. Some of the guys started to panic, but I yelled for everyone to look up, and we all raised our heads and saw that they started to appear from above right above us. Although we didn't realize how many there were, they were all coming down from the ceiling. There were too many of them, and so the battle began. One of the mages used his fire magic and dealt with the insects. The other guy with the shield started screaming and using his aura to get them closer. It turned out that our head was a damager. That's who in the group does most of the damage. I stood behind and watched these hunters and saw that they had a tough job. With this kind of work, they can put together a team without healers. Leader Don Sok was doing his duty well, and they had his back at home. Most likely, they were already fighting side by side. I understood that this was because they always put a team together without healers, and they are a little tough. At this point, Jinwoo and his equipment was good. It covered the lack of experience and skill. Everything was doing well, but it was a little disappointing to me. After all, I was expecting a slightly different kind of dungeon. The group leader started to say that we would be back after we cleaned up at the entrance, and that might take a while. So don't overexert yourself too much and control your powers. We also need to collect all the magic crystals and divide them among the 9 participants. After all, this was my favorite part of the job. Suddenly, however, the leader came up to me and asked how I knew the monsters would attack from above. I replied that I just felt it. In fact, my perception allows me to feel more than my eye can see. Afterwards, everyone participated and thanked me, telling me that I would feel better if I didn't pay attention to such little things. I didn't fully understand what they meant. A little later, we began to look at the insect wounds and realized that they were not any wounds. We had mutilated them as if they had been bitten off, not burns from magic. It turned out that these monsters were already like that before we fought them. There's a territorial feud between them, which means there are monsters here that are stronger than these guys. The leader got excited about this because it could be a boss or someone else. And that means there's a lot of money here. At this point, I asked Jinwoo what kind of sword he was holding that looked very expensive. He replied that it was, and that his father had decided to reassure himself when he heard he was going on his first raid. I told him I wasn't sure, but he should be more careful. I had a bad feeling someone was up to something. We kept walking forward, and I realized that regardless of rank, the size of the dungeon varies, and depending on the circumstances, it could be that it takes weeks to explore the inner passages, or it could be that it's only a couple of hours before you've reached a room. This dungeon is built like a labyrinth, so we didn't have many battles. It did take some time to move, however, although I don't really need to get into battles while I'm dragging my luggage. I thought it was a decent deal, but suddenly a warning popped up to make me wary of lizards. I didn't know why it appeared, but the one thing I was sure of for sure was that my bad feeling was never wrong. And a little later the leader began to say that this is serious, because quite a lot of time has passed, but we still have not found monsters with whole limbs. There are only the corpses of dying monsters. However, there must be a boss here, and if there wasn't one, the gate wouldn't open. But suddenly we froze, and the leader asked his comrade to light their way, which was right in front of them. And when the light came on, we were all frightened, for we saw many monsters shrouded in cobwebs. Rather, we realized that the boss room was waiting for us next, at which point everyone got ready. We were already ready for the battle and went a little further in, but when we went inside, all the guys were surprised. After all, they saw mana crystals. There were so many of them, it looked amazing. Although they were worth less than the crystals dropped from the monsters because of their low energy, but since there were so many of them, it meant that they could bring even more profit than magic crystals. Everyone looked at it and realized that they could get over 10 million. The leader began to look up and think about how his older brother wasn't always right, because he ignored him simply because he got a high rank and traded his country for America just for the money. The leader said he was still considered an elite in America, and his brother should not think of him as a despicable man who would grovel at his feet. He decided to capitalize on the situation and increase his squad. At the same time, the other fellows began to say that it was a share of the big catch, and even if they split the amount, it would be $1 million each. But suddenly I heard Jinwoo ask me to give him my contract that I had signed earlier. He wanted to examine it thoroughly, and when he did, he turned to us all and said he had an urgent question. He showed my contract to the leader and started saying that it doesn't say anything about sharing magic crystals except those that fell out of monsters. That means we have to divide the mana crystals among the 10, not the 12. But the leader turned with a strange smile and said that of course we will divide everything equally, that he already knows perfectly well. But there was one thing that had to be dealt with first. It was a huge spider that was sitting right above us. The guys from that raid realized it was a dungeon boss that was sitting right above us and looking at us with his big red eyes. The leader started saying that everyone should understand that if the boss is defeated, the gate will close. Therefore, we must retrieve and transfer the mana crystals before we can defeat the spider. Luckily, it looks like he's asleep after stuffing his stomach, and this is the perfect chance to transfer the crystals. But first we have to bring the equipment. To this the other guy replied that who would have guessed we'd find crystals in a C-rank dungeon, and he left the miner's equipment in the car. But the leader started saying he was an idiot and telling him to make a habit of carrying it with him. They apologized to us and asked Jean and me to watch the place for the two of us, and they had to go and get our gear. Jinwoo was agitated, for he had heard everything right, that we should be left alone with the boss. But the leader began to say that he didn't think he would attack us, unless, of course, we invaded his territory ourselves. He seems to have had enough and is now napping, and everything will be fine as long as we don't provoke him. We have to trust the leader and keep our voices down, because something might happen if we keep talking loudly. The leader says he has something to tell the others, so they go and have a smoke and come back soon. I watched them leave and realized that according to the rules there had to be at least 10 people in the squad, not counting me and Jinwoo, and there were 8 in our squad. And that means that they repeatedly did so. Since they went into the gate that way, surely there would have been no need to fill the 2 empty spaces here. As soon as the leader and his group withdrew, he ordered that the entrance to the boss's room be blocked. And as soon as we heard the loud sound, we realized that everything had been stoned. And then it finally dawned on me that you guys are revealed to be lizards. I remembered being told that sometimes there are bastards like lizards, and incidents inside the dungeon are rare, because it's a pretty dangerous job. And even if a crime has occurred, it's hard to investigate. That's why this is often the place they use. There are no cameras that can be viewed from the outside. So who's going to stop the hunters? No one. Fix the text for mistakes, and the weaker you are, the quicker you just get rid of you. But if you are strong, people will reach out to you. If they say you're useless or in the way, they'll get rid of you like a lizard shedding its tail. That's why I was told to be careful. After all, I was the weakest hunter in the world. At this time I began to panic and didn't know what to do. After all, the entrance was backed up. He was upset that these bastards were trying to kill us, and they wanted to kill us. At this time, I realized that I wouldn't have been able to stop them anyway, because we had already fallen into the trap they had set. If we did anything, they were already ready to kill us. I remembered the leader telling me that it was all clear because of me, but it would have been all right if I hadn't paid attention to the little things. Now I knew what he meant. I threw my backpack on the ground and remembered that the guy who was the light mage's name was Guwon. He'd done a good job, and getting out of here wasn't that difficult. But the real problem was that this explosion had awakened the dungeon boss with rank. At this time, the group that had abandoned us started coming out of the dungeon. They said that since they had memorized the way out of here, it would be easy to get back after the break. Another guy started saying that we should just kill them there and everything would be a lot easier. But the leader started saying that if we put up a fight and wake up the spider boss, how could we get the mana crystals? The weakest E-ranked hunter and the D-ranked hunter, who has no experience, have no chance to deal with the boss. Despite their best efforts, after the boss spider eats them and goes to sleep, we can take advantage of this and get the mana crystals. If this works, we have to kill the boss. And then there's the whole Jinwoo outfit. It looks like we can get 1,000,001 with the sword and shield alone, but if we can't get all the mana crystals, we can still get his stuff in the end. The leader decided to find out what kind of rich family he came from, because at least we need to arrange a funeral for him, since the Rastasina caused a big ruckus. The boss is now furious, and none of this group has the courage to fight this monster alone, for it is impossible. Not even the leader would dare do it. Despite their best efforts, the two hunters will not be able to survive anytime soon. We stood and watched as the big boss spider approached us. Jinwoo ordered me to stay behind, and he would figure something out. Jinwoo looked at this monster and began to say that he had many eyes, a hideous mouth and huge size, long legs. His power is on a completely different level. Jinwoo didn't know where I was before, and that I had met a horrible monster a month ago. The thought of him terrifies me. I said it was nonsense and started walking towards this boss. My dagger already appeared in my hand. I said that this monster was mine and I would destroy it myself, but he didn't understand what I was trying to do. I replied that of course I would finish him off. He thought I was crazy. After all, he knew it was impossible to defeat a boss on your own, unless you were an elite or higher in the city. He didn't understand how I could beat him, but I told him to think harder about getting out of here. In a way, he was right. Even after waking up, I was still weak, but I wondered why I didn't feel much pressure to bring me to my knees. The Azure Basilisk Swamp Lord I had met in that dungeon was too strong for an E-rank boss. Perhaps he was even taller. The boss golem was rank D or lower, and compared to them this boss was incredibly strong. Perhaps this means that I became serious enough not to tremble in fear of a boss of my rank. My failing level was 18, and I was able to defeat this boss. This giant spider rushed right at me, but I jumped up and hit it with my blade. As a result, the monster started screaming, and I realized that my attacks were successful. My Rasaki Fawn turned out to be a pretty good weapon, and that explains why hunters are called hunters, because of their desire to kill. Now the real hunting was just beginning. I started running straight ahead. He looked at me with his mouth open and didn't understand what I was doing. He watched me fight and realized that this was the E-rank hunter. I kept fighting this horrible monster, but it was easier for me to dodge all his attacks and block his big tentacled blows with my speed. I was able to hit him on his big legs, even though his shell was very strong. I needed to plunge the dagger as deep as possible to damage it. After a couple of minutes of fighting, I realized that it had no blind spots. The spider has 8 legs and can easily penetrate the floor or rocks. Every attack can be deadly. It takes time to get close to him. I kept attacking with all my might. Jinwoo looked at all this and did not understand who I was, an E-rank hunter. But for him it was impossible to believe, because the guild said that I was definitely an E-rank. However, my movements did not seem so, and he probably realized that I was a false rank. After all, there are those among the hunters who can control their level of magical power. If they wanted to, they could lower their rank. Hunters who hide their true power are called pseudo-rangers. And the problem is that pseudo-rans are mostly psychopaths who kill for their own pleasure. Jinwoo looked at me, a look full of rage. I looked even more horrible than the monster himself. In that moment, fear possessed him, and he didn't know why he said he was coming here. After all, he should have listened to his father when he said it wasn't for me. I fought the monster, and I wondered how long it took. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes? Because of that, my stamina was slowly running out. I didn't even have time to hit him. The problem was that as my fatigue increased, my speed dropped, and I couldn't prolong the battle any longer. The only chance I had of winning was in the special ability of my dagger. I decided to use it against him. After all, I had the paralysis effect, the bleeding effect, and the weak spot on my head, the eyes, which are the weakest part of the head in all living creatures. However, I didn't expect this spider to spit its horrible acid. When I saw the acid burn a hole near my feet, I realized that this spider was hiding a trump card up its sleeve, and I was running out of time. If this continues, I need to shorten the distance faster and right now. I used my active jerk skill and got to this monster in the blink of an eye, instantly shortening the distance. At this point, I activated the paralysis effect, as I wanted to get it over with as soon as possible, but I couldn't deliver a critical hit. I needed to accelerate even faster. I was a little short. Jinwoo watched me and saw how fast I was, but she knew that my stamina would run out if I kept this up. I kept approaching this spider and was already close to it, but my fatigue was only 70%. At one point the spider hit me with its big foot, but it flew off, leaving a hole in the ground. I saw that the spider was about to strike one last time, and I remembered that I had a status recovery effect. I was able to apply it before that big paw reached me. At this point, I was already over the spider and was able to thrust my dagger right into its eye. I took the dagger out and struck a few more blows. My paralysis effect was also activated, and the spider began to bleed. At this time, my opponent was losing 1% of his health every second. I kept throwing more and more punches, and finally delivered one last crushing blow. The system informed me that the dungeon boss had been defeated. At that point, my level went up and I was excited to get my daily quest reward. And if I didn't know what might have happened, Jinwoo stood at the side and watched the whole thing. He couldn't believe his eyes that I had single-handedly defeated the boss. He looked at me and realized that I was definitely a liar. He saw me with a horrified grin as I began to slice through just a spider to finish off my magic crystals. At that moment, Jinwoo turned to me and offered to put my magic crystals, which he was holding, in his backpack, at which point he held out his hand to me and said that I must be thirsty and should take this water. I didn't understand what was happening to him, for in an instant he picked up a pickaxe and started chiseling mana crystals. And then I realized that I was something of a savior to him. But at that moment the passageway, which had been blocked, collapsed, and I saw the guys who had abandoned us approaching us. Those guys walked in on us, and they had a leader at the head who looked at us and couldn't believe his eyes that we were all still alive. The boss was dead, and they didn't understand what had happened. They didn't believe that we could overpower him ourselves. But they probably thought that Spider was just dumb and big, and they didn't pay attention to Jinwoo, who was able to rattle the boss. After all, that explains their victory. The leader underestimated us, and if he had known the special properties of his equipment, he might have helped. He must have killed him himself. He had no idea what special properties his equipment had. After all, becoming his enemy was too risky. At this point, the leader decided to poach Jinwoo to himself and said that he looked him up on the internet. After all, his outfit is too conspicuous. It turned out that he was the son of an important big shot, the famous chairman of the Eugene Construction Company. It was definitely his father, but Jinwoo replied, "So what?" The leader said that he certainly assumed he was from a wealthy family, but for it to really turn out to be true, he wanted to talk about what today they will give Jinwoo a chance if he kills son Jinwoo. He should kill him and join them. It's the only way to survive, or they'll both end up dead. The leader didn't understand why Jinwoo was slow. After all, no one will know about this anyway, since we are still in the dungeon. Jinwoo turned around to look me in the eye, but I told him it was okay, because it was. No wonder he betrays me, for I am weak. But suddenly Jinwoo took my side and decided to fight alongside me, and now those guys were deciding what to do. But the leader said it was stupid to kill a rich man's son, and we had to deal with the weak man first. As soon as they began to approach us, I saw that I had been given an emergency quest, and there would be a penalty for not completing the quest. I needed to kill 8 enemies. I didn't understand what it was, because the system suddenly gave me the instructions for the quest. I saw that it said that there were subjects nearby who intended to kill the player. I need to destroy them and ensure my safety. If the quest fails, my heart stops and I need to kill 8 enemies. But at that moment there was an explosion, and I flew far back and crashed into a nearby wall. At this time I didn't realize what had happened, and as soon as he turned around, he saw me. I was lying on my chest on the rocks. At this time, I didn't understand why it was me. I had forgotten that this place focuses on survival of the fittest. Nowhere else, and so far my thinking has been wrong. Have entered the dungeon many times and even overcame my limits, increased and entered the dungeon again. Always thought this place was safe, but enemies in the system force me to kill, and I have to kill them all if I don't want to be killed. It would be ridiculous if I were to die now, and it's not an accident or ill will, it's what the system needs. I saw that the system wants me to be strong. It was obvious to me. I realized that the system was using me, but I was going to use the system. The guy who hit me, they started joking around and saying that his skills had deteriorated, because after that hit he should have been dead already. But the leader told him to take it more seriously. The guy who hit me started saying that he had definitely put all his strength into that magic attack, because he had put in quite a lot of mana. But how could it have turned out like that? He missed. But at this point, I was completely serious and started telling them that they were playing with people's lives, and now they were going to have to face the consequences. But these guys didn't understand what I was telling them. But I was getting closer and closer, and I said that since they were hunters, they should be prepared to be targets themselves. And the first one standing said he would deal with me. As he approached me, he put his hand on my shoulder and said that I didn't seem to understand my situation very well. But before he could say another word, my blade was already at his throat, and I slashed it with one motion of my hand. A second later, I dropped him to the ground, and everyone standing next to me was in shock. But I was serious and said that I was the first one ready, and now I only had 7 enemies to kill. The leader looked at me and didn't understand when I had time to pull out my dagger. The leader looked at me and realized that it didn't matter how unprepared I was, but his was a Dirang hunter. I was out of my mind, because it got to the point where I killed a man, and I could make all the excuses I wanted that the system made me, but that wouldn't change the fact that I killed someone. After all, I must kill or be killed, and I can no longer run away from it all. If only the strongest are destined to survive, then I will only become strong so that what happened a month ago when I was studying in that double dungeon and where those horrible things happened that give me the creeps. It was when I first saw good hunters and good people die in horrible ways. We tried to survive, but in the end most were killed. I will never forget what happened to me, the way I was abandoned and ran away leaving me alone. I have seen strong hunters cry. Well, of course, in the end everyone left me. And I was left alone, wounded and exhausted, and I thought I could trust these men, but they abandoned me, even though I was too good to them and helped them as much as I could. I am a different person now, not the same as I used to be. My eyes burn differently, and I look different. I have become more violent, and now no one can overpower me. After all, I didn't just come all this way to get here. I was too serious at this point, and there was a terrifying aura coming from me. But those guys in front of me weren't about to let their guard down and decided to take another wrong punch that sent me flying off into the wall. That mage started to attack me, but I ran aside and approached him in a flash, saying that his magic only annoyed me. I was able to cut through my second enemy, and everyone who was looking at me from those bastards began to run at me with the goal of finishing me off. As soon as they got close to me, I was able to kill my third enemy by cutting off his arm and stabbing him with my dagger. As he fell to the ground, the others were terrified, for they did not understand how I could move like that, and they could not manage to hit me. I was too fast for them, but I knew that sometimes hunters can be game for a tougher hunter. Now it was their time, and at one point I activated my paralysis skill, and the body of one of the attackers was unable to move. They thought it was some kind of magic, but I was too strong. Jinwoo, who was watching me, saw that I was a little stronger now than when I fought the dungeon boss. And the moment my bleeding paralysis hit my enemies, those guys were in terrible pain and didn't understand where I was coming from. But it was too late, and they all fell to the ground. Here was the last one left, and it was the leader of this gang. He couldn't believe it, because he saw it. For a moment, I could make out his whole crew. He realized that I was hiding my powers, and that I was the one who killed this dungeon boss. He didn't expect all his men to be defeated, so he decided to show me that not all rangers are the same. The leader used reinforcement and started flying straight at me, saying that it didn't matter what kind of monster I was. And after a fight with a boss and 7 hunters, I would be exhausted, because there was no way a tired hunter could penetrate his armor with some knife. And a hunter with an emphasis on speed and dexterity shouldn't have an ability that will pierce his reinforcement ability, and he'll die the moment he touches it. But the leader, the Don bitch, was strong. But something he didn't notice was the way I was already near him. I grabbed his head and slammed him to the ground. He didn't know that I kept raising my level. He was lying on the ground, covered in a pile of rocks, and he didn't understand what was happening. In the blink of an eye, I stomped his face into the ground. When he raised his head, he saw me standing over him with my blade in my hands and began to beg me to spare him. He promised to give me money and to give me all the mana crystals and magic stones. I didn't understand why he was asking for mercy from the man who had tried to kill him 3 times, but the leader didn't think I would get away with it. I ordered him to be quiet, for no one would know what had happened in that dungeon. At this point, the leader started screaming, but I had no idea who his little brother was. Before he could even say his last word, I cut off his head and he fell to the ground. I stood there and saw that all my clothes were torn again. Also, they were getting a little small in size. I decided it was time for me to go to the store and buy myself something new. But when I got back, I saw that Jinwoo had gotten sick from what he'd seen. At that moment, I realized that the boss of this dungeon had been defeated, and we needed to leave this place as soon as possible. 12-1-2. But at this time in Washington, USA, someone had a beautiful morning, and the guy who woke up wondering what time it was in Korea because he had a bad dream and even his eyes were moist as if he was crying in his sleep. A little later, in one of the buildings, a man came up to Jin Chul's manager and said that something had happened here. He began to explain that 8 people had died in the course of the dungeon, but the survivors were 2 hunters, D and E, both of rank. The manager reported and saw that it said they had just escaped, and that was quite normal. But the other guy said they didn't run away, they cleared the dungeon. He began to explain that the D-rank hunter Jinwoo was an incredibly high-ranked hunter and had a different outfit. Perhaps this allowed him to defeat the boss. The boss turned out to be the giant arachnid Bermura. He was not dangerous to organized groups, and it was strange that 8 people died. But the manager told him not to beat around the bush and said, if there wasn't anything unusual, you wouldn't be talking to me right now and decide for yourself. But the other man said that the other survivor was Hunter Song Jinwoo from that very incident, and that seemed a little suspicious to the manager. She decided that they had nothing to worry about, because the magic power meter they were using at the time was a high-end item extracted from A-rank monsters, and overwaking is such a common occurrence, and they didn't need to become paranoid. 1 check is enough. But that guy also wanted to think it was just a coincidence, but he couldn't let it go so easily, because one of the dead was Hunter Dong Suk. The manager was talking about Hunter Huang Dong Su's older brother. In that case, he can't leave it that way, but I was at home in my apartment at the time and was sitting with my sister. My sister began to ask, why did I buy chicken wings? Unless something was wrong, but I told her that I hadn't figured out yet, good or bad. But my sister guessed something was wrong. After all, I'm usually such a cheapskate, but I was worried about another problem. I wanted to get drunk. No matter how much I drank, I didn't feel anything. But suddenly the notification system showed me that noxious substances had been detected, and my passive ability to be immune to poisons would cancel out the negative effects. And I realized that because of the ability issued to me by the system, it was now not even affecting me. And 3 seconds later, the negative effect was successfully canceled. I remembered how I had received the reward the system had given me after I had passed that horrible dungeon. And how many things had happened lately that I'd just overlooked. And to think, I had been rewarded with something like that. Also, thanks to this reward for the mission, the leg I lost was restored. Suddenly it occurred to me that if I was no longer susceptible to all poisons, I decided to check it out. I got up and started walking away. My sister asked me if I wouldn't eat it. She could do it for me. I told her she could get as fat as she wanted, and my sister looked at me. It was hard for her to get used to me after I started my workouts. After all, I used to be so nonchalant. But she seems to be looking at me more seriously now. Sister realized that it was because something happened in the dungeon. When I went into my room, I decided to see if all the negative effects were automatically canceled. Could my ability handle the negative effects of this item? But it didn't matter, so I decided to just check. And after 3 seconds, the negative effects were successfully canceled. The effect of the object's poison dewlap and its muscle weakness were canceled, and everything happened just as I thought it would. But suddenly my sister came into my room and asked me if I knew anyone named Jiho, as he was calling me on the phone. A little later, I went into the cafe where I met the guy. When I went up to him, I asked him how he found my number, but he said it was all thanks to the guild. He had connections there. Soon after, he offered me a cup of coffee, but I declined. I was surprised to see him again, but he said I was his savior. I smiled, for he had shared magic stones with me, and I was able to earn some money. If anything, I was able to make almost $900 in taxes. And the fact that he kept his mouth shut didn't cause me any problems. But Jinho responded that the guys tried to kill us first, and that we were hunters, so we couldn't give up our lives so easily. And it was an internal showdown. Jinho sat there nervous, because he understood that I was hiding my rank and that I was a homicidal maniac. There was no way he would normally deal with someone like that. Eventually, I asked him, why did he call me? But afterwards Jinho told me that he was actually planning to start his own fighting guild. But I immediately said that I refuse and don't even want to listen to him if he hasn't already finished talking. After all, if he is forming a battle group and wants me to join, I still wondered what it would be. But I'm not going to babysit rich kids. If he doesn't have anything to add, I'll just leave. But Jinho got up and started saying that all I had to do was help him 19 times. After that I asked him if he wanted me to go to the dungeon with him 19 times. But he replied that he'd promised to split the loot fairly. I started to tell him that he should have realized by now that hunters not only happen to kill monsters, but people as well. Raiding is not an extreme sport, and even so, he still wants to assemble a battle group, and he won't change his mind, even after the horrors he's seen. I asked Jinho if he might want to be the head of the guild. Shortly thereafter, he replied that he did, and I should hear him out. After all, like I said, he wants a guild head license. For a hunter, it's not that hard to get. You can get a guild leader's license after you've been to at least 20 raids, and he's already been to one. There are 19 more to visit, and of course there is still an exam. But if he's going to be company, he's sure of himself here. I asked him what he thought of it, because he was the second son of Eugene Company, and rightly so. Jinho began to say that his becoming head of the guild was directly related to his company, and his father wanted to start a guild. And then I realized that although the dungeons are dangerous, on the other hand, there are simply mountains of treasure hidden in them, magic stones and monocrystals being only a small part. Even the corpses of monsters are useful for materials. There is nothing useless in dungeons. Of course, the business sharks are interested in all this, and the hunters sit on the company's payroll, surrendering everything found in the dungeons to them. In this way, they come out self-sufficient. Jinho began to say that his father planned to hire an S-rank hunter and make him head of the guild, and his brother would be the deputy, running the guild under the guise of assisting. However, I replied to Jinho that if my memory serves me correctly, there are only 9 S-rank hunters in our country. If my father plans to hire a hunter who is not registered with the guilds, the only option left is a min one, but he is retired now. And even if his brother becomes deputy head, the difference in authority is too great, and a division between the two factions will be inevitable. However, Jinho replied that his brother is gifted, but not awakened, and he is not strong enough for the title of head. Given his age and low rank, he certainly won't get anywhere. I understood that he was planning to gain experience and respect so he could appeal to his father. I replied that this was the case, because if I continued to hide my capabilities, wouldn't I need like-minded people? After all, compared to going to dungeons with a high-ranking hunter and the accomplishments of clearing dungeons with someone E-rank is much higher. But I answered him all he said, what I would get out of it. When Jinho handed me a folder with everything written on it, and I read it, I was very much surprised by what it said. I certainly didn't expect this. The next day, I asked my sister why she decided to come to practice with me. After all, it was hard to get her out of the house before. My sister started asking that she thought things were getting better for me lately, and anyway, it was better than sitting around doing nothing. I told her to keep up with me during this run, and while we were running, I decided to ask my sister, assuming she unexpectedly got 3 million won, what she would do with it. She didn't understand why I was asking that, and then she said she could buy a bigger house with it. And for the rest, she never even thought about it. 3. My sister started asking me if it was too fantastic an amount and why exactly 3 billion won. But to me, that amount wasn't that fantastic. At this point, I started to run even faster, and my sister stayed behind me. She stopped and didn't understand why I started running so fast. But 3 billion was the amount Jinho offered me. After all, it's an assignment we're working on, and we plan to use it as a guild office. The estimated cost of this project is 3 billion won, but the price will go up. The $3 million building was bought by me for 19 trips to the dungeons. Heard from Jinho that it was a small price to pay for the opportunity to become the head of a guild, and it turned out to be just that. I started to wonder about it, because I didn't realize what I had to do for 3 billion. Normally, I wouldn't have turned down such a sum for anything, but we mustn't forget that I am a unique case, even among the awakened, and no one has ever heard of a hunter increasing his level and becoming stronger. And if that happens, the 3 billion is nothing, but I had my own conditions, which Jinho had to accept. I said it was just the two of us, and no one else at that moment. Jinho got nervous, because if he's not wrong, I want us to clean up the dungeon alone. From the rank, everything was right. I told him that he got it right, but Jinho replied to me that only a group of 10 people could enter the dungeon. I told him that people would line up for the chance to get money just by being a crowd, and we'd use Hwang Dong-su's method. Jinho started to get nervous. It was dangerous for him to drink. But I realized that he couldn't handle Tutu. In other words, if we can handle it, no one gets hurt. He just needs to think about it. After all, let's say we successfully completed 19 raids as part of our group. We'll be the group that successfully completed 19 raids. And wouldn't that look impressive in his father's eyes? And now, finally, Jinho understands, and that's what we're going to do from now on. But Jinho will have to recruit more men immediately. As I ran, I remembered this conversation with Jinho. But suddenly I realized that I had completed my daily task, and it was complete. I stopped and realized that I had gone a little overboard. After all, I had run 11 kilometers instead of 10. When I had already turned around, I thought my sister was running behind me, but she wasn't there. I started thinking about why the quest was counting even after I had completed the quest, and I decided that I needed to wait for my sister anyway. So why don't I still do the workout? And after 20 minutes, I exceeded all of my daily tasks and realized that after 200 times, I could no longer do squats, push-ups, and abs. And it's the same with running. I realized I can't run 200k. So I'll start with 20 for now. But suddenly my sister was behind me. She was so tired when she got to me. As soon as she stopped to talk to me, I started running even harder at this point and ended up running farther and farther away from her. At this time in Washington, D.C., a man was on the phone to be sent information on these two survivors. And at this point, the girl came into the room and asked Mr. Huang what he was doing so late. But Mr. Huang asked this girl Lola if he could ask her something, and she said anything. Mr. Huang asked what the consequences would be if he killed someone. He checked with Lola's girlfriend to see if he was serious or if he was joking, given that Korea had not yet signed the Indian Hunters Crime Pact. Since you are a hunter from America, you will be tried in America, and the case will probably be easily hushed up. To this answer, Mr. Huang was pleased. And when he turned around, he was terribly angry. After all, some brats had killed his brother, and if he didn't crush them with his hands, he wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. It was S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-su of the Cleaners Guild. He began to reflect that 7 of his brother's men were dead and 2 of some boys survived. And the survivors were D and E ranks, and his brother was not the kind of man who would risk his life for weaklings. Also, they were only porters, not fighters, and they must not have trapped and killed him. And that's why he told him he couldn't do anything without me. Mr. Huang began to tell the girl that he needed to visit Korea for a while, and she in turn should clear out for him. To which the girl replied that if he disappeared so suddenly, the guild would be paralyzed. I asked the girl when he would have some free time, and she said in about 2 weeks. However, Mr. Huang stated that 2 weeks is not enough time even for a decent funeral. He would have an opportunity for revenge, but the girl Lola asked, "Will it be all right?" He was more than sure of that. He hoped that the 2 scoundrels would still be alive in 2 weeks. And the 2 guys in question were Hunter D rank Jinho and Hunter E rank Sun Jinwoo. At the time, I was outside in the late afternoon, standing outside the building with my blade in hand and holding the dungeon key. I realized that when I fulfilled the conditions of the quest, a hidden quest opened up. This key allows me to enter the dungeon of the Demon Castle and can only be used in Songgu Tower. I certainly expected to get a better than usual reward, but I didn't think I would get an S-grade item. I realized that the hidden quest is only given out if you exceed the daily quests, and for me that's a good chance since I picked the shiny random box and couldn't take the cursed one. Anyway, I got the key to the dungeon and now I just have to enter it. When I went through the portal, I came out on the other side, where there was fire everywhere. I realized that if the class matched the difficulty of the dungeon, it was an S-rank dungeon, and the chance of my survival must be 0. And of course, there is no proof that my assumption is correct. But on the other hand, the dungeon I created earlier corresponded to a gate to a dungeon of rank E. So, what am I going to do if the key class matches the dungeon difficulty? I still have the return stone. If it gets too hot, I'll just use it, and all I have to do is put my best foot forward. There's no future dungeon sweeping with Jinho's rank. So I just have to find out the limits of my strength. If I back down because I'm afraid, I'll never get stronger. At that moment, a monster approached me, and he was already beside me. It was a 3-headed strange dragon dog. His name was the Guardian of the Gates of Hellserver. I knew, looking at him, that I would become much stronger, for I could not die. Instead, I would raise my level even higher. I can't die in a place like this. Yes, and the key that allows you to enter the demonic castle is a Class S item. If the rarity of the key matches the difficulty of the dungeon, then the chances of my survival tend to 0, and the best choice would be to level up as high as I can, and return when I get stronger. Once I reach rank B, the difficulty of the dungeon begins to increase exponentially, which is fortunate. The higher the level of the dungeon, the lower the chance of that level gate, and the number of existing S-grade dungeon enemies. Even if S-ranked hunters assemble in teams, this does not guarantee that they will be able to clear this type of dungeon. Only such gates were found on Jeju Island, and after the gate was breached, the terrain there turned into a scorched wasteland, uninhabitable. The current hunter situation does not allow me to effectively defend all S-ranked dungeons, and with my current level I had to refrain from visiting S-ranked dungeons. The threat of so many S-rank monsters is incomparable, their incredible toughness and crushing power. I jumped from my seat and started fighting this monster, and then a thought occurred to me. Would my attacks have any effect on a monster of this level? It made me simply curious. Suddenly I saw a notification from the system informing me that my Wolf Killer title and sprint skill had been activated. My movement speed had increased by 30%, but now I had to spend 1 mana unit per minute. I approached the monster and began to deal more and more damage to it. In response to my attack, the monster roared loudly. I continued to hit it, and at one point activated my ability, Bloodlust. But at that moment my effect was cancelled, because my opponent's resistance was too high. This monster began to go into a rage, as a result of which the whole atmosphere around us changed. And then I realized that it didn't work. It wasn't a bad opportunity to test my abilities, but we never used it, and the difference in power was too great. Even despite the effect of my. And then I realized that this was, without a doubt, a rank S dungeon. At this point Cerberus, the Guardian of Hell's Gate, began to use the Wrath skill, and it will be active for 3 minutes. At this point, Cerberus' characteristics will be doubled. Cerberus started to run straight at me, but I noticed that the system was indicating the difference in our strength. And when I was able to hit him in the head with my blade, I was notified that the system was telling me that Cerberus felt no pain and my attacks just couldn't reach his pain threshold. I thought I was going to get it right, but really I needed to think 10 more times before heading into this dungeon. Now, however, I can't just stop. I hesitated for a second, and one of Cerberus' heads came right at me. Before I could dodge it, it bit into my shoulder with its big fangs. It made me uncomfortable, and I felt a terrible pain. In an instant, it threw me to the ground. I lay there not knowing what would happen next. Would I survive? As I lay in the ground, rocks protruding from my sternum, I began to get continuous notifications that my health was rapidly dwindling. Eventually, a notification appeared that my health had dropped below 30%, and the Fortitude ability was activated, which reduced the damage I was receiving by 50%. I realized that even in such a horrible situation, the system helps the player as much as possible to make sure he doesn't die. So it would be quite difficult for the perfect player to die. But I knew I could handle it, because it's different from a normal rebirth. If I became someone's plaything in the system, all I have to do is exceed the expectations of whoever is playing me. At one point there was a hack into the system, and I was awarded my first status recovery award. I successfully accepted it, and at the same moment a bright light illuminated us. I instantly grabbed Cerberus by the head with my hands and began to climb up. When I was on my feet, with a strong effort, I scrolled through the servers and tossed them aside. At the same moment, I jumped up with my blade in my hands and struck one of the heads, then immediately jumped over to the other and delivered a crushing blow. Cerberus fell to the ground. I hoped he wouldn't get up again after that. When I landed on the ground and saw the total chaos and destruction in front of me, I realized that I had managed to kill the Guardian of the Hellgate after all, and my level began to increase significantly. I stood beside Cerberus' body and thanked him, for thanks to him I realized my current level. If I opened that gate that had just appeared, I would simply die. I'll come back here when I'm much stronger and can go inside. In addition, as a reward, I'll be able to get an item, the Guardian's necklace, as well as the key to the castle gate and Cerberus's phone. But at this time late at night, in one of the buildings, 2 men met, and the guy in the stylish black suit began to say that he was the genius director of some business, and some business he wanted to talk to me about. That older man started saying that he heard that everything that happened in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. But the other guy didn't understand what he was implying. Suddenly the old man threw a bag on the table and pointed it toward the man. He began to say that the bag contained 20 billion, and he thought the man understood what he was trying to say. He begged that hunter to take the case. This old man who held out the bag started shaking and begged the guy to kill those bastards. But in response, the old man heard the guy start saying that he would have to pay an extra 10 billion for all the other hunters. And if he can do that, we'll have a deal, because there's no problem for me to kill those insects he was talking about. But there will be other hunters with them. If you become a ranked hunter, you become a high-ranked hunter that the guild pays attention to. But you know why I wasn't tempted to join the Hunter Guild Oversight Division? The thing is, it's more interesting to me to kill people than monsters, said the guy in the black suit. A little later, we see two guys practicing taekwondo. One of them is stepping on the other one, and the guy who has already taken off his sword and finished his training is watching. After they finished training, they took off their equipment, and one of the students told his master that he was in good shape, as always. But Mr. Sleepy turned around and asked him, "What are you talking about? After all, this old body will become useless if I stop training it." It was obvious that he had been restrained with me during training, and he was putting less energy into his thumb, taking care of it. But this guy wouldn't have done that if he still had two hands. But Mr. Sleep stopped that guy, because he's still talking about it, even months later. But suddenly Mr. Son got an important call. After all, hunters of no particular rank still get those annoying calls. So Mr. Son asked his partner to finish his training for the day. But the guy asked Mr. Son, is he really planning to postpone his retirement? But Mr. Son replied that even if he's alive for the long haul, whether or not he's retired, he wants to remain useful to this world. Mr. Son was surprised, for it amazed him that an S-rank hunter would learn the way of the sword from a soon-to-be novice like him. But that guy replied, all because even a high rank does not make up for a lack of skill. A little while later, Mr. Son was walking down the street, pondering that this time he would have to go into a dungeon of rank 2. And since his awakening had no effect on his power, he wondered why a swordsman like him had awakened as a hunter mage. After all, the sword skill he had been learning for the past decade could no longer be used in a dungeon, and there had to be a reason for that. But suddenly Mr. Son turned his attention to the guy standing beside him. When he apologized, I turned to him and saw that it was Mr. Son. He looked at me and was surprised, for he didn't recognize me at all, for there was no trace of the old me left. I had changed so much in just a few months. And he asked what had happened to me. And when he put his head down, he said he couldn't talk like that. Still, he wondered how I recovered my torn leg. But I started to explain that when I came to, it was already fine, and I'm not sure what really happened. Mr. Song didn't understand how that was possible, and it wouldn't have been good for a young man like you to be disabled. It was a great relief to him. Mr. Song began to tell me not to worry about it, because he was glad he could survive with my abilities. The word got back to him that I had survived, and I still couldn't believe it when I saw me with my own eyes. I started to ask him if he was still working under the guild's orders. He replied that yes, he did. Apparently, so are you. But when we turned around, we saw 3 silhouettes coming toward us. Mr. Song was surprised, for he had met some old acquaintances that day. Everyone who was there that day was back together again, and that healer girl named Juhi looked at me strangely, as if she had seen a ghost. But I noticed some guys beside her that I especially didn't want to see. It was Mr. Kim, and Mr. Song saw him and began to think that he had run away that day, leaving us behind. He must not have been happy to see us after he threatened me with his sword to use me as a victim. But even I left Jinwoo at the end, and at this point he has no right to judge them. He didn't think about it before, but now he sees that we all came back alive. Julie looked at me and started to say that I had changed so much, because she almost didn't recognize me. But I replied that I was a little late. But the fact that she was looking all over for me and didn't understand why now and why I had grown so much and my leg must be in bad shape. But when she saw my feet, she knew I was fine, and she didn't understand what was wrong. 12. But just as I started to answer, I heard words behind me that someone had started talking about a romantic atmosphere. And when we turned around, we saw the prisoners getting out of the car. They started saying that someone was shooting drama here, or the hunters had decided to have a date tonight. But the guy, the last one to get out of the car, ordered them to shut up. 13. After all, this is no picnic, and we need to be more serious. But when one of the inmates walked by Jijo, he told her to take care of them today. We didn't understand what it was all about, but the manager came up to us and apologized for being late. She wanted to take care of the formalities first, but we were wondering what was going on here and why the prisoners were here. The girl began to answer that these people were in rehab, so they should join the hunters in this raid. But Mr. Sleepy was angry, because how can they go through rehab and also suggest that we go on a raid with criminals? But the girl replied that even though they are criminals and have been hunters in the past, it is not uncommon for hunters to commit crimes and serve time in dungeons to reduce their sentence. The girl started apologizing and told us to take note, because the number of hunters in the area has greatly diminished, so they have to resort to such measures. Also, the Department of Surveillance Hunter, TASIC, joined the raid. So we don't have to worry about that, because it takes about 10 hunters to handle the average rank hunter. At this point, I knew something was wrong here, so I asked Mrs. Dewey, please don't enter this raid. She responded by asking, will I go? I replied, yes, and at that point she said she was going too, and we were all ready to go out on this raid. After a while, we began to approach the portal. Mr. Son was kind of uncomfortable, since we were probably all going together after all. Perhaps this is fate. We began to walk forward. After all, we were ready for all this. Mr. Son walked ahead as the leader of this group, just as he did when we went into that double dungeon. When they started to take the handcuffs off these criminals, they began to say, well, that's much better. One of the criminals turned around and asked who gave him permission to treat them as slaves. But in response he heard the jailer say, shut your mouth. Mr. Son asked me if I minded if he became the leader today. I said yes, but in response I saw him thank me for giving him another chance. He bowed his head and began to say that if it hadn't been his fault, 11 people would have died, and because of me 6 survived. He was responsible for failing to protect them, and he thanked me on behalf of all the hunters. But I asked him to raise his head, because everyone was already paying attention. When Mr. Son looked up, he asked Mr. Kim if he would mind if he led today's raid. But Mr. Kim turned around and started into the dungeon, telling him to do what he wanted. After a while, when we were already inside, the goblins started attacking us. There were a lot of them, but the jailers deftly handled them. One of them beat a goblin with a whip, while a second killed and cut them in half with a large stick. The third, using his bare hands, beat all the goblins that were near him. He destroyed one of the goblins with one punch, but we looked at them and didn't understand which one was the monster and which one was human. But Mr. Song was looking so intently at the jailers that he didn't notice that there was a goblin behind him. He managed to react, however, and turned around and hit him with his fire magic. He deftly used his skills, and any goblins that approached him were instantly destroyed by the infernal flames. Mr. Kim looked at Song and saw that this man had incredible strength. However, Mr. Song turned around and asked Mr. Kim, is it normal for a swordsman to have such a weak swing? Our leader started talking to get us to be more positive. After all the survivors of that incident are back together, and when he turned his attention to me, he said that he thought I had gotten stronger, and asked where I had found such a good dagger. After all, it is strange to see a normally unarmed Song using a dagger, and Jihu also turned her attention to me and said that she had never had to heal me until now, and asked if I was sure that I had not practiced martial arts lately. But I replied that I was just doing my exercises every day. Mr. Song began to reflect on what he had said, and it was no joke. After all, I did look very different from the jinwoo he used to know. He looked at me and saw that not only my appearance, but also my aura had changed. After all, I had always thought I was hopeless, but now I was very much even in myself, and I was finally a man. Juhi, on the other hand, seems frightened. She is still afraid of goblins, her trauma must be deep, and unfortunately, at this rate she will have to quit. But at this time we saw that there were 3 tunnels in front of us, and the overseer began to tell us that the dungeon was relatively easy and suggested that we split up. However, the danger would increase and the passage time would be greatly reduced. The warden said that he would watch the prisoners and go the right way. If we happen to find the boss room, we can call them, but I saw with my own eyes the aura coming from the left tunnel and asked the leader to take the left path. At that moment, however, I saw the face of that overseer, and something about him didn't please me. When we finally split up, I realized that the boss is at the end of this path, and with goblins I get almost no experience. I need to kill the boss, too, to get anything at all. What's more, the good thing about this guy is that he went along with the prisoners, and I won't see him again. 11. As our paths diverged, the warden went into one of the corridors with the outlaw. He asked the outlaws if they could take care of the goblins, to which they replied that the goblins were weak and simple, and had no chance against them. In fact, however, goblins are usually weaker than adults, and their size and intelligence are comparable to children. Nevertheless, they are pesky creatures who can swarm near a target and attack with support. Of course, even if you give guns to human children, they will be just as pesky, because a child with a gun can kill someone. And frankly, there are plenty of child soldiers who are armed and attacking people on the other side of the earth. There is no difference between humans and monsters here. Both are insects, was what the warden told the criminals. He asked them if they could convince the children. But they said, "What kind of a stupid question is that?" But the jailer kept saying that they would need hundreds of children in that dungeon. From that moment on, they did not understand what he was talking about or why there should be children in the dungeon. The warden began to say that they did. The bottom line is that they are willing to kill anybody to survive. And so he would say to the Hunters Guild, "Guys, we ran into hundreds of goblins here. But in the meantime, the other group, where Mr. Kim and the other guy were dealing with all the goblins and realized that if they were so easy, they could handle them. It would have been nice if the raid had ended without incident. Mr. Kim suspected something would happen. After all, if I'm weaker than the hunter, then the dungeon is weak, too." He remembered that it wasn't, and then they said, in that double dungeon. But it wasn't like that at all, and Mr. Kim decided that after that he would also bow to Mr. Jinwoo to apologize. Mr. Kim asked the guy if he felt guilty, too. After all, they both did. Then they ran away, because they are what they are called hunters, and they can't act like they normally do. But after they left allies in trouble, if we're going to continue to be hunters, we have to get used to something like a little bowing. Mr. Kim doesn't know if he can get forgiveness, though. "Even if he won't forgive us, I have to apologize," he said. But that guy started saying we don't have time now and we have to keep going. And since there are two of us, we have to be careful. And it looked like those who went the other directions weren't done yet. But suddenly Mr. Kim came around the corner, and what he saw horrified him. The warden began to say to the prisoner, "Our lovelies, we've had enough of you ourselves, and our job is to kill you as painfully as possible." I guess I was done with them too quickly, but it was fun to watch you call for help. And your bodies are lying under my feet, but there's nothing I can do about that anymore, because I was told to kill you fast. And at that moment Mr. Kim and his partner came out from around the corner, and he was horrified by what he saw. The warden had killed 2 prisoners, and he had the third by the throat and was about to deal with him in the same way himself. When the warden saw your hunters looking at him, he didn't understand where they were coming from. And that means that the way to the boss's room is on the left. Now you won't have to walk around aimlessly, and his schedule has changed a bit. At that moment I heard a scream coming from the other end of the hallway, and I immediately felt a thirst for blood. I asked Mr. Song to hurry back, and we started running back. When we ran into the next corridor at the end of the tunnel, I saw the warden, lurking in an ambush, tried to kill Jinwoo, but I managed to react and stopped his blow. At this point it became clear to him that I was as fast as he was. I asked him why he was doing this and why he wanted to kill us. The warden was shocked that I was able to block his ambush. The warden bounced back at this point and didn't understand how I got such power. After all, I had actually stopped his attack, and the warden realized that I had a heightened sense. The overlord began to say that even if it hadn't been in my plans to fight everyone else, it seemed that the healer would still have been a nuisance. So I tried to eliminate her first, but it looks like I'm going to have to change my plan. I'm going to kill you all right here. When Mr. Sung started yelling at him to stop and asked why the guild member was doing that, I turned around. But what I saw behind me made me not believe my eyes. He who is only 1 in 1,000 awakened, and only 1 in 5,000 awakened, is a Duranga or higher. The responsibility for many lives rests on our shoulders, 1 in 5,000. Although I am a hunter, I am also a husband and the father of my children. So I cannot die today, and I cannot die tomorrow. Mr. Kim, covered in blood because he was cut by that warden, sat up, but I looked at him and could not imagine such an outcome. It's a raid. I saw him sitting on the ground bleeding. I asked Mrs. Dewey to hurry up and fix him quickly. She ran up to him and started to heal him, but I heard back from her that we couldn't save him because it was too late. She needs to stop wasting her strength, for he has already lost too much blood. But I started yelling at him that he had to live, because he said he had to live for his family. He must live, no matter what, so I could hate him. But in response, I heard him tell me that he was sorry, and he didn't want to apologize. That's how he wanted to apologize in his head. But if he put his head down now, he would just die. After all, Mr. Kim did let out his last breath and put his head down for good. The last thing I heard from him was him telling me that he was really sorry it had happened that way. And after that I never heard from him again, for he was sitting there covered in blood, nailed to the wall, exhausted and wounded. I started to ask the other warden, why did he do that to Mr. Kim? But the answer I heard was that the warden said he didn't know, because it could have been monsters. And then one day the gates opened and the monsters burst out. It was like a natural disaster. Now he came up with a great story. It was originally supposed to be the story of a massacre by goblins, but it seems like he has to change it a little bit. Got out and tried to escape, and after they killed all of you, they tried to attack me while I was fighting the boss. But their strength was clearly not enough to kill a hunter of rank, and in the end, the only survivor of this raid was me. The warden asked us if we thought the people outside would believe such a story, but I thought he was just a piece of shit, at which point Mr. Son told me to stop, because he wasn't the kind of man I could handle. I should leave it to him. Mr. Son understood that he was in rank, and a hunter like me from rank wouldn't be able to hurt him. Besides, he's an assassin class hunter, and I would lose him in speed, but Mr. Son picked up the sword that lay near his feet, and realized that perhaps the Overlord had a weak defense, and who knows what would happen if I managed to get his spells. After all, it had been a long time since I'd fought against a human. At this point Mr. Son asked Miss Jui if she could cast a physical strength enhancing spell on him. And she agreed. At the same moment, she applied her skill to Mr. Son so that he could not return. When the BAF went into effect, Mr. Son was already ready to act. The warden looked at all this and asked what he was going to do. After all, he is an ordinary mage, and the buff that increases physical strength is really quite useless to mages. But now, Mr. Son was willing to do all this for the sake of revenge and to protect all those who were near him. He won't do it the same way he did last time, and he won't just run away from this dungeon, because he is a swordsman, not an ordinary mage. And since I am a mage, I need to be wary of the differences in strength, stamina, and dexterity between us. Even if I'm protected by mystery, it's like putting a car engine on a bicycle and pedaling as hard as I can. It's like a steep descent. If I can't control my speed and I drift, I'll probably die. While I was thinking about my plans, the warden had already attacked me and was ready to destroy me at that second. The Overlord didn't consider it normal for a mage to be defenseless against an assassin, and it was a good idea to bring a weapon with him. But he's only a mage, and his physical strength didn't even reach D rank. What difference would the fact that he brought a weapon make? But after these words from the warden, Mr. Son engaged him, and I saw how Mr. Son was instantly able to hit him as if to cut him in half. Mr. Son had pretty good moves, and he was also strong thanks to the healer buff. Besides, Mr. Son had practiced a lot of sword fighting, but he still lacked the speed to catch up with that guy. I noticed how Son was able to catch up to the Overlord for a second, but it was still an obvious difference in class. They continued to fight, but Mr. Son wasn't getting anywhere, because his sword wasn't keeping up with that guy's speed. The Overlord began to smile suspiciously, because he noticed that his opponent's attacks were so fast and accurate, and that's pretty cool. It was a good idea to give up the magic and take up arms. Still, Mr. Son miscalculated a bit, and the warden was able to wound him. After that, the warder began to say that if he thought a little, he would understand why there were no mage swordsmen among the mass of hunters. But suddenly he saw the healer begin to heal him, and the wound he had inflicted disappeared instantly. The healer became a real headache for the Overlord, and the Overlord decided that he could not let this battle drag on. The warden decided to finish off the healer at the first opportunity, for to him he was now the source of many problems. But at that very moment, Mr. Son began to act, for it was not a good idea to put the swordsman's back to him in combat. A second more and Mr. Son would have finished off the Overlord, but he managed to turn around and parry his blow. Mr. Son was no ordinary old man, and the jailer understood that already. After all, you can't tell about Mr. Son, but he has an apprentice who is of rank S. If his body isn't strong enough, his skills make up for it. But the warden didn't think so, and unfortunately, there are always limits to a given strength. Let's face it, an offensive mage cannot keep up with the speed of an assassin. The Overlord began to move even faster, and with his speed and skill with his blades, he was able to inflict many wounds on Mr. Son, causing him to start bleeding. The healer did not have time to heal everything. If it had been anyone else, Mr. Song would have had a chance to win, but the warden's rank outnumbered him several times over. I was with Jinwoo and watched the battle. And when we saw Mr. Song bow his head after his wounds, we knew that he realized it was all useless. After all, the warder was already standing beside him, ready to kill him painlessly. But Mr. Song had planned all this in advance and was not ready to give up so easily. He put his hand on the ground and was able to use his fire magic. The Overlord found himself in a ring of fire. Mr. Song hoped it would work, but it wasn't that simple, for the warden was already behind him and began to say that he was a mage pretending to be a swordsman to hide his magical abilities. And unleashing all his magical power at the right moment is not a bad plan, you sly old fox, but that would be the end of it. And Mr. Song was already ready to say goodbye to his life, as the warden had already raised his hand and was ready to deliver the final blow. But suddenly I decided to intervene, because I couldn't just stand by and watch my friend die in front of me. I blocked his blow, causing his arm and the dagger to fly away. The warden was shocked at where I had come from and didn't understand how I had been able to block his blow. The warden began to ask me who I was and what my rank was, and I told him that my name was Soon Jinwoo and I was Irang. After that, the warden bounced back and couldn't believe his ears. After all, there was no way that someone who could fend off his attacks and be as fast as him was just an Irang. At this time, Mr. Song was able to get to his feet and did not understand how I managed to do it, but the warden was surprised and began to tell me that if I was a power type, then releasing such power would have been possible even for an Irang. However, looking at my speed and reaction time, it wasn't that easy. After all, I was able to block his attacks twice, and it turns out that my class is an assassin. Not only that, but it looks like I was hiding my true power, doesn't it? And even if you're a false ranger, you're not, because your friends seem to have known you for a long time. And that's impossible, because a pseudo-ranger wouldn't allow someone who sought his real power to survive. And there is only one answer here. You are an over-awakened one. After these words, Warden Jean Face and Mr. Song were surprised, for they had no idea that Soon Jinwoo had been reawakened. The overseer went on to say that judging by my friend's reactions, you had recently awakened, and come to think of it, my guild boss had recently checked on someone because he thought he had awakened, and I think it was you. Anyway, it looks like you're an inexperienced hunter, in which case the warden should teach me a lesson. When the warden finished talking and threatening me, I decided to ask him why he did all this. And it wasn't just about the prisoners, because maybe they deserved all this. But why did you kill all the other hunters? The warden looked at me and saw that I was angry beyond belief. My face became very frightened, which made him smile strangely. And I say that, to be honest, he only did it for fun. And a little bit earlier, the old man who had offered the warden the job had told him that night that he'd heard that whatever happens in the dungeon stays there, and nobody else knows about it. Then he gave him a big bag with a lot of money in it for the work to be done. The old man began to plead with the jailers that he should kill all those responsible for the horrible crime. But the warden began to say that to do this he would have to pay an additional 10 billion for all the other criminals. If the old man could do it, the deal would go through. However, the jailer wondered why he would want to do this. But the old man began to say, when you go outside and see trash, you feel uncomfortable, but you don't clean it up. The warden didn't understand why he had to do all this. But the old man began to say that one of the inmates had harmed his daughter, causing her to take her own life, and her mother was still in the hospital from shock. I think about how the animals would walk free. Only a few years after the incident, he still can't sleep at night because of his actions. Eventually, the warden said he understood and was willing to provide a service worthy of 30 billion won. So the old man doesn't have to worry about it. Eventually, the warden began to explain to me that he just couldn't say no to the father whose daughter had been beaten by these criminals, and he tried to get him to change his mind by raising the price. But he accepted it anyway. Even though it turned out that way, the warden didn't want to hurt all the other guys. If they agreed not to talk about today's incident, he'd let them go. But I didn't think he would say that. But from the look on his face, he still wants to teach us a lesson and show us who's the best here. After all, I didn't believe him from the beginning, and there's no reason to trust someone who recently made up a story about our deaths. The moment the warden began to approach me, we got into a fight. I was able to parry his blow, and when he was next to me, he started saying that whether I believed me or not didn't matter anymore. He would be sorry that all of you would have to die with these insects, but I told him that he was too damn pathetic. At first the warden didn't understand what I was telling him, but right after that I told him that he was definitely going to die today. After I said that, the warden started smiling strangely, and he didn't know how high rank I had gotten since I was E rank. But now I shouldn't think it would be so easy. And so we began the battle, and when I swung, he walked away from my strike. It was like he evaporated. I looked at him, and all I could see was his head flickering around me. I thought I could finish him off with one punch, but it turned out he was pretty fast. I underestimated him, and Mr. Song was watching us, and his eyes couldn't keep up with our speed. He couldn't understand how we could move at that speed. Mr. Sleep looked at me and realized that I wasn't the same guy I used to be, not the guy he'd known a month ago. At the same time I was fighting with this warden, and during the battle he started telling me that 30 billion won wouldn't be enough for a job like this. And who would have thought that I would meet a hunter of that level here? After all, we had the same speed. The wardens began. They asked me what my speed limit was, and even if my eyes could follow me, it was useless if your body couldn't handle it. But at that point, Mrs. G put a speed boost on me, and I was able to move even faster. And at that moment, the warden realized that the game seemed to be over, and we had to get serious. 12. We started fighting even harder, and everything in that cave was flying in different directions because we were moving so fast. My friends were standing behind us. Even though they knew we were fighting equally, they couldn't even keep up with our speed. They just watched as the pile of stones and dust rose in the air, and the sounds of our blades were heard throughout the cave. Mr. Song and Mrs. G had never seen such a battle before, as if two monsters had begun to destroy everything near them. During the battle, the overseer began to say that even if we had the same speed and ability, and the difference in experience was too great, the difference would lead to my defeat. If I am going to defend my healer, I have to do it right. At that moment, he launched one of his blades directly at the healer. I turned around and realized that I wouldn't have time to move in time to protect her. But at that moment, Mr. Song got in front of the healer and was able to fight that blade off with his ball. I breathed a sigh of relief, for nothing threatened the healer. At that very moment, however, the healer began to attack me with all his might. He was cutting me with his knees, but I adopted a blocker pose and thought he could not inflict serious wounds on me. Although there were wounds, they were non-critical, and I was still on my feet. You, when the warden stopped attacking me, were surprised that I was quite resilient. I stood in the same spot and began to feel my bloodlust begin to break through. She was sensitive to the urge to kill, and I got an emergency assignment from the system again, because my system was activated again because of it. The purpose of the assignment was to kill the players who intended to kill me to ensure my safety. If the assignment was not completed, my heart would stop. And now I realized that I had no choice but to kill that overseer. For if I didn't, I risked losing my life. I was ready to act and go right at him. The warden noticed that I looked different already, but he still thought the advantage was on his side. I was grateful that the system was giving me another reason to finish this guy off, and at that moment I shifted and started attacking the overlord with speed. We skirmished in combat, but the warden began to tell me that my class, which specializes in daggers and agility, kills mostly in close combat. Am I not a better opponent for you? He asked me, but I thought differently. And here's the fact that I certainly learned a lot from him, including the fact that a guy talking gives away such uselessness. And at the same moment I activated my sprint skill and my movement speed increased by 30% and my mana consumption decreased to 1 unit every minute. I was much faster than before. And at that very moment, the warden became nervous, because he hadn't expected this turn of events. And when I was able to pass the state defense, he was stunned, because he realized that I was also using my skills. Eventually, I was able to hit the warden and gave him a scratch with my dagger. At the same moment, the warder began to feel terrible pain on his face, as my paralysis effect had been activated. I also activated the bleeding effect. From now on, he will lose 1% of his health per second. The warden stammered as he realized that it was poison acting directly on him. But after a moment he realized that my dagger was poisoned, and I could cast effects with the poison I had learned to use in my dagger. However, the warden was not such an easy opponent, and he began to resist my effect because of his high resistance. My effect was cancelled at the same moment, and I looked at him with surprise, because my action stops quickly if my opponent is strong. The overseer also began to show me that she had something interesting in mind. I watched to see what he wanted to show me, and I saw the warden begin to disappear from where he was standing. And after an update, he completely disappeared. That's what I didn't expect. I couldn't figure out what had happened. It was as if he had evaporated before my eyes. But suddenly I felt someone want to hit me. I was able to block his blow with my intuition. And at that same moment, I began to hear a voice beside me begin to tell me that I had indeed blocked it. So even though he was hiding his presence, and considering that you have great instincts, that deserves praise, the Overlord was able to erase his appearance, his scent, his sound, and even his aura, and only a few will be able to kill using this rare skill. At first it was said that no one yet knew that he had this ability, but there are those who have seen him use it. No one yet has survived. Suddenly I felt a pain in my legs, and when I put my head down, I saw blood starting to flow from my legs. I knew at once that he, being invisible, had managed to cut my tendons in my legs. My wounds could be healed quickly, but only basic healing spells work at this distance. And when the healer wanted to help me, the warden appeared and pointed his blade at her, saying, "Don't try anything. I'll come for you when it's your turn, Mr. Son." I realized that if nothing was done, there would be no endurance left of Mr. Jinwoo, and he could not call for help now, help me with his skills, but must buy some time for his healing. At the same moment it appeared that I would not be able to stand up to him in this state, and at least my speed would definitely not be the same as before. After all, it would take a long time to heal such wounds, but I told him to shut his mouth, for he talks too much. Yes, this battle was getting to me completely fed up, and at this point I decided that it was time to call it a day. I activated my status recovery skill, and at that moment I began to heal all my wounds. Mr. Son and Mrs. Jinho couldn't believe their eyes, and neither could the warden. After all, I was instantly healed. The warden couldn't understand and began to think that maybe he wasn't a killer hunter, because everything looked like cheating. You can't be sure that a hunter with the recovery ability even exists. But I, for my part, realized that because of certain limitations, it didn't make sense to rely on that alone. Come to think of it, there are other options. But the warden thought it was a trick, or perhaps a feigned confidence, and he wondered how many times I could use this ability. It was hard for him to tell, but to him I was very dangerous at this point. But I have full confidence in myself now. I realized again that one of my senses was dead in me, and the likes of him were not even worthy of my wrath. After all, I stand several stories above him in strength, agility, and speed, and so I began to act. I approached the warden directly and swung, but I didn't hit him. Although I was very close, the warden immediately realized that I saw him again through the camouflage, and I aimed straight at his neck without any hesitation. It was all clear to the warden now, for he had finally seen the real difference between me and him. The warden guessed that I had committed murders before, and you and I weren't so different. There are many ways to live and die, and his determination to change his fate, even at the cost of his life, eventually forced him to make hard decisions quickly. The changes of the past 2 months were not only external, for it was the awakening and an unexpected force that changed the rules of society. New exclusive rules have been created just for hunters, and there is no need to be constrained by law or morality, for the words of the strong are law. At that moment, the Overlord decided to show me his true power and lunged at me, but I was ready for it and stayed where I was. He started attacking me from all sides, but I stood and parried. The warden seemed to understand how I saw him through the camouflage. When the camouflage is activated, it hides his presence. But when he attacks with a strong lust for killing, for a moment his presence is revealed. That's exactly what he's waiting for, and he has no other way of knowing where I'm attacking from. And he must stop it. Such thoughts were the only ones that visited the warden. I didn't care what that warden thought or guessed, for my killing lust skill had been activated. The Overlord had fallen into my trap, and now he wasn't going anywhere. For my trap had already worked, and my terrible shadow was already consuming him, and he didn't realize what was happening. But when he lifted his head, he saw something ominous in front of him, staring straight into his soul. It was my darkness that clouded his eyes. My shadow began to recede little by little, and now the warden no longer knew what to do or how to get out of this terrifying trap. I decided to deliver one last controlling blow right into his heart, and my dagger plunged into him. He, in turn, didn't even realize what had happened, but I was already standing in front of him, ready for the next step. He who fights with monsters must be careful not to become a monster himself. And if you look long into the abyss also looks into you. For in the course of his life, the hunter witnesses countless deaths and takes his own life. Often there are situations in which the hunter finds himself between life and death, and in such moments he fights not only against monsters, but also against other hunters. We become the perfect killing machines, but you, as an ordinary person, do not fall into that category. I'm going to die because I lost, and that's natural. The warden decided to ask me only one question. Who am I really? An assassin with recovery magic and skills that impose a negative effect. After all, he'd never heard of anything like that, but I wasn't entirely sure myself, either. The warden went on to say that although his words meant nothing to me, having a bunch of secrets wasn't so great. At this point, my paralysis effect activated, as well as the bleeding effect. The Overlord began to bleed even more, his body no longer listening to him. After I killed him, I could no longer hide my abilities, but I began to tell him that let's pretend I was a hunter, getting stronger with every battle, and how strong he thought I could become. The Overseer began to smile and said that my shadow was merging with the darkness, and I would become as strong as my shadow would sink into the darkness. At this point, the task was completed, and I was able to complete the emergency task by killing the enemy. As a reward, I was asked to choose one of the rewards shown. Although I stopped much stronger than before, for the same reason I can feel something change in me. As I get stronger, at this point my thoughts were interrupted by Jinwoo, who was standing behind me. She thanked me for saving her. After all, thanks to me, they would be dead by now if I hadn't been here. But now we have to decide what to do next, and I guess we should go out and tell the guilds what happened. That's what Mr. Song told me. I told him that we should close the dungeon first, but Mr. Song asked me, aren't you going to go out and kill the boss by yourself? Even though he saw my skills, he won't try to stop me this time. After all, he wants to bury his friends properly now. I walked over to the warden to retrieve my blade, and suddenly a notification appeared in front of me that I had received a new invisibility rune. And then I realized that I could get his ability by killing him. Mr. Song began to say that he and Jiho Monthly would go first and inform the guild, but I had to hurry. After all, they will be waiting for me outside. I replied to tell them not to worry, for it wouldn't take long. And when they had gone, I went over to those prisoners who were lying on the ground and began to say, I know he is alive, and you will have to get up. I began to question the prisoner about why he was trying to pretend to be dead and about his attempt to escape unnoticed. However, when he was lifted up, I noticed that his throat had been cut and he could not speak. It was pretty brutal, since his vocal cords had been cut. He was probably going to kill his victims in the most excruciating way possible after they were unable to scream. He was dying of blood loss, but if we asked Miss Gihu, he could probably survive. The prisoner thought he was saved, but I began to pull him in the other direction. However, as soon as the prisoner realized that this was not the way out, he began twitching in different directions. Soon we came to the door, which was the entrance to the boss's room. The prisoner's eyes bulged when he saw that it was the boss's room, and there was a mighty, huge man standing in front of him. I started asking the prisoner questions because I wanted to know if he remembered the faces of all his victims. I knew he was as trash as the warden, and whether he thought I would let a monster like him out. Immediately after my words, all the goblins behind him began to pounce on him and tear him to pieces with their big, green paws. They pounced on him like a herd of horrible monsters, for monsters know nothing else but to pounce on their prey in a group and tear it to pieces. Silent cries spread everywhere after that. You were able to defeat the boss and defeat the goblin right after that. It wasn't that hard for me, and after leaving the dungeon, Mr. Song and Miss Jui explained to the guild employee what had happened. The employee truly realized the magnitude of what had happened and rushed to contact his superiors. It didn't take long for the elite to arrive, and soon after, they drove over and unhitched all the buildings near us. As soon as they got out of the car, the two guys started asking questions. How long has it been since we left the dungeon? One of them asked. The girl replied that it had been about 40 minutes and only 20 minutes left. It's been too long, and all the employees who are here need to try to save the bodies of the victims in 8 minutes. If that doesn't work, someone needs to leave them there and come back. The guy continued to ask questions. Did those survivors clean up the dungeon themselves? The girl confirmed that they did. Then the guy who arrived realized that the warden had tried to kill the other hunters while performing a contract killing. If this was true, then he had deliberately arranged the corpses and closed the dungeon because he had something to hide. But suddenly this guy saw me, and he was surprised. He realized that he was the hunter's son Jinwoo. At first, he didn't recognize me. He asked me, finally we meet again. I realized he was one of the supervisory officers. The guy introduced himself and said his name was Jean Chul, and he was the head of the oversight department. He seemed to think that one of his employees had inconvenienced us, and they would give us their unofficial apology after the case was solved and the investigating committee would handle the case in their place. And then I realized that there was no time to relax, just because I had killed a hunter, and even though I hadn't noticed it before. Well, looking at the head of supervision, I realized that he is strong and on a completely different level, and I can't handle him at my current strength. However, the head of oversight began to say that as a member of the oversight department he had some questions he wanted to ask us and things would go smoothly if we cooperated with him. I replied that I understood, and he decided to ask us directly, who killed the high-ranking overseer. After these words, I thought to myself that it seemed impossible to hide the fact that I was overworked now, and I would probably have to terminate my contract with Jinwoo. And since he wanted a talented, but not yet too experienced hunter, all would be lost. But suddenly Mr. Song answered the supervisor's question and said that it was he who killed the supervisor alone. The head then asked if he didn't mind, he should name his rank. Mr. Song said that he was of rank 0. The head did not understand how from rank 0 he could defeat a high-ranked hunter, but Mr. Song began to say that he could not see who was behind him. The chapter saw that with the healer's support and rank, they were probably able to defeat him. But the overseer was one of those who could not be controlled even within the department. Could he, with his one-armed rank, truly defeat a dangerous assassin in battle? He asked to go through them with him, for he was afraid he would need our help in filing a few reports. But a little later I stepped back with Mr. Song and asked him why he lied. He replied that he had just assumed that I had a good reason for hiding my abilities and that I shouldn't have done it. Yes, and I can't avoid an investigation anyway, and Mr. Song can't pay me for everything I've done for him. But right now that's all he can offer me. After that, the head began to ask me that he didn't think he could be overpowered by a hunter like me before, like the warden. And he also thinks that there is no reason to suspect me of overshadowing again. However, he decided to tell me something that he advised me to be more careful in the future, otherwise my life might soon be cut short. But I didn't understand what that meant. But the head went on to say that when Hwang Dong-suk's group was destroyed, only 2 people survived, me and another guy. And the problem is that Hwang Dong-suk had a younger brother who could take revenge on us. And then I realized that he was talking about a hunter who is in S rank. And it doesn't matter what really happened in the raid. What matters is that I survived, and since he is in S rank, the law is unlikely to stop him. They are living wonders and a disaster at the same time, and it's in my best interest to keep an eye on him, because we may be hunted by someone who even monsters fear. The head went on to say that if it were possible, my beloved and I could leave the country. That would not be a bad idea. However, 3 hours after the investigation into the warden's murder began, the general manager of the gold business turned himself in, confirming the investigation data. After that, Chun-hee asked me if I remembered the magic crystal I gave her in that double dungeon. That same evening we agreed to go for a walk, for we were just on our way home. I followed Jenny, and I noticed that she seemed uncomfortable being with me, and she began to ask me that I had changed a lot lately. But she hadn't changed a bit since then, even though she'd been through a lot. I told her that everyone changes in their own way, and though I was right, she began to say that I should know that she was too buried to be a hunter. And she's trying to overcome her fears, but it's not easy. After all, if you're a healer of rank, it's okay to go on raids, either of rank or at least from rank, if you're ill-prepared. But it still only joins raids of D or E rank, and that's where she kept meeting me, continuing to heal wounds that wouldn't stop showing up on me. And, to be honest, it even began to annoy her, because she thought I was stupid and vain at times. I always managed to survive. Because I saw your eyes full of life, and they seemed to be screaming for survival and to see tomorrow. Junhee never thought she would ever have eyes like that, and I promised her that we would have lunch together when we came back alive. When she held out her hand to me, there was a magic crystal in it. She said she had to give it back to me. I noticed that she started talking about how she was going to leave and go back to her hometown of Busan. She said that if I was in that city, I should definitely call her and she would treat me to sushi. But I tried to hold back and not show too much enthusiasm. I held this magic crystal in my hand and told her that if I ever found myself in the neighborhood, I would ask her to walk with me again. She was very happy to hear this, and soon she waved me off and left. I stood alone that evening and wondered what I should do next, for I had just gained another reason to become stronger. After all, S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-suk is hunting me, and I need to become stronger as quickly as possible. That's the only way I can survive and fight back against anyone who tries to take my life. When I got home, I went to bed. The next morning I went to one of the places Jinho had told me to go. However, when I was already there, I didn't understand who all these people who had gathered here were. Jinho asked me what I meant. After all these people are our partners for the day, and those who have a hunter's license can't participate in raids for various reasons. They are injured or alcoholic. And then there are those who, for various reasons, continue to fight for life, and they have been assembled on our team. And there are also those who came here to make a quick buck. I wondered if even children were allowed into heaven. I asked Jinho, but he said that if it was a waking child, there was no law against them going. The girl who overheard our conversation heard what we said about her, and it was rude as she replied that she was a full-fledged hunter. I started asking her questions, since she was a high school girl, and asked if she had any experience in raids. She said no, but I told her it was okay, because they wouldn't have to follow us. They would just have to wait outside, and only Jinho and I would go inside. Jinho started saying that we couldn't go into the dungeon, just the two of us. That's why we took you guys with us. And the law requires at least 10 participants for the dungeon. Those guys who were standing there watching all of this were reflecting on the fact that we are really very strong. Since the two of us decided to go there, they were glad. And they were glad that we were really going to give them 3 million each, even if they stayed outside. Jinho started saying that 3 million for a raid to each of them was a hell of a deal, considering they wouldn't have to lift a finger, and all they had to do was wait outside for us until we were done. However, they must not tell anyone about what they see or hear here. If anyone blabbers, they have to pay 10 times what they make today. It's written in the contract they signed. But as soon as we started moving out, I saw something and started saying to Jinho, I was wondering, what the hell is he so degenerate about? But he started to answer, what is this? A complete set of hardened armor created in an Italian craftsman's jewel. If the two of us were going on a raid, shouldn't he have been fully prepared? But I decided to check something out, and when I approached him, I shoved him with one finger. And after that, like a big log, he fell to the ground, so he couldn't move in his suit. I decided to ask him to just take it off. When he tried to get up, it didn't work, so he asked me to help him. I set him down, and as he took off that stupid armor and helmet, he started talking. But because of his nervousness, he kept the stupid helmet to somehow secure his head. I mean, he took that helmet just in case, but it didn't matter to me anymore. And we just had to hurry up and get it over with. And just as we started going into the portal, those guys that were behind us started whispering amongst themselves that we were going into the dungeon alone. And what was even sillier was that we didn't look strong. One of those guys started saying that if he wasn't strong enough to defend the dungeon on his own, he wouldn't be better off mopping up a high-ranked dungeon with big monsters. And that if they even died, but we got our money's worth. And suddenly one of the guys started telling the other guys that he had once heard this name, Sun Jinwoo, and he was known as the world's weakest hunter, or rather, that was his nickname. And eventually these guys decided that we were just seeing each other, because youth bullying causes a lot of trouble for others. And a few hours later, Jinho ran out of the dungeon. Those guys waiting outside were surprised that he came back alive and thought he had just run away. But the other guy turned around, and what he saw made him realize that it didn't look like Jinho had escaped. He told all the guys to turn around and look at it, because the gate was starting to close. And then they realized that we had killed the boss after all. When I got out, I asked Jinho, where do we go next? And Jinho replied that the next raid was about 1 o'clock away. Jinho started yelling to everyone else to get ready. After all, we're starting to move out, and we've got 3 more dungeons to clear today. Although those guys were shocked by what they saw, we figured they'd go, considering it's an easy 9 million for each of them. That high school girl who was standing behind us was surprised that we were going back to the dungeon after cleaning it up. She began to wonder who we really were. That same day at the White Tiger Guild, one of the guys brought a report and asked another to take a look at it. It said that 200,500,000 someone had actually spent that amount to get the rights to sweep the dungeon from the ranks. Recently there was a team, so now there are no gates left for hunters. It was originally 1,000, but even when they raised the price to 100 million, they bought back the rights for 200,500,000. This report made one of the guild staffers go into total shock. They began to read the report and saw that the leader of the group's name was Jinho, and they had never heard of him. They soon realized that he was the second son of Eugene's CEO, and it looks like they bought the rights with the support of the company. But after all, it's a big loss for them, and isn't that too risky an outing for a future CEO? But suddenly a memory came to one of the guys that they had heard of a survivor of that incident in the Double Den about 2 or 3 months earlier, and his name was Sun Jinwoo. It was already interesting, and that guy started screaming at everybody to drop what they were doing now. Hunter D ranked Jin Ho and E ranked Sun Jinwoo. Find whatever you can to take these two guys out now. At the White Tiger Guild, one of the guys started typing quickly on the keyboard and searching for information, and discovered that Sun Jinwoo had safely survived 3 accidents. The first mistake was the double murder. The second was the death of Hwang Dong-suk's group. The third was the recent murder of a supervising inspector. The two guys met during the second incident. The most interesting thing is how Jinho is connected to the Yojin Company. Rumor has it that Chairman Manhwa is hiring experienced hunters and plans to start a guild. If this is true, it is not surprising that Jinho wants to profit from it. After all, recruiting experienced hunters and quickly clearing dungeons means that Jinwoo the hunter may wake up again. And of course, otherwise he wouldn't have had a chance of surviving those incidents. Each time it was a major incident with many victims, and there was no other explanation these guys saw in the last incident report. A mage with rank and a healer in rank worked together to stop the Hunter Watchman. But that was impossible, for he was a high-ranked assassin, and magic is almost useless against assassins. And he was clever, so the first thing he had to take care of was the target. In fact, it was supposed to be a mage versus assassin confrontation. Unless someone else defeated a hunter from the surveillance department, with the only survivors being the healer, the mage, and the hunter's son Jinwoo. And no one else. Among the survivors, only one person is suspicious, and now the White Tiger Guild must move out on a reconnaissance mission to find out for themselves, rather than seeking information from unreliable sources. One of my subordinates was shocked that the chief himself would go on a reconnaissance mission, although that is so rare. However, I was in the cave at the time, and there were 3 large wolfhounds in front of us. They were horrible monsters, but they weren't much of a threat to me. After all, I now had a very good skill with which I could disappear from sight. Because of this, those monsters began to shake with fear, because they felt the threat, but could not see it. They were confused and looking in different directions, and I began to act. In the blink of an eye, I had dispersed all the monsters that were near me, and they didn't just crumble into little pieces. But I got Jin Ho, who mined the magic crystals. Why have I been hiding this skill all this time? He looked at me and realized that I had gotten even stronger, but at the same time I looked at my characteristics and saw that my sprint skill had been upgraded, as well as my death strike skill. I was able to get my first level dagger skill as well. I realized that I had leveled up a bit and gained new skills that I got from that warden's corpse. The content of this skill confuses me, but it is much more effective than my other skills. The whole problem is the continuous mana consumption. I wasn't going to put points into intelligence, but it looks like I'll have to. I hesitated for a moment. I was looking at my stats, and at that moment another wolfhound appeared, rushing right at me and trying to overpower me. But at that very moment, I applied my passive and active skills, and my skillful dagger wielding, as well as my lethal strike, put a fat end to this battle with this wolfhound. At one point, using my skills, I discovered 3 errors in the text. I was glad, because it looked good, and at the same moment I was able to increase my level, but suddenly I saw a notification window with an attention badge. I realized that a certain level was still required, but I did not understand what it meant. In addition, I noticed that I was offered a task to change my profession. I had to make up my mind whether or not to accept this assignment, for the change of profession was important to me. But at this time, the head of the White Tiger arrived at the gate we had recently entered, and his face immediately changed after he saw that right in front of the gate a bunch of people were just sitting at a picnic and eating their food. It looked like a playground for little kids who were brought food and told to stay there. I didn't understand what was going on and why everyone was waiting outside the gate. But suddenly a high school girl came up to the head of the guild and said, "What are they doing here? Because this is the forbidden zone." But the head of the White Tiger Guild wondered, what kind of child is this? And told her not to meddle in adult matters. Besides, this gate area is not safe. However, she replied that she too is a hunter and should not be treated as a child. She is part of this raid, and though she was embarrassed to say so, that she is special, she did not even enter the dungeon with her partners. If the head's intuition doesn't deceive him, I'm definitely the recruit who showed up for the first time in a long time. But suddenly everyone started jumping up and saying that the raid leader was coming back, and everyone should be ready to move out. Jinwoo and I started to leave the portal, and I asked him what the schedule was for tomorrow, for I had forgotten that I had urgent things to do, and it was better not to plan anything for tomorrow. He said that he had already made reservations at the dungeon, but if it was urgent, he would cancel the reservation, and I would really have to cancel the reservation. After all, if we book the gate and don't go in within 2 days, the reservation is automatically canceled. I thought about it and told him to put it off for a while. But suddenly I heard someone call my name, and when I looked up, I saw a man in front of me. He handed me his business card and said it was a pleasure to meet me. He is the head of the White Tiger Guild's second department. I was surprised because I had heard of the White Tiger Guild before. I wondered what he wanted from me. A while later we found ourselves at a nearby coffee shop and sat at a table talking. That guy started telling me about hunters, reapers, knights, and the words white tigers. I should have heard of them at least once, but instead I replied that of course I knew that the White Tiger Guild was one of the best guilds in South Korea. Then he cut to the chase and said that they wanted to invite me to join the White Tiger Guild and offer me twice the salary of Eugene Company. This White Tiger Guild guy decided that there was no point in stalling, because the true moment had arrived, and if I demonstrated my skills beyond expectations, the remuneration could be increased. I don't see how that can't be a generous offer for a hunter who was still an E-Ranger not too long ago. I decided to ask him how much it cost to build a building so he could offer me that. But this guy didn't know what that meant or why I was asking. Maybe I needed to clarify how much he was willing to increase his generosity. He began to say that they were using it to the tune of 50 billion. After that I asked him if he would really give it to me, but he didn't quite know what I was talking about. 30 billion! Shouted the head of the White Tiger Guild, and it made all the coffee houses go up in airs. He himself was quite frightened, so much so that he even jumped up from his chair. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he quickly sat back down and pretended that he had accidentally shouted. I began to say that the amount Eugene offered for the straw was 30 billion won. If you offer twice that amount, that means you are offering your 50 billion won. At this point, the head wondered how great his abilities were if Eugene offered him 30 billion won. They had not yet checked his rank and did not know if he was bluffing, since there was no way to check his words. But I replied to him that if he thought I was bluffing, I could provide proof. And since he offered twice as much, I thought he had heard about my deal with Jinwoo. But that didn't seem to be the case, and the head of the White Tiger Guild began to say that it was not within his power to pay such a sum. If I could give him some time, he would discuss it with the guild leadership. After he said that, I said let's call it a day, and started to get up from my chair. After that, the guy started getting nervous and wondering if he might be in too much of a hurry. If only he had known the details of Eugene's proposal, he would have gotten permission from the guild and acted in small but confident steps. But before I left I decided to ask him how he had obtained information about me and whether he had been watching my surroundings. And at that very moment the guild leader felt a cut on his face, which caused him to start bleeding. He realized that I was using invisibility, but I ordered him not to turn around. And after these words it became clear in my head that if I'm an over-awakened person who can use invisibility, then the way out of this situation is obvious. And I began to say that he was digging for me on purpose, and he had been informed that someone was sweeping the dungeon too quickly, and they began to investigate the matter. They pushed on me, because 3 major incidents had happened in the dungeons, and he had no evidence. Inside the time, it's no longer a coincidence. And after I was reawakened, I got the abilities of a high-ranking hunter, which helped me get through all these incidents. Jinwoo must have seen my ability during the second raid, and when I got my father. And that's what I seem to be doing now. And all things considered, it all adds up, and they know what they know. After that I asked him how many people knew about it. And the head of the White Tiger Guild answered that it was just him and one of his subordinates, but at the time that subordinate was sitting outside wondering how the chief was doing. And that's when I realized that maybe mopping up the gate too quickly was drawing too much attention. I don't want the number of people who know about me to increase, and if rumors about me start to spread, you and your subordinates will be ready to answer for it. However, the head of the guild was obligated to report to his superiors, but he didn't want to die either. And then I told him that I would personally warn my subordinate. And at that moment I cancelled my spell and appeared right in front of him, beginning to talk about how we seem to have inconvenienced the White Tiger Guild by removing too many dungeons. Unfortunately, we're not going to stop yet. The head of the guild interrupted me and began explaining that this is exactly the problem. We are letting our newcomers out of the gate by training them, but we can't send them to higher ranked gates. Then I asked, how about a deal? We will sell 3 of our armor, and of course, this offer is only valid for today. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, it will be difficult to book these gates later. The head asked me, am I really a gate buyer? Gates don't just appear in metropolitan cities, and they can train recruits in other provinces as well. The only problem is that it could cause conflicts between us and the other guilds. Eventually, the head replied that he agreed, and asked how much it would cost. I told him let's say 300 million for each dungeon. But after that, the guild leader got nervous and told me that for mana crystals and magic crystals from the dungeons, they could get a maximum of 200 million, and buying at that price would take a big loss. He offered me 200 million won, and after that I said that I agree. And when we shook hands, I told him that 3 brothers for a total of 600 million, that he should transfer the money to my personal account. And finally, I told him that I had a gift for him. He had to open his mouth. And as soon as he opened it, I poured him a special liquid, which made his face disappear early, his head in the same turn. I did not understand what this ability was. Also, the wound on his face instantly healed. I got tired and started walking, and at the end I heard the head ask me about the fact that I had just shown him invisibility and healing abilities. He asked if that could be considered a sign of my trust, but I told him that if it meant that he would at least keep my secret, then yes. At the same moment I disappeared, but a subordinate of the head ran up and started asking him what kind of light it was and how it went with this guy. However, the head of the guild was in the sky and very nervous, because he realized that they had met a much scarier man than they thought. A little later I contacted Jinwoo, and he told me that the transfer was received 600 million, just as I had told him. Jinwoo was delighted because the cancelled raids had been sold for that amount. He asked his husband, was I able to sell them? But I answered him with a smile on my face that it was a trade secret. That same day, but a little later, his subordinate came running to the head and began to tell him that there were high-ranking gates left in their area. The head was completely shocked by this news. Oh, and all the prices were under 10 million. And then the head realized that maybe Jinwoo's team wasn't going to the raid today. And then the chapter got nervous, because not only did he not get any information about Sun Jinwoo, but he was also cheated. Could this mean that he did so out of fear that his identity might be revealed? But suddenly the chapter saw a message from an unknown number. The message said that it was Sun Jinwoo, and with that I could turn a blind eye to the fact that he was digging into his past. At the same moment, after reading that message, the head realized that the deal was a front to get money, and he didn't think I would contact him. After all, I had sent a message to my business card number, but that wasn't bad either. After all, they got Sun Jinwoo's number, and from now on the White Tiger Guild will have the main goal of getting this guy. After all, the money they spent today is not that much money for the White Tiger Guild, although we might still have problems with the higher-ups. That same evening, I decided to proceed with my main goal for the near future. A gate appeared before me, which I myself had opened. After all, I decided right today to change my profession. Before it sounded interesting, I can't wait to find out what monsters will be inside, and finally, this game started for real. And when I went inside the gate, there were knights waiting for me, who began to fight me as soon as I walked in. They were very strong, but slow at the same time. Because of this, I was able to dodge their attacks. It became difficult for me to fight him. I activated my special skill, Deathstroke. Now I am able to inflict critical damage to the enemy's vital points. At the same time, I also used the sprint skill, which increased my movement speed by 30%. For every minute I use this skill, 1 unit of mana is consumed. However, after all that, I realized that my attacks weren't doing him any damage at all. Although the opponent wasn't too strong, my dagger can't penetrate his armor, and his movements are predictable. His attacks are not strong enough, and his only advantage is defense. He does not use his skills, and perhaps he does not know how to attack effectively. The more he opens up with his movements, the harder I can strike. I already had experience battling similar opponents, but they were proving too tough for my dagger. I grabbed my opponent with my hands like a knight. Eventually I was able to tear off his iron head, and finally kill the knight. This type of monster was weak in long battles, and could you even call them monsters? Most likely a toy monster, and it would be a shame to have to fight only such guys in the future. Also, since I'm using a torch instead of a sacred stone, it's a little dark, just like the instant dungeon. I can't get out until I close it, and it wouldn't hurt to conserve mana. The most frustrating thing is that my health is not restored, and I can't leave this dungeon until I close it. Also, there is a ground restriction in this area, and my health will not regenerate the store as I increase. Although my invisibility and death strike were quite effective, they don't consume too much mana. If I had known this was going to be the case, I would have put some points into intelligence. A certain difficulty in the dungeon, the lack of ability to heal, and the inability to escape make this dungeon too risky. It's a career-changing assignment. It can't be graded. I don't know how many hours or even weeks it will take me to complete this quest, but the worst part is that I can't heal, and I remembered that I had already completed the daily quest today. I thought it would be quick and I could finish it all in one night. If it takes more than 12 hours, I could fall prey to centipedes like that time. I don't feel good. I'd better get a profession and do the daily assignment sooner. Besides, last time I ran away from them as hard as I could, but if I run into a centipede now, can I beat it? But first I'll have to take care of these big guys who rely only on their protection. When a mob of knights came after me, I threw my torch to the ground and started running straight at them, attacking them with my bare hands. After all, my dagger couldn't penetrate their defenses. I struck one of the knights. The result was a dent in his chest, and he flew off toward the other knights who were standing in the middle. However, I still had to deal with the two knights on my sides. I jumped up and started hitting them in the head. I was lucky that the knights were too slow and couldn't keep up with my movements. I could have just jumped and attacked them in midair, since their line of sight was limited because of that armor. Eventually, I finally managed to defeat the last knight that stood in my way. I realized that if I couldn't cut them, I could just be where their bones should be. But even decent things fell off some of the knights. It's a money pouch and a breastplate above the knight. It was just wonderful that the elements of the armor could be hidden and not necessarily display their appearance. If anyone saw me, I would be a laughingstock, and I wondered if in reality he would protect me, too. I was also able to get gold from the pouch that fell out, and at this point I had as much as 863,400 gold coins. But suddenly I began to feel something strange, as if someone was approaching me. My instincts did not fail me. I drew my blade and thrust it into the air. However, it turned out that there was a knight using invisibility. I was horrified that there were monsters capable of becoming invisible. Also, there was some huge fireball flying at me, which I was able to turn away from. When I turned around, I saw a mage standing not far from me. He used fire magic and threw that orb of invisibility at me, the same kind of magic that Mr. Huan had used back then in the dungeon. But now I was concerned about the fact of what was going on here. After all, it looks like a repeat of battles that have already been fought. It turned out to be harder than I thought it would be. All the monsters are different types, so I have to use different characteristics to defeat each one. Knights require strength, archers require stamina, and mages require intelligence. If I didn't put enough points into strength, I wouldn't be able to break the armor of knights, and if my perception was lower, I would have problems with assassins. Since I didn't put points into intelligence, I'd have to save mana as much as possible and stop using skills altogether. Also, I'm starting to get tired. I have to finish as quickly as possible. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for me. I'll have to close my eyes for a while and get some rest to reduce the fatigue. But suddenly an arrow flew at me, which I caught right in front of my face. And when I looked up, I saw the archers standing not far from me. Luckily, it looked like they weren't going to give me a break. I was able to overpower them, and a little later I found another bag with 20,000 gold in it. There was also a bottle filled with warm water. I upgraded a bit and collected quite a few items. I also got some rest and thought I could move on to the next stage. However, the way I looked was ridiculous with that guard necklace, the breastplate above the knight, the archers and higher knights' gauntlets, and the assassin's boots. It all looked awful on me, but I was glad no one could see it. I was pretty much leveled up. And when I saw the big door in front of me, I wondered what skills the monster lurking behind that door had. After all, this was the boss's room, and that bone-chilling cold was coming right out from behind the door. When I opened the door, I saw that all the torches that were in this room were lit. I could hardly see anything in front of me, for there was some kind of strange fog. But eventually I could see that it was the royal throne room. I began to hear some footsteps, as if someone was approaching me from the darkness, and my vision, hearing, and fingertips began to give me signals. I realized that I remembered the feeling. It was the same as in the double dungeon. This coldness, I realized, seemed to emanate from this guy who was coming toward me. After feeling that way, I doubted whether I could beat him. And what should I even do? After all, my fatigue had more or less calmed down, but it wouldn't be for long if this battle dragged on with him. This huge knight began to emerge from the wall. He looked terrifying in his bloody armor. It was the blood-red warlord Igris. I saw a dark red name that was definitely different from the others. It was a knight defending the empty throne of Igris. It did not take him long to attack me. He swung his great sword, but I managed to duck in time, and he missed. Soon after that, total destruction began as he cleaved through the pillars like air. To me, this guy turned out to be an insanely strong knight. He was also impenetrable, as my blade didn't even leave a scratch on his armor. I didn't expect her to attack me instantly in response to what I was trying to do to her. She swung her big sword and struck with all her might, making the ground beneath us shake. But I managed to jump away, and now I was flying through the air. Suddenly I saw something red moving right toward me, and smoke began to rise from underneath it. It was already too close, right next to my face, and luck was on my side. I was able to dodge after all, and his blow hit the nearest column that was behind me, and it started to collapse. And as soon as the column collapsed, I was able to jump off the back of it and look right at his back. It was hard for me to breathe because the fight didn't stop for a second. Also, my armor speed reduction effect only works if my strength is below 80. This guy's strength is definitely above 70. His destructive power far exceeds mine, and his agility also prevents my dagger from penetrating his armor. That means his defense is higher than mine. If there is any way to defeat him, I realize that he is even stronger than I could have imagined. I don't think I can beat him without a weapon. If I don't try to penetrate his armor, I can't do any damage to him. There is only one way, and it could be much worse, a bare-knuckle fight. But Igris noticed it, too, that I hid my blade, and began to look at me strangely. He seemed to understand. I want to fight with my bare hands, and in the meantime he was aiming his big sword straight into the ground and began to drop his cloak to the side. He was also willing to fight me with his bare hands, though he was a terrible knight, but he was fair. He decided to show me nobility by fighting me as an equal, too. He underestimates me, but at the same moment he started running straight at me with the purpose of destroying me. He turned out to be pretty fast, and in an instant he was already near me and hit me right in the chest. I hesitated from the blow, and at that moment he grabbed me by my clothes and threw me into the nearest wall, which I broke through. I was stunned by the sheer force he displayed in a split second, but that was only the beginning, and at the same moment he ran up to me and hit me again with all his strength. I was able to block the blow somehow, but eventually our environment collapsed completely, and debris began to fly around me. The air in the room was polluted with dust from that blow. Because I was able to somehow block his blow with my hands, I was able to bounce to the side. I blocked that punch, but I felt like I lost about half my life. If it wasn't for the armor that time, I wouldn't have survived if I had continued to take direct hits. He remained surprisingly strong even without his sword, and I began to question whether I could even stand up to this monster with dignity. Even if I lose in strength, I have to rely on speed, and I began to activate my sprint skill. The speed of my movement increased by 30%. I became too fast and approached him. At the same moment, he elbowed me right in the head. I managed to put my arm up in time to block his blow. His arm bounced to the side, and at that same moment, we fought furiously. Our blows were so fast that it was impossible for an observer to see even one straight punch. Because I was too tired and exhausted after the battle with the knights, I underestimated my capabilities. He hit me with such force that I started spinning in the air, and at the same time my health dropped below 30%. At the same moment my fortitude skill was activated, and the damage I received was reduced by 50%. If my defense increased in conjunction with my passive skill, I still had a chance. I couldn't give up in flight, and I was able to strike him in the head. But soon after, I saw his gaze pointing directly at me, and he got even angrier. He grabbed my leg with his hand and hit me with such force that I instantly flew aside. I hadn't expected that at all. After all, I thought I could somehow get through some more time and come up with a plan. But as soon as I started flying into the nearest wall and made a big hole in it, I started to come to my senses and realized that I was sitting on that throne in this room. And from that impact, I was thrown right across the room. I was sitting there opening the pancake and I started bleeding. At the same moment, Igris realized that it was over, and as he approached me, he raised his big hand to give me one last blow, after which I would no longer be able to stand on my own feet. Somehow he began to summon his sword, which was nearby, shredding the ground. The sword instantly flew straight into his hand, which he raised, and he swung it, pointing it straight at my neck to deliver one last blow. If I had hesitated for a second, he would have ended our fight. But I managed to block his blow with my hand. After all, I still had one more item, the Gauntlet of the High Knight, which gave me 3% physical damage absorption and had the added effect of preventing rock injury if my strength was less than 80. As a result, my movement speed was reduced. There was a big wave around us that raised all the dust in the air, and I started with my other hand. After all, I hadn't lost yet. And as soon as my blade was in my hand, I stabbed it right in the head. Igris rolled to the side after my blow, and at that moment I picked him up and started running straight with him to the other side. For in that moment I realized that I could overpower him. I ran across the room with my blade, and suddenly crashed into the nearest wall. At the same time, Iris raised his hand to pull my blade from his helmet. I told him that I wouldn't let anyone touch my things, and even if my dagger was stolen, I could summon it back. At last I could deliver one last crushing blow. I thrust my blade in one more time, and though it didn't feel like enough, I realized that I needed a little more and it would be over. My Deathstroke skill was activated several times, and eventually, I hit him with all my might and looked him straight in the eye, for I wanted to finally wait for the moment when he let out his last breath before I beat him completely. And that moment finally arrived. Igris fell after my blows. And finally, I saw the notification I had dreamed of. I finally killed the bloody red warlord Igris. And at that very moment my level went up. I was terribly exhausted, and I sat right beside him, watching to see if it was over for sure. I had finally won. It was really close, and I felt the impact of technique, skill, and experience. I was weaker in every aspect. It's pure luck that I was able to win. After all, any mistake could have cost me my life if my opponent is so strong that he can fight on a par with the hunters and have the same rank. But suddenly I saw that I had knocked out the snow, the ruler's touch, the leather pouch, and the stone. Coming back was a joyous moment, for I had won as many as 4 awards at a time, and to me it was a well-deserved prize. Looking at it, you could tell that the risk was worth it, and when I opened the leather pouch, I found 1.5 million gold inside. I couldn't tell you how happy I was to have gotten it all in one go. I had never had that much gold before. To think, my gold had doubled in an instant. Also, I was able to get an item of rank S, unless you count the key to the gate of the demonic castle. This was the first time I had an S-rank piece of equipment in my hands, and the characteristics were also significantly different. Even a simple 15% increase in physical damage absorption would be a great boost, but adding 20 to my stamina and strength stats is incredible. And then there's the rune, and I was wondering what skill it contains. However, the skill can be gained by destroying the rune. There's also the return stone, which is a unique item to complete a quest. If you destroy the return stone, you can leave the dungeon instantly. If the skill change quest is completed in the dungeon, it will automatically be destroyed with no way to return. But I didn't understand why I was given the return stone, because it was definitely a rune that opened in an instant. If the return stone had fallen out, it might have meant that the quest was not yet complete, and I would have many more battles to fight in order to change my profession. It didn't take long before I began to feel something appear near me. As soon as I turned my head to the right, I saw a portal appear beside me. I turned around and saw many portals appear near me. At that moment, I realized that the career change mission had begun. I already knew it couldn't be otherwise. The longer I last, the more points I can gain. The number of points determines how highly ranked a profession I get. And just as the time meter started going, I saw someone slowly start to exit the portals. I saw a bunch of knights coming out of the portals one by one. I realized that I could handle these guys even in my current state. If they were at Igris level, I wouldn't even be able to handle the first opponents. So the longer you last, the more points you gain. The probability of getting a hidden class increases with every second, and it's good enough to do the job of changing professions. I have 390 mana left, and using it requires 200 mana. I also have 190 mana units left to maintain invisibility. It also requires 1 life unit per second to maintain invisibility. This means that I can last in invisibility for 3 minutes, and I have enough health, HP. I will try to last as long as possible. A mage appeared out of nowhere and started using the detection skill, and at the same moment he was able to find me, even when I was in my invisibility skill. That's when I knew I was in trouble. All the knights that were near me started to notice me and attack, but I bounced to the side and hit them from behind, which made them start flying in different directions. Corrected text, as soon as they flew off to the side, I stood up to my full height, turned around, at which point my blood activated, reducing the target stats by 50% for 1 minute. My bloodlust consumes 100 mana. It's my only chance. I have to give it my all for the duration of the skill. But there were too many enemies, and they were coming right at me. There were so many that they couldn't get through the corridor properly, and they were all pushing against each other. At the end of the corridor, a terrible battle broke out, and eventually I started taking damage and my HP started decreasing. Because they were coming from the gate faster than I had time to deal with them, and my passive skill Fortitude was activated, but it wasn't enough. After all, I'd taken it too lightly and wasted too much mana on invisibility. And at this rate, I wouldn't be able to use the skills anytime soon. I wondered if it was time for me to use the returning stone. And I'm not sure I'd get anything out of switching professions at my current level. It's too complicated. If I used the return stone, it would mean that I had failed the task. But as soon as I looked at the time, I saw that only 5 minutes had passed, and it looked like there was nothing left but for me to get out of this dungeon. But suddenly one of the knights hit me in the side with his huge hammer. I fell to the ground, and my return stone slipped from my hands and fell nearby. I lay on the ground and realized that my end might be near. All the knights who were nearby began to converge around me. But still, I was able to get up and began to fight. I fought them off as best I could. Of course, in the end, I decided there was no way it could have ended that way. Because such a priceless chance, all because, being at rock bottom, I dreamed of peaks. I, of all people, know what it means to be weak. I remember being told how I could help them. After all, my rank is so low, and even the guild thinks the same, that this guy is always hiding behind his partner, and to survive and think only someone who can't kill even one monster calls himself a hunter. And the fact that he is nicknamed the weakest hunter in the world. That means he is no stronger than I have been told. That is what they call S-rank hunters, but I myself was the weakest. All the time I was told I was very weak. In fact, I was before I was reawakened. Back then I didn't know what I had to do to survive and get some money for going through those dungeons with the other hunters and hiding behind their backs. I tried my best, but I couldn't do anything, and everyone told me to stop and take a break. Still, it was my fault. And then why didn't I take the safe roads and dance with death every chance I got? And isn't it too much luck that a hunter like me was able to grow so much? At the same moment I was surprised, because it really was me, and I couldn't believe that we were the same person. After all, the current me had built up muscle, and now I looked piercing and quite strong. But I've only changed on the outside. Inside, I'm still a wimp, and I wondered, what's the difference between the me of the past and the me I've now become? After all, I pushed myself into situations in which I was on the brink of death time and time again. Well, of course, we are also the hunters that we really are. And if I can't control myself, my courage will turn into recklessness. I will continue to fight these knights who have surrounded me, but there were so many of them that at one point I didn't know what to do, and when I was hit again. And when I fell to the ground, I felt a terrible pain inside me. The blows that these knights struck were even harder than before. They pounded me into the ground, and eventually I was no longer able to get to my feet. Lying down, I was completely surrounded by my enemies. I could hear a voice echoing around me. That voice was my own, belonging to my former self. I was a weak guy who was considered the world's most unsuccessful hunter. I could hear it telling me that I still had a long way to go, and now I would have to kill more people and sacrifice or leave many behind, including friends and family. As a result, I alone would be responsible for my death. This situation in which I now find myself reminds me of how I felt 2 months ago in the double dungeon. But what happened after that, I could not remember at all. Suddenly, however, the notice of the daily task appeared in front of me, and I had to get ready to get stronger. If the stopwatch that was in front of me counts down, I realize that the daily task is ending, and luck is probably a skill, too, and it seems to leave me, leaving me to die. Too much time is being wasted here. When the time expired, the notification system showed me that I had failed the daily assignment and now I needed to be punished. I will be moved to the penalty area. At the same time, the knight who tried to kill me struck his final blow. But suddenly he didn't realize what had happened, because there was no one near his sword anymore. I disappeared right before their eyes, and at that moment I was already in another place, where it was even hotter than in that dungeon. And as soon as I opened my eyes and saw the desert, I knew it was a penalty area. I started thinking back to what I thought at the beginning of my career change hike, that I hadn't done the daily assignment. And I thought it would be quick, and I could finish it all in one night, and I needed to get a profession and do the daily assignment sooner. But if it takes more than 12 hours, I might become a prey like that time, because last time I ran from them because of all the selves. If I run into her now, can I beat her? And come to think of it, I really didn't do my daily task today. So his time is up. Well, it was about time, and to think I was able to get out of that situation alive. And the assignment was so difficult that even the system wished me luck. Or was it said to encourage me to get more points? Luck or coincidence? Let them call it what they want. But at the same moment, I called my in-game store, and as soon as I saw my fatigue, I thought it was the first time my fatigue had exceeded 90. And since I had enough money, I decided to use a potion, for it was supposed to help restore my energy. Eventually, my fatigue started to decrease, but at the same time my health points were not restored, and it seems that potions have no effect on restoring health points when I am seriously wounded. Apparently, the only way is to wait for natural recovery. I'm not sure about the dungeon area of the profession change quest, but maybe my health will recover faster if I level up in that area. And even though I can die from one hit, I've never felt better than I do now. Where are the monsters to help me level up? And it didn't look like I had to worry about that. After all, they appeared right in front of me as soon as I brought it up. It felt like they were waiting for me to remember them. The battle began again. I jumped up and ended up right on top of the centipede's head. This is how I deliver crushing blows to get stronger and replenish my health points, HP, as quickly as possible. If I can hold out until the end, I go back to a place where I can get a very good profession. I only need to last 4 hours. I realize that what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. After all, I don't have any more backup lives, and now I just need to get as strong as I can so I don't end up in situations like this in the future. That same day, late at night in the house where I lived, my sister got up to go to the bathroom. However, she was contemplating the strange dream she had had. When she looked at the time, she realized that I hadn't come home yet, that I was still working, or maybe I had a girlfriend. She thought about the fact that she had definitely told me about the parent-teacher conference that was to be held today, and she hoped that I would come to it. I had been fighting for over 3 hours now, and I was only 15 minutes away from completing the penalty assignment. I kept fighting against those centipedes, which were very strong, but with my death blow, I was able to kill a lot of them. My skill level in the death blow was higher. Also, I was able to increase my level and recover my hit points, HP. I ended up with mountains of centipede corpses lying next to me, as expected. In the penalty area, you can heal yourself by leveling up. Also, thanks to the ability to use the store, I can heal with items. There were only 3 minutes left before I was back to my profession change mission. I still have a little time to prepare, as the basilisk fawn is not enough to break through the knight's defenses. I have to do my best, and I need a stronger weapon. When I opened my store, I saw a dagger capable of piercing heavy armor, so I bought myself a dagger called the Night Killer. Even though it cost 2,800,000,000 gold, it was a bit costly. But things should go differently, because when I use this dagger against opponents in heavy armor, my attacks deal an extra 25% damage. In addition, I decided to purchase bandages and wrap them around my arm, taping these daggers directly to my palm. I realized that if I did that, I wouldn't lose my weapon, as I did with the return stone, and would find another way. I have no other choice. I must try, and I still have one more rune, the Ruler's Touch. This skill can be obtained by destroying a rune. When I killed the Overlord, it allowed me to absorb and learn invisibility. I finally mastered this skill, the Ruler's Touch, and I can control objects without touching them. This skill requires no mana, and the description of the skill gives the impression that it is quite effective. Maybe that's what that guy was using. I don't think I can move too many objects, though. I was right. I couldn't move big objects because my level was still too low. I stood and watched as the completion of the penalty task approached. There were only a few seconds left, and this was my last opportunity. It was all I could do. Now all I had to do was rely on luck. When I got back, I realized that the number of knights had increased considerably in a few hours. As soon as they spotted me, they immediately rushed at me, seeking to destroy me. However, the first two who ran forward were instantly cut down by my daggers. They were surprised that I was able to chop them up, and this night killer effect definitely helps me. It's much more effective than fighting them with my bare hands. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. I was killing centipedes and leveling up, and before that I was gaining experience by killing Iris the Warlord. The system was saying that there would be no healing effects from the level increase, not that levels in general would not increase. Although mages continuously use spells, they never attack me directly. Only knights perform such attacks. Then I wondered what kind of spell they were using. Perhaps a weakening or some sort of curse, but I didn't feel anything like that. But suddenly I realized that it was summoning magic, and as time goes by, more and more knights appear. And no matter how many knights I kill, I get experience for them. But these monsters, they were summoned by someone else. So I don't get experience for them, and the summoners were the last ones to come out of the gate. And they were mages. When I threw my dagger, I was able to kill one of the mages. As soon as I killed that mage, all the knights he summoned began to disintegrate into pieces. It turns out that the knights were summoned through a gateway created by the mages. And that's not the end of it. I have to find the remaining mages and deal with them. But as soon as I used my invisibility skill, I sensed that the mages detected my presence. And then I realized that they seemed to have found me, but that's what I expected. Because of this I was able to find them, and there were only 5 mages left for me to kill. But with my skills and my new blade, I knew that I could complete this task and take out all my enemies in this dungeon. Thanks to my dagger and my skill with the ruler's touch, I was finally able to take out the first enemy that stood in my way. There were 4 more to find and destroy. The mages were not heavy opponents, for they always summoned knights and stood on the sidelines, watching the battle unfold. But now I need to find and finish them quickly, because if I don't do it quickly, it will take a long time, and it will be harder for me to fight them. I started running and killing all the knights that stood in my way. With my newly acquired blade, I was able to cut through all the knights with great ease. Thanks to my ruler touch skill, I was able to win. I will cut them all to pieces and stand on their armor. For I am far stronger than all of them put together. They're annoying, running in different directions and trying to do something, but there's no way. I'm stronger now than I was 4 hours ago. Well, just as I decided to relax for a while, one of the knights who was hiding behind me was able to strike me with his sword. I instantly turned around and sliced his sword in half, then severed his iron head. This caused me to start bleeding, which only increased my rage. I stared at him and shouted how much longer he would try to hide behind his knights. With my skill, I was able to get close to him and eventually defeat him. There were only 3 mages left, who decided to team up and began summoning something horrible that ended up under my feet. And suddenly, all the remains of the knights that had been defeated by me, or were lying under my feet, united into one terrible knight. But it looked like a golem. It was too big, and I had to jump off its head, for it crashed straight into the ceiling. It was a horrible monster that solved everything in its path indiscriminately, both its own and others. The mages had one last chance to finish me off, and they made sure this monster destroyed everything in its path. And by some fluke, he might have killed me. But no such luck. I was already rushing straight at him, and although they decided not to count the numbers, but the destructive power, I was now able to kill 3 mages in one blow thanks to my speed. Eventually, all the knights who were near me, as well as that big knight, began to disintegrate into pieces. I was able to breathe a sigh of relief, and although it might have taken longer if they hadn't grouped together to summon the golem, I was eventually able to manage in 4 hours, 29 minutes, and 16 seconds. All of the monsters in the room were damaged, and I was able to complete the task. I could now choose a profession depending on the number of points I earned. It is finally over, and all I have to do is choose a profession. Since I know how to handle a dagger, obviously I should choose an assassin. But suddenly I saw a notification in the window, which said that the profession would be assigned after analyzing my actions in the game. As soon as I read the word assigned, I realized that I would not be given a choice. Although I had developed all characteristics, including strength and dexterity, perhaps I would become a warrior because of my high strength score, or an assassin because of my dexterity, or maybe because of my stamina. Either way, I would become stronger. I began to read in the notification window that wherever I went, the Reaper was following me, and the player's path was paved with corpses and soaked in the smell of blood. I didn't understand what the system was telling me. As I read on, I realized that because the player has power, he does not rely on his teammates, but overcomes everything with his own strength. Judging from this text, I realized that it would be a warrior. My thirst for power can be so strong as to be able to summon those who wander between death and removal, an army of the dead, obeying my commands to pave the way where my will be the law. I will no longer need anyone else's help after what I have read about the army of the dead. I realized that this was my calling. My profession was necromancy, and I didn't understand how it happened. After all, I hadn't even touched the characteristics of intelligence. I am a magical subclass, a necromancer, a grim mage, controlling an army of undead that follows me. I don't know if there are necromancers among hunters, but in games and stories it is a class that delegates most of the combat to its minions. And when I registered as an arranger, I thought I would play an assassin type, using only swords and daggers. All of my skills were geared towards choosing an assassin. Why choose this class then? But I decided to take it easy first. After all, if a necromancer has advantages, it's that, according to the system, I can create my own army. But such slaves cannot become stronger. Then what's the point of distributing characteristics? Suddenly I saw that I had a choice after all, accept this profession or reject it. If I decline, I hope I will still have opportunities to get a profession. And just as I wanted to decline, I saw a text in the notification window that said Necromancer is a hidden class. And did I really want to opt out? I realized that a hunter who can create powerful shields, a hunter who can enhance targets without even being a healer. Rumor has it that the S-rank White Tiger Guild leader, Beck, can turn into a monster, and all hunters with unique abilities work in large guilds and are quite powerful. Then the hidden class implies a unique ability like those hunters. There was no point in me guessing about it if I could experience the necromancer profession myself. It seems that these mages used abilities similar to those of a necromancer. It's as if someone wanted to demonstrate a skill. I don't know who came up with that, but it's pretty funny. I have good combat abilities, but no magical abilities. If a mage has melee abilities and can create an extra army, he'll be able to sweep high dungeons on his own. In this game, our abilities depend on skills and characteristics. This means that summoned creatures will also become stronger. It is no longer a leveling up on my own, and my profession has finally been chosen. Based on the amount of points I received, I will be granted a profession promotion. I scored the expected amount of points. In addition, I did not use the return stone, and I also received extra points for that. I also completed the quest with a health level, HP, higher than 50%, and I received extra points for that as well. The amount of points I received was enough to upgrade my profession. I was promoted from Necromancer to Shadow Lord, and I was able to learn the special skill of Shadow Lord. I gained additional characteristics, and eventually I was given the title of He Who Outdoes the Enemy. I was instantly promoted, and I was probably able to advance because I scored enough points. If I hadn't gotten all those extra points, I probably would have stayed a necromancer for a while longer. Suddenly I started hearing some kind of scream, a scream of pain. I decided to see if I could summon these knights, but I ended up with nothing, and I realized that this was a necromancer's skill. Shadow extraction is a skill that is used to summon corpse creatures. If you are a necromancer, a command-type profession, you must choose a command phrase to summon. I thought about it and eventually came up with the phrase, rise. Immediately all the knights who were near me began to rise to extract the money. Shadows began to appear from their armor so black that I couldn't see any light that was inside them. And it looked pretty cool. I was able to turn a dead body into a shadow soldier using its mana. The higher the characteristics of the target and the more time that had passed since its death, the higher the probability of failure. I can absorb created shadow soldiers and save them. Shadow saves can be summoned and reabsorbed whenever and wherever I want. I realized that the system wanted to tell me that I could turn all these dead people into summoned creatures. Right now I had 27 infantrymen and 3 mocks, and I can create 30 shadow soldiers, but I can only keep 20 of them. I reached my shadow retrieval limit, but suddenly wondered if I could get a shadow hunter of rank A or S. I decided to test this on a commander-in-chief I recently fought under the name Igris. I already have 2 creatures of rank A or above at my disposal, and when I looked at Igris I realized that I could use shadow extraction on this target. If I'm going to use shadow extraction again, I must first release 1 or more shadow soldiers into combat. By taking advantage of the cancellation of the extraction, I must let go of the 11 weakest. I'm sorry, even though I summoned them, I started to cancel the extraction on the 12 infantrymen, and I can't re-summon the shadow soldiers I let go into combat. I began to look at that blood-red Igris warlord. If I can get a servant like that, I'm afraid to imagine what will happen to anyone who wants to attack me. After all, I could just stand by and watch my servant deal with all my enemies. And as soon as I ordered him to rise, I realized that I had failed. The shadow extraction didn't work, and I still had 2 more attempts to make. I realized that it's not that simple. The chance of successful extraction is based on the characteristics of the target and the time elapsed since death. I was the boss guy here, and it's been over 400 hours since he died. And, of course, it's not going to be easy. There were 2 tries left. Once again, I ordered him to rise. Well, the shadow extraction didn't work again, and I had 1 last try left. I turned my attention to the throne beside us, and began to tell him to stop protecting the one who was already gone, and to try to protect me, the one before him. I ordered him to rise again, and his shadow began to rise toward me. And, finally, it did. A terrifying aura was near us, and eventually Igris began to rise in this room. A terrifying shadow began to appear, and it covered all the walls, the ceiling, and everything under our feet. It made me smile even more. I decided to just call it Igris instead of Bloodred and Igris. I was finally able to improve my shadow. My shadow has reached the 7th level, and a name can be chosen for a shadow ranked higher than Knight. From this day forward, my commander-in-chief will be called Igris, and at last I have been able to extract the money successfully. My title represents the title of one who has outmaneuvered his opponent. The title is awarded to those who heroically defeat the enemy, and their characteristics increase in proportion to their loss of health. Characteristics are increased by 1% for each percentage of health lost. At the same moment, all those I resurrected bowed to me, which pleased me. I asked them to take care of me in case I couldn't protect myself. A little later, I started to walk out of the portal and felt the fresh air. As soon as I stepped out, I looked at the sky with new eyes. For I was now much stronger than before. The next day, I was up early in the morning. I was lying in my bed, very tired and exhausted, but suddenly my phone started ringing. I picked it up, and they started yelling at me that I was still asleep. But I started to say that I was a little tired, but suddenly my sister told me to look at the time, and it turned out that it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She started yelling even harder that I had to remember that I had to be at school today, and preferably by 5 o'clock. I jumped up out of bed abruptly and started telling her that I would make it in time and she shouldn't worry. After showering, I started looking at my clothes and realized that I needed to dress up better. I was going to meet my sister's teacher in a little while after all. I was already at the bank when a girl called out the number 280, and it turned out to be my number. I went up to her and she asked what she could do to help me. I asked her to help me open a new credit card and fund my account. However, this girl was a little confused when she saw the number on the paperwork she was given, because there was a lot of money in there. For a whole day and 4 billion, she didn't understand where I got such a sum. After all, I looked so young, and she decided to ask me what I was working for. But I answered that I was a hunter, and then she reminded me that people say hunters make decent money. And she's bad that I'm high early on. She started saying that their bank recently started offering new terms for VIP customers, and they have good reviews from their customers. And wouldn't I want to give it a try? But I decided not to try it and said I didn't need to. After the bank, I went to school, where my sister met me, but she looked at me differently already. She asked me if I was really her brother, but I didn't understand what was wrong. She started asking me if people could change so much in such a short period of time. But I started to tell her that I had a meeting with my sister's teacher and if she wanted me to come in my gym clothes. And as soon as we started walking along, all the students looked at me strangely, especially the older girls in high school. All the girls who were passing by, I wondered who I was and what kind of a hottie was walking around. They realized that apparently it was my brother Din's sister. Started asking me what it turns out in this school I'm pretty popular, and started further questioning that I do not have a girlfriend. So what was I doing last night since I came so late? And maybe she introduced me to a cute student, but I took her cheek and started saying not to mock me, and soon after she started apologizing. We finally got to the conference room, and as soon as I opened the door I saw the woman stood up and started saying that it was a pleasure to meet me since she was my sister's teacher. She didn't know Jean had such a cool brother. I started walking into the office and realized that even though I had already graduated from the school, this was my first time seeing this teacher. She asked me to sit down in a chair and started telling me that I didn't have to worry about my sister because she had a nice personality and good disposition and was a model student. So the teacher didn't see any point in worrying about anything. Then the teacher started talking, asking if I knew that my sister aspired to go to medical school. I replied that I knew because her grades were good and her academic record was also fine, so she could do well. However, I shouldn't put too much pressure on her. The teacher went on to say that she had heard that I was working as a hunter. If I had found out that my sister had discovered abilities, would I have let her work as a hunter? Of course not. The teacher sighed and said, as I expected, because the reason she's been asking about this lately is because there's a student who's trying to quit school after going through the awakening, and now that student doesn't attend school at all. And if this continues, the school will have no choice but to accept into the worlds. And even if someone becomes a hunter, does that prevent them from getting a diploma? Since the teacher doesn't know much about hunters, she decided to ask me. But I interrupted the teacher and asked what rank this student got. She replied that she had heard that it was the lowest rank. I began to realize that this student would die sooner or later. The teacher asked me if there was anything I could do for her. After all, this student happens to be a friend of my sister's. So I asked permission to talk to her so that she could at least get ready to graduate. When the teacher said it was a student named Han Son, I knew who she was talking about. A little later, when I finished talking to the teacher, I had already gone outside and realized that, after all, Korea is really small. And when I saw this girl, I immediately thought it was her. But when she saw me, she didn't understand why I was here. I remember this girl telling me that even children are allowed to go on raids. If you wake up as a child, there's no law against going on raids. And when I met her outside the school, she didn't understand what happened. After all, the hunter her teacher wanted her to meet was me. Taking my phone out of my pocket, I showed her a picture of my sister and asked her, "You two are friends, aren't you?" When she saw that picture, she realized that maybe I was Jean's brother. One day she visited me in the hospital with her, but she didn't see my face. She started asking me if I was Jean's brother. Then it became clear why I knew her teacher. But I answered that we didn't know each other at all. This girl started to say that she didn't know what her teacher had told me, but that she wasn't planning on going back to school and wasn't going to give up hunting. However, I convinced her and asked her that she is. After all, any rank hunter and normal attacks don't work on monsters. She needs magical weapons. If she ends up buying a weapon, it will wear out quickly and she will have to buy a new one. That kind of business doesn't make money, so she plans to fight with her bare hands. I asked her this question, and she shouldn't even dream of becoming a full-time hunter just because she got some money from our raids. She started asking me to stop lecturing her. This is where I didn't realize she was pretty persistent, and I told her that I was the same way, and she shouldn't worry, because I wasn't going to convince her to quit hunting. After all, it's hard to accept reality until you see the cold and cruel world with your own eyes. She asked me why I was here, and I told her that there was a plane coming in without business at the airport at the time, and a man from Korea came out of it. The atmosphere there was a little different from that of the United States. He visited South Korea earlier than he expected, but suddenly the guy with the glasses heard the voice of a man approaching him. As soon as he turned around, he saw an old acquaintance and asked him what the Korean Hunters Guild was doing here. The other man replied that the hunters, the essence of oversight, had come to meet and observe the S-ranked hunters who had arrived in Korea. At one point a man with glasses approached and began to say that he still worked for that old geezer chairman. If it had been him, he would have cut off his left hand and made sure he could do nothing without his right, and taken over everything. A man from the Hunters Guild asked how long he planned to stay here. The other guy said he wasn't going to stay long in Korea and would return as soon as business was done here. But the Korean Guild guy asked the businessman who left his homeland but came here from the United States, and whether it was related to Hunter Son Jinwoo and Hunter Jinho. Suddenly the other guy realized that, as expected of the department member, he was asking what he already knew, and immediately he turned around to ask if he could stop him. But the department member said he was just following his duties. Dong-soo put his hand on the inspector and said he liked him and made his offer. How about joining the scavenger guild? After all, we can take better care of him than that old man. But the inspector began to ponder the fact that S-rank hunter Dong-soo and his brother were suspected of killing a lot of hunters. This lizard that throws off his tail is the reason they couldn't start the investigation. After all, they really are blood brothers, even their insensitivity after the brutal killings. So, it seems just despicable trash. At this time I met with the head of the 2nd Supervisory Unit along with my sister's girlfriend. His assistant, the department head, realized that a high-ranking girl had come with me, and there was nothing special about it. He realized that he should not jump to conclusions, like the Sun Jinwoo Hunter case. He was surprised when he received a call from Hunter Jinwoo offering to try out a new recruit. Since it was a request from Hunter Jinwoo, he accepted it without hesitation. The leader of the White Tiger Guild knew that the girl who came with me must be interested in the White Tiger Guild. What's more, training for recruits was underway. It is good if he is interested after he sees the excellent training system of the White Tiger Guild. He has already explained it to other hunters, and there is no need to worry about it. He went on to say that an area with a high concentration of gates is not that many people who choose to live here, and 80% of homeowners have already left. They say it was decided to close some areas completely. The gates are an ideal place for field testing, and here they opened just in time. But suddenly some guy came up to us and said it was 9 o'clock and it was time to stop talking. We should start getting into the gate already. After all, he wasn't here for a picnic. I asked the leader who he was, and he said he was their new ranking recruit. But he seemed offended that he accepted my request and said that this dungeon wasn't for those who came to fool around. I started to look closer at that guy and realized that he had a tank profession and was part of that group as a first-ranked recruit, and there were 12 of them in all. The department head began to say that this might seem a little redundant. How many hunters are involved in gate closing? But they're still new recruits, and they need to gain experience with dungeons first. I contradicted him, however, and told him we should bring 12 recruits here. If the raid is too easy, the effect of such training will greatly diminish. Besides, my partner would more quickly understand the difference between herself and the other hunters, and understand how helpless the hunters of a lower rank in the dungeon are. But I'll just have to watch the raid from the sidelines if it gets too easy. And so we began to enter this portal, and I was the last one to go. And just as I was already fully into the portal, I got this weird feeling, and the gate started to change its color to red. Everyone who was outside began to realize that this couldn't be. After all, the size of the gate fluctuated like waves, and something was wrong. It began to feel like the gate was completely different from what it had been before. Yeah, plus, an ominous feeling had taken hold of me, and I needed to get out of here as soon as possible to make things go back to normal. The last thing I could yell was for the chief to get the main group here immediately. And that was all I could say, because the portal closed immediately. Those guys outside didn't know what to do now. After all, Hunter Jean had been sucked into the gate. That's a problem that can't be solved just by calling in the main group. I decided to call the head of the guild directly. And as soon as the guild head picked up the phone, he was told that it was a red gate, but he didn't understand how a red gate could even appear in this place. And if it was true, he had to check it out in person. At this time in the late afternoon, Dong-soo was driving his car from the airport. He was not satisfied with the car, for it was not good enough to accompany a hunter like him. At this speed, he would have gotten there faster, by running. However, the guy from the Korean Hunters Guild who was driving started to say that they couldn't get his body, and the funeral was held with an empty coffin. He asked if Dong-soo wanted to visit his grave, but Dong-soo began to say that it didn't matter how his brother's funeral went. He wasn't interested in dead people, he was only interested in his brother's remains. So now he heads to the dungeons to find the guy who killed his brother. Dungeons are a must for hunters, and the number of open gates in Korea was very high in the 21st century. It's not a problem to find someone who's going through the dungeon now. Jinwoo seems to have just gone into the dungeon. The rules inside and outside the dungeon are completely different, and no matter what he does with it, it's none of his business. At this time we were already inside, and it was eerily cold. All of US didn't realize where we were, for it didn't look like dungeons, and even the gates were gone, which were literally just behind us. But I didn't feel anything suspicious about the place. I thought that these gates had simply transported us to this world, but something had gone wrong. Suddenly I heard something approaching us. With my dexterity, however, I was able to dodge an icy arrow that was close to the face of my sister's friend, who had gone with me on this raid. Some arrows did hit the target, and the guys who came in with us, with frightened faces, started yelling that it was an ambush and everyone needed to duck. But I noticed that there were snow elves visible in a tree not far from us. But from that distance, I didn't even sense their presence. Those who had not encountered them used the term snow elves. Those who had already fought them, however, used a different term. In contrast to such a beautiful name as elves, observing their relentless pursuit of hunters, they were given the nickname White Walkers. At this time, the head of the White Walkers Guild arrived at the site, and as he approached the gate, he realized that it was tightly closed. This became a problem, and the head began to ask his subordinate if he had summoned the Korean Hunters Guild. The subordinate replied that yes, he had summoned them, but they pretended to be stupid and claimed it was just a low-ranked gate. The head of the White Tiger Guild understood that they were bastards, because red gates only appear in higher-ranked gates, and they say it's magical energy coming from another world. Behind this gate, just judging by rank, is a terrible mistake. The gate in front of me is at least below rank, and possibly even A rank or higher, if we are unlucky. But I asked the leader if they should measure the gate with their magical energy meter. He replied that magical energy, and in their current state they could not figure out the rank of these gates. The head of our guild asked how many people were inside, but the subordinate replied that 12 people went in there. The head asked how many of them were high-ranked hunters, but heard that there was only one A-rank hunter as captain and 7 ranked hunters. They don't know if the recruits who went in there will be okay, because gates can be either A-rank or B-rank, and the chapter rules out the possibility of an S-rank gate that could lead to a national emergency. And even if it is an A-rank gate, it requires at least 3 A-rank hunters. But if it is an A-rank gate, it requires at least 1 S-rank hunter. So if it's an A-rank gate, everyone inside can be considered dead already. And if they're lucky, maybe 2 or 3 B-rank hunters will come back alive. But the subordinates began to say that there were actually 2 more people inside who weren't part of our guild, and 1 hunter he'd recently looked up to. And the head began to ask what rank this hunter might be, A or B. But the subordinate began to turn his head, which meant that there was an S-rank hunter inside. I heard on the head that he was E-rank, but I was in this forest at the time and saw the guys who came after me die from the arrows of the White Walkers. I realized they were observant. They managed to find the 2 weakest hunters in our group. If this had happened a couple of months ago, that arrow would have gotten me, but I figured I'd kill them with my own hands. But suddenly the guy in the big outfit, who was thought to be a tank, started saying that it looked like they were greeting us with these actions, and he wasn't sure how many of us understood the situation we were in. But inside the red gate we can't go back until we're all dead, or not. Dungeons lie hidden. The girl who came with me began to ask me what the red gate was. I began to explain to her that it was a special gate that connected us to another world, and once we went in, the gate completely closed, and no one else could come to our aid. It's a place from which we can't get out until we kill the boss, or until the dungeon itself opens. In other words, we're stuck. At the same moment, that guy started to introduce himself as a top-ranked hunter, and his name is Kim Chul. He went on to say that now we all know that this is the Red Gate, and he will take responsibility for our survival. He began to say that he doesn't claim that all of us will be able to return alive, and we can't wait countless months for the dungeon to open on its own. And there is no guarantee that we will survive. A Red Gate veteran is no less dangerous in a place like this. How difficult it will be to lead a large group of people, so we must form and lead a squad to clear the dungeon. If we stay here, we will either die of cold or be ambushed. And even if no one wants to go clearing the dungeon with him, he'll go alone, and of course the question was who wanted to join him. Some of the guys immediately expressed a desire to go with him. I looked at the whole thing and realized why they agreed. After all, they would have a better chance of survival by teaming up with a hunter of that rank. But suddenly Kim pushed one of the hunters away and started saying that he was sorry, but he would not take someone of rank C or lower into his ranks. After all, one day spent in the Red Gate is only an hour outside, and at worst it will be countless months before the boss is killed or the dungeon is opened. In such a situation, he can't take a deadweight with him, and everyone he's turned down shouldn't turn around like that. If they think they are strong, they should ensure their survival as long as we put down the boss and they can return safely. But suddenly the girl interrupted that big guy and started talking. But that big guy smiled wryly when she changed direction, for she changed sideways instead of staying with the rank stupidity, and let her do as she pleased. Suddenly there was an empty seat, and the big guy began to say that he would take another person with him. At this point the girl walked past me and began to say that Kim hadn't noticed the arrows coming. I was able to spot them. She asked me why I wasn't an E-rank. At the entrance, in front of the gate, the subordinate of the head of the White Tiger began to talk to him about how, in order to gain the hunter's trust, he was keeping his wife's information a secret. He was sure, however, that he had awakened the head. The one who heard this asked the subordinate if he was sure or if it was just a joke. But the subordinate still could not get a definite answer, at which point the head realized that the only person he could rely on was Big Guy Kim. The subordinate, however, remained puzzled. After all, if the master had met the hunter's son Jinwoo, he would have seen for himself and would have understood everything. At the same time, the head of the first supervisory department began to say that Kim shouldn't have any problems, because his training results are very impressive. He doesn't lag behind the members of the main White Tiger attack squad in strength. The head thought to himself that this guy Kim, he's not one to be easily ignored, even among the high-ranking hunters. And with a man like that as raid captain, they should be strong enough to clear the dungeon. But suddenly some other guy came up and started saying that if he heard everything right about what was being whispered here, he rang hunters who may have been overawakened. Our Kim is much better than some hunter with no basic knowledge. At the chapter helper said we'll see who seems to be right. Yes, they'll be back, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the sound of a car pulling up to them, and the guy who was getting out of the car started asking what happened here. Dong's son came out of the car and started saying that he had heard about the rank gates. Did they really end up here? Why is the precious master of the White Tiger Guild here? But as soon as the head of the White Tiger saw this guy, he started to get angry. He did not understand why this man, a scavenger guild hunter, had come here. The head of the White Tiger began to ask him why he was in Korea, but Hunter Dongsun began to say that he had stopped by to take care of some business. But he didn't expect to see the head of the White Tiger Guild here. It turned out that Korea was really small, but the head of the White Tiger began to get angry and his strength began to show. He already began to say with a serious face that he should just answer the question of why the man who should be in the United States is back in Korea and doing his business in the White Tiger Guild territory. But Dongsun also wants to ask something, why this lousy hunter joined the White Tiger Guild and what they were thinking when they hired him. He says this about the hunter Jinwoo. And once the head of the White Tiger heard that, he couldn't understand how the S-Rang hunter was related to Jinwoo. Dongsun went up to the gate, and when he touched it, he did not immediately realize that it was a red gate. But at this time, I asked the girl who came up to me how she could be so calm about recruits, and she said that the first thing they learn is inside the dungeon, where anything can happen. This was especially true of Kim Chul, who received special instruction. He was honored to join the main attack group. At the same time, we started splitting into groups. One went down the path and the other went into the woods. And as soon as the other group approached us at the end, they wished us luck, and I told them that I would wish them luck too, but already in the woods. At that time, a girl came up to me and asked if I was going to answer her question. But I was thinking only of myself, and the girl, looking at me, realized that I, at least, had a high rank, or maybe even a C rank. After all, I looked pretty strong, but at that time the other group noticed a trail of some big paws in the trees. I didn't realize what was inside the woods where we were headed. It was snow bear territory, and by the mistake of one inexperienced Yerang, innocent people were about to die. But the other guy started asking Mr. Kim if he thought he would ever get an Yerang position. But Mr. Kim replied that no way, because he was just an Eranger. But suddenly Mr. Kim sensed something and started saying that our squad would be on its own and everyone needed to get ready for battle. Outside, however, a conversation continued between the head of the White Tiger and the hunter Dongsun. Dong soon began to say that he had come all the way here to see that guy, and he was stuck in the red gate, and it was hard to even get a glimpse of Jinwoo's face. But the head of the White Tiger couldn't understand why they were all so interested in the anti-boy named Jinwoo. At this time, the big snow bear was fighting against the captain, and it seemed that the battle was on equal footing. But the captain began to attack harder, causing the big paw of the snow bear to be turned the other way. The captain continued to beat him with his big axe. The other guys who watched this admired their captain. After all, they had expected this kind of behavior from him, for he was an experienced hunter and different from the others. He had handled almost an entire pack of snow bears almost single-handedly and was sure of himself. The boys decided to take all but the organs of the meat to provide food for themselves. With this meat, they could survive for a few days. It was a wonderful start for them. The captain began yelling at his charges that it was all nonsense. After all, we can't relax until we're out of the woods. After all, we've only made it through now because of him, and by now the others should be bear snacks by now. But those others the captain was talking about, that was us. We continued to walk through the snowy forest, but the girl began to tell me that we couldn't go any farther. I asked why not. She pointed her hand into the trees and asked me if I could see that this whole area marked by gentle bears and the whole forest was snow bear territory, and we should go back before the monsters showed up. But I started to tell her that if this area belongs entirely to the snow bears, then we shouldn't go back. After all, I have a plan, and that's why we're going deeper into the woods. But that girl started to get nervous, because she didn't want to hear what I was telling her. She thought I was just in a hurry to die. I went on to say that this was snow bear only territory in the woods, and we should only worry about bears. Better to deal with snow bears than snow elves. If there are a lot of snow bears in the area, it must mean that there are no more powerful predators here, so we won't run into any stronger monsters. After these reflections, the girl realized that I was right. She couldn't understand why she hadn't thought of that. I began to tell her that we were going to make it anyway. But I noticed the way she was dressed, and I realized that it was too cold in the woods. I asked her if she was cold in those clothes, and at the same moment I called up my inventory. From my inventory I started to get clothes out and told everyone to put them on. Here, it would be a shame if they all died of cold before we met the monsters. The girl was a little shocked, because she didn't expect me to have spatial magic. The other guys were surprised, too. Isn't spatial magic limited to just one or two objects? And the fact that I was able to summon so many things was surprising. And they didn't understand who I really was. Walked up to my sister's girlfriend and told her that I was actually the one who brought her here, and it was my responsibility to protect her. However, she shouldn't be asking me anything right now, and that goes for everyone else. I began to tell them not to ask me any questions or demand anything of me, but all of a sudden I started hearing someone coming toward us. And when I turned around and saw a big snow bear, the guys who were standing behind me started screaming and panicking. They said they would have to worry, just not about the snow bears. The girl started saying that going into the woods was definitely the wrong decision. She said she would keep him distracted until we all found a way to kill him. But I took her by her clothes with my hand and started pulling her back, and she didn't understand what I was doing. But I started talking in a way that made everyone understand that I was going to hunt monsters. But the girl still insisted and said it didn't matter how strong I was, because it was still a high-ranking monster. But I couldn't lose the experience right in front of me, so I started to change my title. After all, the title He Who Surpassed the Enemy is awarded to those who heroically defeated the enemy, and my characteristics increase in proportion to my loss of health. Characteristics increase by 1% for each percentage of health lost. And at that very moment, the big snow wolf started attacking me. I was able to jump up the mountain and began to think that if I added the effect of the title to my current level, I could destroy it with my bare hands. While I was in the air, I flew straight at him and hit him with all the force of my hand right on his head. The impact knocked the big snow wolf off his feet, and he fell to the ground as if he'd been pressed inside. The whole group that came here with me was shocked by what they saw. After all, they were not expecting that I could take down a snow bear with one blow. But I was sitting on a dead snow bear, and I realized that's exactly what I thought, because this is an unusual dungeon. The experience I get in it is different, too, and my level instantly went up. The girl who examined it didn't understand who I was. At the same time, outside the gate, the head of the white tiger began to question the hunter. "What is your business, Hunter Jinwoo? And why did you come here to the entrance of the dungeon?" But the hunter replied that it was none of his business. He was just having fun. The head of the white tiger understood that he should not think about those red gates, for nothing could be done anymore. Behind that gate might not be a dungeon, but a desert with temperatures over 60 degrees, a jungle with poisonous snakes and insects, or an extremely cold snow zone where you could get severe frostbite. The chances of them coming back alive are minimal, but the hunter wanted to see what would happen next, to see something so rare just walking by. But that's pretty troublesome, and he can't just wait here for this dungeon to open. The inspector stood near the others and began to ponder that Jin was lucky, for this is a red gate, and even an S-level hunter is powerless here. But he'll be even luckier if he can come back alive. But at this time already, when the sun had set, we sat in the woods and lit a fire, and on it we ate the meat that had been achieved during the battle with the gentle bears. The guys started to eat the meat, but for them the bear meat was a little tough, but it was pretty tasty. Girlfriend. Sister's girlfriend I brought here started telling me that my sister really doesn't do anything at home except do her homework, and say she hangs words on the wall instead of wallpaper to study in her sleep, but I told her that she is just like them guys come home. She plays eat and sleep at home. We have Sonia who loves fried chicken, but my sister's girlfriend thought I was lying because she is so good studying. But I myself could not believe it because when we were younger we were together. Playing arcades, guys who were sitting across from us in the beginning whispered among themselves that they thought that the number of ambushes of snow bears. But it was because our captain took care of them. He killed a snow bear with his bare hands, and at this point I got up and started to leave. But the girl started to ask me where I was going, and I told her 100 times I've eaten already, I'll go do exercise. They did not understand why I was doing the exercises in a row indoors, but I began to explain to them that if I did not do them, I would be fined. At that point, they realized that I was definitely weird. A little while later, I found myself on a tree branch and hanging head down. I started doing abs exercises, but that quickly bored me, as I couldn't afford to fall behind the group and end up in the penalty area. So I decided that when I warmed up, it was time to go hunting. I didn't get much farther away, at which point a bunch of awful snow bears started advancing toward me from some black portal. I stood in front of them, but the question arose, will my shadow soldiers be enough for all of them? And as soon as I said the word rise, a terrifying shadow appeared behind me, from which my soldiers began to emerge. It felt as if there was complete darkness around me, so deep and black that no one who looked could see further than 10 meters from my shadow. Little by little my shadow soldiers began to appear. They were so black that the white snow disappeared against them, and I began to tell them that they had already understood their first assignment, so I would not explain anything else. They will understand themselves how to act in this situation. My whole black army was behind me, and they were ready to fight for me and for me not to fall. I was in the very front lines, with my General Igris behind me, and behind him was the rest of the army I could muster. At last, the battle had begun. Those snow bears, as if they were the real ones, went at me when they saw my entire army. But at the same moment, my shadow soldiers rushed into battle, too. The shadow soldiers began slashing the snow bears in different directions, though some of them died. However, my soldiers were much stronger than them and fought mercilessly. My army also had some incredibly powerful guys, mages who stood behind everyone else. They had powerful fire spells, and the soldiers had fast regeneration. All of my shadow soldiers exceeded my expectations. Their regeneration was almost comparable to immortality, though it required a huge amount of mana. At this time I heard something approaching us, and I looked up. I saw a large snow bear and realized that the leader I had been waiting for had finally arrived. I realized there was no way they could handle it, and my magic had already dried up. The shadow soldiers could no longer regenerate due to lack of mana. That's when I made the decision that it was time for my commander-in-chief to act. I ordered Igris to head out and destroy the leader of the snow bears, and he in turn began to walk in slow steps, and then ran sharply toward the snow bear. He began to crumble it in different directions with his big sword. This made the snow bear begin to bleed and scream at the top of his voice. He roared throughout the forest as Igris cut off his big paw. They continued to fight, and the snow bear wanted to put up some kind of resistance, but in the end he failed, for my commander-in-chief was very agile and had incredible strength. He slashed the snow bear every time it came near him. I kept watching as my commander-in-chief started running behind the snow bear's back and slashing his legs, causing the lower bear to be unable to stand on his big hind legs. However, the commander-in-chief then slowly went around him and began to slash him with his big sword. Eventually, Igris decided to end this battle. He swung his big, sharp sword, cutting off the head of this big snow bear. I saw my commander-in-chief turn around and start walking toward me, with the snow bear's head in his hands. I realized that I wouldn't have had a chance if Igris hadn't used his sword then. With my current level, we are on equal footing, but that was just me thinking that. In fact, when Igris threw off my snow bear head and kneeled down, I knew he was stronger than me. After that, I told him that he had done a good job, and it was time for me to turn the snow bear into my shadow soldier. I successfully extracted the shadow, and a shadow began to emerge from the big snow bear that would obey me specifically. And so he appeared, and from behind the snow bear, the other bears were appearing, destroying my shadow army. I looked at the leader of the bears and realized that I and my army were now much stronger than before. At the same time outside, the white tiger head began to ask about his subordinates. How long has it been since they entered this dungeon? His subordinates replied that it had been about 3 hours, but inside it had already been 3 days. They wondered how many were still alive. But the head of the white tiger began to tell them to give up any hope of a normal environment beyond the red gate and the scorching sun, the endless clinging poisonous bedbugs, or the northern stream. Of course, the weak will be the first to die. And even if one were to adapt to the conditions of that world, one must provide food in addition. They could try to eat monster meat, but these gates are too high for low-ranked hunters, and hunters of rank and below are likely dead. And as soon as Dong Song heard this, he realized that Jinwoo must be dead, and he was probably just wasting his time. But suddenly he began to say that the head claims that Jinwoo is not a member of the White Tiger. As he found himself there, a subordinate of the head began to say that he was an old acquaintance of his. He asked permission to take part in the raid, but did so early and reluctantly. The head agreed and brought him in, though he realized that his subordinate was trying to cover for Jinwoo the hunter. So giving him away became problematic. Besides, foreign S-rank hunter Huang Dongsu knows of the existence of this E-rank. Huang Dongsu decided to say that there was nothing more he could do in that case. He very quickly approached the subordinate of the head, took him by the throat, and lifted him into the air. Huang Dongsu began to say that he has always had a knack for dealing with difficult situations. He feels that there is something suspicious here, and he must tell him the truth about what he is hiding. But at that very moment, the head of the White Tiger got really angry and told him to take his hands off his ward. Huang Dongsu starts smiling and says that he's ordering someone who's acting like he's the boss. The head of the White Tiger did not understand what he was talking about at this moment. Their aura began to increase, as if something glowing was flying near them. Everyone else knew that if this continued, these two would make an unreal disturbance here that would make everyone sick. But in the meantime, outside the gate, the captain was sighing cold air. His weapons were shattered, and his shield shattered in two. He stood, utterly scarred, but in front of him was an even more terrible monster who had done all this to him. And so the captain realized that all his efforts had been futile and he had lost. For the monsters that attacked them began to drag and break everything in their path, destroying almost his entire group. It was no use to the hunter, who had even undergone special training to get to the elite. However, he had lost and could not accept it. But suddenly the captain heard the sound of a bow shot, and an icy arrow flew straight at his associate, who was standing behind him. He looked up and saw the snowy white walkers coming at him. These walkers came right behind Bigfoot. The captain began to turn around and noticed one of his subordinates approaching him. He was covered in blood and badly wounded, but suddenly something appeared that was able to finish off his subordinate, and now the captain was the only survivor. The captain saw behind him the white walker who had finished off his last comrade in arms. Out of fear, he began to scream and run far away from them. But out of the crowd of white walkers appeared a mysterious monster who was riding a horse. A little later, the captain set out through the snow-covered woods, and the cold made his hands freeze. He began to convince himself that if he did not starve for a few days, he would not run away and be defeated. But suddenly he saw very many dead snow bears, and he wondered why he had not encountered a single ice bear after entering the forest. Here was the reason for all this. I couldn't believe these guys could destroy them. But they wouldn't have had enough. And he began to think that it probably wasn't that second group, but Hayaki's monster, and they had to be around here somewhere. He decided he needed to get out of the woods faster, but in the meantime things were heating up outside, and two strong hunters started fighting. The head of the White Tiger began to transform into a horrible monster that lurked within him, and Huang Dongsu was gathering enormous power at his fingertips. They decided to fight right here and defeat everything in their path. Suddenly there was a flash, and from that a wave rolled in, lifting all the dust and rocks into the air. The air wave began to sweep away everything in its path, and the boys standing nearby couldn't look at it calmly. To them it was a terrifying force. However, once the smoke cleared, Huang Dongsu smiled, for what he saw looked good. The inspector was able to stop them both. He was between their hands. But he soon realized that had they both not reduced their strength in time, his arms would have been broken. And he began to say that he was the first to suspect Jinwoo at his birth. And yet, after being checked by the highest-ranking magical power detector 2 months ago, he was still ranked lower. It was no luck that Hunter Huang Dongsik was dead, but Jinwoo does not possess such destructive attacking power. Huang Dongsu knew that if they prepared a trap, the culprit was probably Eugene Company. The inspector replied to him that then there was no reason to obsess over Jinwoo the hunter, and that was an excuse to just kill another man. At this point, he lost his at and decided he would just go to sleep. The subordinate head of the White Tiger knew Jinwoo's abilities better than anyone, and she was sure he would definitely come back alive. At the time, we were all sitting around the fire, warmed by it. Suddenly we saw the captain begin to come out of the woods. He looked at us and couldn't understand, asking himself, why are all these low-ranking hunters still alive? He saw warm clothes, a blanket in the tent, and various gadgets. They even had food. If his hands weren't cold and he had a full stomach, he could easily beat Hayaki. Suddenly, he became angry because he saw that they had prepared all these supplies and kept them only for themselves. He started yelling at them that they were scoundrels, but we couldn't figure out how he ended up with us and how we had all this stuff in the tent. The captain kept talking and asking why they weren't responding to what he was saying. He didn't think they were all accomplices. He asked who had all those supplies and promised to let them go if they named the culprit. After all, he was talking about the one who hid the supplies and betrayed his comrades, leaving them to die. Then he began to count to 3. If they did not give up the traitor, he would count them all as accomplices. And so the captain began the countdown. 1, 2, he drew his sword, and suddenly he saw that girl decided to leave because she had some plan, and apparently she doubted her ability to survive. She was trying to cut back on the number of people to keep supplies flowing. He started screaming, accusing her of the crime, but suddenly my hand appeared from behind his head and hit him lightly. This blow sent him flying several meters away. Everyone rejoiced when they saw their captain. I began to tell him that he had actually left his comrades to die, not to mention the fact that he came back with a dead look on his face. I realized there was someone near us. And when I turned around, I said to them, "How about you guys? Don't you want to cancel your invisibility? After all, combined with your powerful energy, it becomes useless." And suddenly they began to appear in front of us. I realized it was the boss. Yeah, there were at least 20 of them, too. And this one, who was sitting on a horse, started saying that there was really one useful guy out there among the trash. But I was surprised at first, and then I asked him, why did he call us trash just now? But suddenly the boss of the White Walkers asked how I knew their language. I was surprised, too, because I didn't understand how I could understand their language. After all, I couldn't talk to monsters, but that was probably an effect of the system, too. But the boss of the White Walkers was pleased and said that since I could communicate, there was someone he wanted to introduce. And another elf appeared beside him and said that we already knew each other, and he was the one who notified us that there was someone strong among humans. And this guy wanted to fight me, but suddenly before he could finish speaking, that White Walker's head flew off to the side. I cut his head off in an instant, which made no one even realize how it happened. I turned to him and asked, is there anything else he can say? But the White Walker boss turned his head toward me and started smiling weirdly, and all he said was that I was a funny guy. And when I threw the first punch at the White Walker boss, he skillfully blocked it, and I knew he wouldn't part with his life so easily. This elf decided to offer me a deal, claiming it wouldn't hurt me. At first he decided to ask me why I, as a non-human, was protecting all these people. However, I didn't understand what he meant. After I said that, he started laughing strangely and saying that I was so unaware of all this. It's about that voice in our heads that keeps ordering us to kill people. But I don't hear it in my presence. I began to wonder about the origin of that voice that orders us to kill people. It's some kind of program instruction, and if this voice doesn't affect me, maybe it has something to do with me being a rock in this system. One elf started saying that there was no need for fighting, because after all, we don't want innocent blood spilled. He asked me to give them these people behind my back, and in turn he would spare me. But I also had a question for him. Who are they, and where did they come from, and why are they trying to kill us? Suddenly something strange happened, and this elf started saying again that there was no need to fight, and in the end, they didn't want to sacrifice in vain. Answer to your question, unfortunately, information about these obscure creatures and their origins is not available in my knowledge base because my access to information was restricted until September 2021. Can you describe more details or context so that I can provide further assistance? I realized that he was avoiding my question, and eventually I needed to answer whether I was accepting their offers. But I said I refused. Then the elf asked me if I was going to fight him and his army, and if I thought I could do it alone. Please check and confirm that all corrected errors are according to your intentions. I answered him, what other army? And at that moment, my shadow soldiers began to appear behind me. All the people who were behind me began to wonder about it and didn't understand what was going on and what monsters were appearing everywhere. After all, shadow soldiers and even shadow snow bears were everywhere. They didn't understand what was going on. This elf thought it was a cheap trick, but after his words I began to act, and my shadow soldiers began to attack them. And so the battle began in a fierce battle, with the White Walkers on one side and my shadow soldiers on the other. The other hunters began to retreat, as they were undecided about a battle that was beyond their strength. I watched this battle and realized that he didn't seem to be bluffing when he called it a cheap trick. Despite the advantage in numbers, my army wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. They may be immortal, but I can't keep up their numbers for long. From the moment I pumped them, they should have overpowered the elves, but the problem was the boss. That problem was enough to know how strong he was. And even if I teamed up with Igris, it still wouldn't be easy. An ordinary soldier won't do here, and I need a stronger shadow. The boss elf began to say that his name was Barrack, and asked what my name was. I answered that my name was soon Jinwoo. I stepped on the captain's sword and thus started running towards the boss to attack him. This caused his sword to swing right back at the captain's sword. I jumped up and wanted to strike this boss elf, but he successfully dodged my attack. I kept attacking him, and my blade moved from one hand to the other, but this elf still blocked all my attacks, and in the end, he kicked me with his foot, sending me flying to the side. I immediately got to my feet and heard him say that he hadn't been this excited in a long time. At that moment my attention was diverted by a mage, who used his magical power to create an explosion that occurred behind the elf. Thanks to the mage I had some time, and now I had to make my plan a reality. At this time, the captain was beginning to come to his senses and get to his feet. He was pondering exactly what had happened. Then he heard my voice when I hit him, and it made him angry. He took his sword and said he was going to kill me. After the explosion, I looked at the fire and knew that it wouldn't just go out. I ordered this alpha to stop wasting my time and come out to me with a horrible grin. He started to run at me and tell me that was all my soldiers could do. But I stood my ground, for I had a plan. And at that moment the captain ran at me, and behind me he ran and tried to kill me. This boss elf realized that he didn't seem to be the only one who wanted my head. But I knew this could happen, and at that very moment I called for my commander-in-chief, who was behind me, and he showed up just in time. For the captain was already ready to kill me. Igris blocked his blow and ended up killing the captain. I stood all in the shadows and knew this would happen. The captain was bleeding all over. The veteran was very badly wounded, and at the same moment the captain realized that I had planned everything beforehand. For I had planned his destruction from the beginning, and eventually the captain began to lose his strength, and then died. The elf boss wondered what would happen, for he could see that nothing had changed. But at that moment I ordered the captain, who was dead, to rise up behind me. Finally, I was able to get rid of the shadow, and I have a new, very strong partner. He is much bigger than before, and he is much stronger now. Now I have to choose a name for him. After much deliberation I decided to call him Iron, the new knight in my ranks. Then he started telling me to stop, because I don't think this guy could stop him on his own. But I didn't think so. I ordered Iron Man to use his shouting skill. At this point, the dungeon boss began to flinch. The elf started screaming that another strange guy had appeared, and that he was going to start with him. The boss began to attack Iron, but he managed to block his attacks with his large and strong shield. And when Aaron struck, the boss was able to dodge it. At this speed, he could not hit him, because Iron was big, but very slow. However, the boss didn't know that there were 3 of us here, and that the 3 of us could definitely take him down. My group was watching everything that was going on. They were surprised and didn't understand how all the hunters were fighting. After all, they had never seen a real fight between monsters before, never heard or seen anything like it. It seemed to them that they were seeing a dream. Igris lunged at him with his sword. But at that moment I was behind the chieftain and was able to wound him. So I applied the effects of paralysis and bleeding. Even if he could have dodged a fatal blow in that situation, he wouldn't have been able to handle the 3 of us. After a few wounds, the dungeon boss calmed down a bit and began to tell us in a calm tone that we were a bunch of scumbags. At this point my opponent's resistance was too high, and the effect of my attack was deflected. I knew he was in no position to say such things, so I asked him if I could examine his condition. When he turned around, I saw that all of his soldiers had been destroyed by my shadow monsters. I didn't think that was all his soldiers were capable of. The dungeon leader was angry that I had destroyed all of his soldiers, and immediately rushed into battle because he knew that if he could destroy me, he would get rid of all of my shadow soldiers. However, as soon as I saw him running toward me, I threw my blade at him. But the chief was puzzled by this action and started laughing, saying that I was throwing my weapon like an idiot. But he didn't know that I had a skill that allowed me to speed up a flying blade several times. And once the dagger accelerated, I was able to penetrate his defenses. At that moment Iron was able to sneak up and grab me. And while the boss had nowhere to run, my mages behind me began casting a fire spell. When the Big Bang exploded, only a shadow was left where Iron was standing and holding the boss. The boss came out of that shadow and started screaming that we were all children and that he was going to kill us all. The dungeon boss was terribly angry and was already ready to attack us. But at some point a wand appeared on his side, and thanks to my invisibility I was right next to him. I gave him a crushing blow with my blade, which he definitely didn't expect, and that was the end of it. But the boss couldn't just give up. He rushed toward me, holding my hand. Iron was at his back again and dealt him a crushing blow, which happened exactly as I had predicted. It was over, and the boss was destroyed. At last we can breathe. I finally managed to defeat the dungeon boss, and my level went up. I was happy that it was finally over. But suddenly Iron began to mercilessly finish off his opponent, as if he had lost his mind. Although he had turned into a shadow, he remained the same thug as before. As soon as I asked him to stop and calm down, I stepped back and wondered what would happen next. As soon as I stepped back from the errand, he met Igris's gaze, but Igris looked at him strangely. Then he lowered his head and walked away. But when Irons turned around, there were two more shadows behind him. He raised his hands and shouted with them, "Yo!" At this point, I asked my group to turn around and pack up, but they were surprised. After all, they didn't think we were going to start walking home now. At that moment, a gate appeared next to us. I showed them all that it was a portal to the outside. They were very excited to finally be able to go home. But I still had things to do. It was my shadow's turn. It was already 3 a.m. on the other side of the brother, and those guys who were standing there realized that it had been a week behind the gate. The head subordinate said that they could stay here, and that the head should go home first. But the head replied that the guild members were confined inside, and how could he go home to rest? We must at least wait until morning and then think. But at the same moment, the red gate began to change its color. As soon as the gate opened, the dungeon was cleared and people began to come out of there. One of the guild guys began to rejoice that Kim had made it. As the hunters began to come out, the guys who had been standing the whole time began to shout that they had survived. After them, the last one who was there came out. That was me. One of the head's subordinates rejoiced, for he thought so. And as soon as the gate disappeared, the head began to ask what happened there and where Kim was, because it can't be that everyone who survived. But the girl who was inside the dungeon answered that yes, that was it. The head was shocked that everyone who came back was only unranked hunters. He was wondering what had happened inside, but at this point I started walking past the chapter and told my sister that I would take her home. But suddenly the head of the White Tiger Guild stopped me and said we needed to have a little talk. However, I pushed his hand away and said I was very tired. If he wants to know something, let him ask his guild guys. But suddenly he grabbed me by my clothes and said that it was not a request, for he was the head of the White Tiger Guild, and it was an order or perhaps a threat. They lost 9 guild members in this raid. As head of the guild, he has to ask me some questions. I wasn't interested, but I asked him, so what? I mean, I saved the other 3. And if he really was the head, shouldn't he have thanked me in the first place? After all, it wasn't easy. At this point, the head agreed and said I was right. He apologized to me, and I was able to continue on my way. Soon I got in my car to go home. The girl who was sitting there drinking hot tea was with me inside the dungeon, and the head started asking her who the guy was and why he was so annoyed. After that she started to answer that she didn't know, but after defeating the boss, he shouted something out 3 times in front of his corpse, and then we just left. The head subordinates started telling him not to get mad at that guy because he's not a bad person and maybe he's just tired. But the head replied that that wasn't the problem, and why he still hadn't recruited him, because he was so confident against me. I should prepare to lose an arm if I fight him. After these reflections, the chief ordered his subordinate to deal with it immediately and recruit that fellow. Although the guy said he would do his best, the head replied that it wasn't enough and promised his full support, because he had to get him into their guild at all costs. When the conversation was over, the head left. And I was driving home in the car with my sister's girlfriend, and I began to speculate that this situation was probably due to our difference in strength. I had failed 3 times to retrieve the dungeon boss shadow, and that was a big loss for me. Of course, the method I was able to get the dagger from the barrack. This dagger belonged to the great warrior, and the light enchantment makes the wearer more agile. I was lucky to get something. As we drove up to the house, she told the girl one last time that she had done well, and wished me well on my way home. The last thing I heard was that she began to thank me for today, and I would see her later. I didn't know what she meant when she said later. And as soon as she ran back to her house, I looked at my watch and realized that not even 24 hours had passed, and I had been there for a whole week, and today was not going to pass rider with Jinwoo the next morning. I saw the shiny outfit in front of me again. I asked Jinwoo if that was why he had called a cab, because I was planning to pick him up. 10:10, Jinwoo began to tell me that his mentor was helping him, so he could get there on foot. We started to drive out, and he told me that we had to pick up someone else on the way. I started calling Sun and told her to get out, and we'd give her a ride. Jinwoo didn't fully understand who I was calling, and as soon as I said her name, he realized who it was and started thinking about the fact that he knew her number and how close her relationship with her mentor was. He wondered how close the relationship was between Son and her mentor. And as soon as we got there, Jinwoo turned to me and started asking if he should start calling this girl his sister-in-law from now on. But I didn't expect such a question and told him she was just a friend of my sister's. And as soon as she got out and walked to the car, she sat down next to me, and I started asking her if she had managed to get any sleep at all. But she said she couldn't even get a nap, so I asked her to rest in the car for a while we got to the place. At this time, Jinwoo looked at me with a horrified look on his face and heard me talking about how she couldn't sleep, that she was tired, and that she came home at 4 o'clock in the morning. He began to think about what he was really saying, that she was just his sister's friend. At this point, I heard Jinwoo start to tell me that she was underage, and I answered him by asking, "And what's the big deal?" After that, Jing realized that I was not normal, and he should not judge a mentor with his mediocre standards. Soon we were able to get to the place where we began to pass through the dungeon. The monsters that met on our way were falling to pieces. It was all thanks to my shadow soldiers. Jin couldn't believe his eyes as he watched my soldiers destroy everything in their path. He didn't understand who these guys were. I realized that Jin was seeing them for the first time, and I told him it was my ability. He couldn't believe his eyes and ears. After all, I could summon these guys with my ability. But it was pretty hard for me to explain it to him, even though it's convenient, and they hunt for me and do all sorts of little things. But Jin got a little frustrated and asked me if he could at least do crystal collecting. But I didn't understand why. And he replied that he felt useless, and that was a shame. After that I smiled and realized that he was really entertaining. I watched my Jin soldiers collect magic crystals, and I realized that despite this, the Jin raids would be over tomorrow. The next day we completed all the promised 19 raids. However, we are now shown that something terrible is happening on the east coast of the United States in the Yerang dungeon, for horrible screams are coming from there. Inside the dungeon, one of the hunters could not believe his eyes. For he had seen the assault squad destroyed, and he could not believe it. The man he saw turned out to be a figurative monster. They found no monster in this dungeon, and the hunter thought there was something wrong here. No one could have imagined that such a monster would appear in the boss's room. The magic that emanated from this guy was comparable to mine in a dungeon, rank and file, and it was impossible to believe. The hunter wondered only one thing, just how strong was this guy? But suddenly the man who had been in the dungeon began to approach the hunter. He took hold of his head and started telling the hunter not to worry, because he hadn't killed all those guys. They were just unconscious. And he decided to ask why they attacked him, since he was just a man, not a monster. But suddenly the man realized that the hunter didn't understand him, because he found himself in England, and they didn't know Japanese. At the end, the man held up his thumb and pointed it in my direction, saying that his name was Kurt and that he wanted to go home. However, at this time I was sitting with Jinwoo in a cafe, and he started to tell me that the raid was over. He apologized to me and offered to take me to a more luxurious place for our last time. However, I was more concerned that this was not the place for a young man from a noble family. We started drinking alcohol, but my body coped with the harmful substance and detoxed quickly. I asked Jin what he was going to do after the raids were over, and he said he was going to get his guild head license after a simple test exam given by the association. Then, with the license in hand, he was going to talk to his father, and his promise of a mentor would be fulfilled. I understood that getting a $30 million building was a nice bonus, but my real goal was to upgrade, and since I had reached my goal, there was no point in lingering here. Jenny asked me, what will I do next? But I looked at my hand, which held the dungeon key. It opened the gate of the castle, and the key was obtained by killing the gatekeeper. I told him that I would be unavailable for a while, as there was something he had to do. Jean started telling me that if he was going to be a burden to me, I should let him know, because he didn't want to bother me anymore. And here again, Jean misunderstood me. But lastly, I decided to ask Jean exactly what he wanted to say. What am I to him? He started to tell me that he has an older brother who is 10 years older than him. He doesn't like his brother very much, and we rarely spend time together. Unlike his brother, the mentor who saved his life and helps with his problems is more like a brother to me than a real brother. I answered him. If that's the way he thinks of me, then I will consider him my little brother. After these words, he cried and started screaming, asking if he could hug me. I told him he was just drunk, but Jean started sobbing, and I looked at him, not understanding what was wrong with him. Suddenly I heard a voice coming from the TV, and the news was saying that there had been a major incident during the training of the new recruits. All the high-ranking hunters died, and only the low-ranking ones managed to survive. There are also rumors from the survivors that someone helped them. They asked what the chapter thought about it, and the White Tiger head began to say that the investigation by the association had been completed, and it was true there had been an accident, but there had been no interference from the other side. As soon as I heard the word intervention, I didn't realize if it was me they were talking about there. And that was the end of the questions. After the reporter's question, the White Tiger head drove in his car. He was finally able to exhale, because those reporters were terrible, and they were really good at sniffing out details. And just as the head of the White Tiger was able to drive to his office, he got an incoming call from a Minbian hunter. And when the secretary put the call through, the head began to be asked why he had turned off his phone. But he was going to hide from the reporters until they calmed down. The head of the White Tiger sat in his chair and was upset about the whole situation. But that guy started telling him not to worry so much about it, because things would calm down soon, and there was news on an important case. The guy who called began to tell the chapter that Japan had secretly contacted the Korean Hunters Association about a week ago, and after checking personally, he was convinced that it was more serious than he thought. Soon it would spread throughout Korea. Japan allowed the Korean Hunters Association. The head was perplexed. Those were the words. But as soon as the head heard the words from the guy who said that Japan was requesting a consultant from hunters who had experience in the Jeju Island raid, the White Tiger head asked him to elaborate. And the guy started saying that the S-Rang gate had opened on Jinju Island 4 years ago. After the failure of 3 operations, the government abandoned the idea of freeing the island, and even after 4 years it is still occupied by ants. The head of the White Tiger began to remember the place where he and Hen almost died. It was the nightmare he didn't want to forget. That guy started to speculate that the ants had undergone mutations, but the head said it didn't matter, because they weren't stuck on that island and nothing would happen even if we left it alone. But that guy started saying that they could leave the island just by flying across the ocean, because an ant with wings had been discovered on the Japanese coast. And these ants are evolving at a terrifying rate. The next day I packed my things, and my sister started telling me that I had been leaving home a lot lately. Suddenly I decided to go on a trip, but I told her I was going away for a week. My sister started asking me who I was going on the trip with. My brother found someone special, but I lied to her and told her I was going with a friend. In fact, I was alone. A little later, I found myself outside one of the buildings, which suddenly burst into a bright red flame. I stood outside this building and started thinking about how I had once defeated a Cerberus at a level of at least 20 or higher, and now my level was 3 times higher. It shouldn't be as hard for me as it was last time. That key I had in my hands, I must use now to enter this gate and become much stronger than before. And as soon as the gate was open and I could go inside, and at the same moment I got the assignment. But as soon as I went in, I didn't understand what it was, because there weren't even ghosts, monsters, but just a corridor that led me to another entrance. I started to read the tasks that were given to me, and it said that I had to collect the devil's soul, because the devil tore his soul and created demons for special rewards. I must track down the demons and collect their souls, and the conditions for completing the task were to collect 10,000 soul shards. I realized it had been a while since I had been on a mission, and were the rewards for this challenge too generous? After all, I could get extra ability points and choose one item in the store, and there were items in the store worth more than 10 billion, and I could get them just by completing the challenge. With such a high reward, the difficulty level of the quest should be much higher. I started to open the second door and realized that there were no monsters in sight at all. But what I saw next made me not believe my eyes. It was a field dungeon. I didn't expect a dungeon to be a field-type dungeon. And really, did this dungeon recreate all of Seoul after the war? I just needed to collect 10,000 soul shards, which means there must be at least 10,000 demons in the demon castle. I can get one soul from one demon, but there are demons on the upper floors that hold multiple souls. I lied to my sister that I was going on a trip, so I have to do everything in a week. And finally the battle began, and I started destroying all the demons that were in my way. And now I realize that it's easier for me to destroy them. I had 60,000 experience left before the next level, and I realized that even this time the experience indicator came up, and it was handy. It was my time to fight, but at that time Jean met his father at a mansion, and his father began to ask him if he really wanted to run the Eugene Guild. But Jean was very sure of himself and said that's why he came to see his father. His father began to look at the guild master's license and his entire service list. At this time he reflected on the difficult choice before him between himself and his brother. He understood that an invitation to be a guild master was a big risk, but his father suddenly got up and interrupted Jean, saying that he wanted to introduce him to someone. And at that moment a hunter, Myung Wang, came through the door. Father began to say that he was one of the survivors of the recent incident with the Red Gate and the White Tiger Guild. The father asked that guy to sit down and tell his son who was with him that day. That guy began to say that it was a young girl hunter, probably a high school girl, and Mr. Jinwoo Jean, who was a mentor. There may have been a girl named Miss Han with them. He went on to say that thanks to Mr. Jinwoo, they were able to survive the Red Gate. At first, they thought it was ridiculous that two hunters had joined their mid to high-ranking training. Jean didn't even listen to the other guy, and we figured it out anyway. After all, he's the one who knows the most about the mentor's abilities, and now he's not the only one who knows the mentor's secret. Now there's a negotiation going on with the father. But that guy kept saying, don't we know how to contact Jinwoo, because he tried to find out from the White Tiger Guild, but it was hard to get anything from them. And then he got a call from the principal. And at this point my father began to say that it seemed that Hunter Myung Wang had told us enough, and we should already know that he was looking for information about qualified hunters and had already tried to investigate the incidents with the Red Gate. And there was a suspicion that no helper was involved there, however. His father didn't expect to find his name on the list of people on our raid with Jean Ho, and his father began to tell Jean that it wasn't a good time to negotiate and that this guy, Jinwoo, had done his son an invaluable service in getting his license. At this point, Jean began to think that there was no difference between his brother and him. After all, they both received outside help, and his father had no reason to choose him. After this reflection, Jean asked his father if he could trust the guild to him, at which point his father agreed and said he would trust Eugene to run the guild. After all, it's exactly as he said, inviting an outsider to the role of guild master is a very big risk. If there is a need to take a risk when he has him, what fool wouldn't withhold something during negotiations? That's why he agreed. Didn't need an assistant, though. His father went on to say that this man was a Jinwoo hunter, and could his son make him join the Eugene Guild. And so the chance to act came, and Jean told his father that he would do his best, because the son of a tiger is also a tiger, and there are two S-ranked hunters that he had looked out for the Eugene Guild. There's Chai of the Emin Bengu Guild of Hunters, who recently retired, and one of them is confined to the position of deputy to a fellow known as an absolute weapon. In comparison, there are many advantages to becoming a Guildmaster Eugene with financial support. He used this as one of the conditions, and even though Minbian has a healthy body and can still be active as a hunter, he offered to resign after 3 failed raids on Shinju Island. But the bodies of ants have been discovered in Japan, and if a 4th raid on Shangju Island is formed, he should be able to win his favor. And Jen wondered if he could win their favor first. This time I defeated the horrible monsters that came my way. I realized that there was still a long way to go to become stronger than I had been before. After all, I could defeat an inferior demon now, but I was sure that I could also defeat the monsters I had once met in the dungeon. Initially, the difficulty of the demonic castle was not that high, and it looks like this area has already been completely cleared. The monsters here were at most rank D. Despite this, I got quite a few experience points. Before, I had to clear 9 ranked dungeons to level up. But here I can level up in 4 hours, and as I level up the amount of experience points to the next level also increases. In other words, leveling up gets harder over time. And I felt it when I met the head of the White Tiger and my current rank barely reached S. To get stronger, I have to keep evolving at the same pace. I can probably get the item. It was a passageway to the second floor of the demonic castle, and it could only be used in the moving magic circle on the first floor. I looked up the mountain and saw that the magical moving circle between floors must be in the Summon Tower area. At this point, I summoned my soldier, and a huge ice bear leader appeared in front of me. I thought he looked just like a heavy tank. I climbed on top of him, and we started climbing up. But suddenly I saw 3 horrible, big monsters in front of me, and they started to get annoying. After all, they appeared very often. But my bear decided to take matters into his own hands. He began to run with all his speed, and with full determination he crashed into them. I realized that this guy was just crazy, and from that moment on he would run like a tank. As soon as the monsters had dispersed, I ordered him to run to the magic circle. At this time, however, the American Hunters Association in Washington began to talk about what the deputy director of the American Dungeon Hunters Association was claiming as if he were a hunter from South Korea. They wondered how a hunter from South Korea came out of a dungeon on the other side of the earth. After all, he said, he was stuck in the dungeon when the gate closed 10 years ago, and when he opened his eyes, he woke up already in America. And it was an unusual occurrence. And not only was the famous A-rank hunter out, but the rank, the man, and the squad formed of A-rank hunters was helpless against him. And one of the other guys asked what the full content of the interrogation was and why he hadn't gathered more information. But the other guys suspected that he might be a monster with human memories, and without the help of an S-rank hunter, all of Washington might be in danger. So they decided to ask the Scavenger Guild in Washington if the S-rank hunter knew Korean. But the Chief Scavengers Guild hunter was on his way, and he had recently finished his business in Korea and was now on his way back to America. And just as these guys had scheduled an interrogation for tomorrow afternoon, the Scavenger Guild hunter was walking through the airport and pondering that he was having a very bad day. After all, the parasite he wanted to kill with his own hands was stuck in the red gate, and it couldn't be worse. Those guys kept looking at the man and started asking others if they knew his name. But one of the guys said that the pronunciation was pretty complicated, but he was a hunter, and his name was probably Sun and Won. At this time I was fighting in this dungeon and realized that each floor of the themed castle is a different world. You can get a pass from a random monster on each floor, and you can only get to the next floor after getting a pass. Given that the tower has about 100 floors, this place includes 100 worlds. I went through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 27th floors. Time passed, and I progressed through the floors at a frightening rate. At one point, I managed to defeat a mid-level demon and gain 300 experience. A mid-level demon is, at best, equal to a higher rank. And probably the difficulty of higher or even stronger demons would increase exponentially, just like the difference in strength between A-rank and S-rank hunters. But the main problem was time. If the floors were really 100, it would be impossible to get to the top floor in a week. When I got the key to the demon castle, I was intimidated by the S rank of this dungeon, but because of the boring battles over time, my anxiety began to fade. And when I finally made it to the 50th floor, I met the ruler of the lower floors, whose name was Greedy Vulcan. He was very big and was surrounded by his army of monsters. It was a demon boss. When I saw him, I knew he was a giant and looked dangerous, and I would have to take care of him personally. And as soon as we started, my mages began to conjure a terrifying power. And as soon as the magic deployed its fiery attacks, the entire battlefield was on fire. I ordered my soldiers to take care of the rest. They just need to eliminate them while I take care of the boss. I watched my shadow soldiers fight, and I realized that although the guards consisted of higher demons, my shadow soldiers were also increasing their level. They were getting stronger according to my intelligence, and the number of shadows I could retain was also increasing. After I greatly increased my intelligence, I had enough mana to restore them. However, when I saw the guy sitting on the throne, he didn't even move. I figured I'd just go ahead and finish him off, because it was easier than I thought. But in an instant, the lord of the land disappeared from my sight. I didn't know where he'd gone, and as soon as I looked up, I saw that he was already in the air, and I didn't understand what the movement was. He appeared to be too fast, and in an instant he began to crush my shadow soldiers. He could not destroy iron, and the next one he would defeat was Igris. I couldn't believe my eyes that he was able to take out several of my commander-in-chief's mothers with just one blow. I didn't want to just stand there and watch. I was already up in the air, swung and decided that this monster should pay for attacking my soldiers. I struck his face with all my might. After I hit him, he flew several hundred meters away. I lost my temper and punched him, but I wondered why he flew so far away. Suddenly I looked at my stats and realized that I had stupidly put all my points into power. I looked at him and saw that he was in the wall, which he flew into after I hit him. And at that moment the ruler of the lower floors, the greedy volcanoes, began to use his anger skill, and from that moment on he would be in a constant state of rage, and his characteristics had increased by 50%. I realized that this was the same new one Cerberus was using. It flew straight at me, and I realized that it got faster, and I didn't have time to dodge, and it would be a direct hit. I realized I could call my shadow soldier Iron for help. And as soon as Iron heard my cry, he threw his big shield in my direction with all his might. I didn't think it would have time to reach me, but the shield flew with such speed that it flew literally in a second through the entire battle that was in its path. Eventually I was able to catch his shield and use it. And as soon as the volcano's blow reached me, I was able to react and use that shield to block his blow with the big club. However, the explosion after the blow was overwhelming, and all the rocks began to crumble beneath my feet. He kept hitting me with his big club. I knew that I could withstand these blows because of my strength, but I had to find a moment to counterattack. During the next attack, when he made a sweeping move, I would counterattack and try to take him down. As I flew toward him, I realized that he, too, was waiting for this chance. As he flew, he also swung at me, and while I was in the air, I realized that I couldn't dodge. And if only I could dislodge my body, but suddenly it came to me that I could use my ruler's touch skills. And even if I couldn't push it away, I could use the recoil to push myself back and still. I got it, but it was too close. If it had hit, there wouldn't have been a wet spot left of me. I looked at him and realized that the only place I could hurt him with the dagger was his head, but it would be too dangerous to aim for his head while continuing to read his movements. I need to slow down his grotesque movement first. I need to create an insurmountable situation, and as soon as the building started collapsing nearby, I knew this was my chance. And in that moment, I completely lost my cool and started just following me. He kept running, and as soon as the building that was falling was next to me, I knew this was my chance. I used my sprinting skill and climbed up the building above me. And even though he noticed, it was too late. It would be hard for him to stop suddenly at that speed, and at that moment I jumped away from the building and started flying in his direction. But he started smiling strangely, as if he knew what was coming next, as if he could see the future. I was so fast that he didn't even realize how I was able to penetrate his thick armor. From the tremendous pain he was in, he started screaming so loudly that his screams echoed all around him. At this time in my house, my grandmother began telling the White Tiger Association guys that the young man was from apartment 902. She wasn't sure, because she hadn't seen him in a long time, but those guys were wondering where the hunter Sung Jinwoo had gone. But the girl began to say that her sister told her that he and his friends had gone on a week-long trip. She contacted Hansen, who was with Jinwoo that day. She reached out to her because she was close to Jinwoo's younger sister, and they had traveled all the way to his house. But all was in vain, for there was no trace of the year of departure from the country, and no record of any withdrawal or credit card use. The girl was surprised that they could check such things, but the guy replied that it was his job to keep track of the hunters. If the tracker records with the Hunters Association were to be believed, he was last seen somewhere downtown, and that was kind of weird. The girl thought he'd been kidnapped, but the guy smirked, because he knew it would take at least a Chinese special squad of high-ranking hunters to kidnap him. That guy didn't understand where I could go, but at that moment I was fighting against the terrifying monster that stood in my way. I was ready to tear him to pieces, for he was hindering my progress. Of course, in the end, after a long and grueling battle between me and this powerful boss, I still managed to destroy it. I was also very surprised, because the boss had fallen out with great loot, which I was very happy about. The water of Peace Piece was made from a cap that had been cleared of contaminated and negative energy. Wood derived from a volcano cudgel was used to create this fragment. World water has strong magical energy and is used as material to enhance magical tools. Although I don't know where to use it, I can't throw it away as I may need it in the future. The next artifact I put on allowed me to realize its Seth effect. If you try to destroy all the demons in the place, the rest of the Seth items will fall out as well. I realized this when I collected them all, and the last of them was a fantastic effect. If I had magic skills, I could have used this magical tool myself, a ball made from the blood of a high Vulcan demon. It increases the magical effect and allows me to do more damage. I wondered about a power that could increase my attack and double its effectiveness in battle. But at that moment there were monster heads near my feet, and I saw that they were Igris. He brought them to me, and I asked him, can't he stop doing that? Every time he repeats it over and over and brings me these heads at my feet. What do I need them for? But as soon as I turned my head, I saw Iron bring me the boss's head. I didn't understand why he was repeating after the commander-in-chief. He was pretty stupid, not even to mention the fact that I killed him. But he helped me a lot today. He lent me his shield when danger was coming at me. Suddenly I realized that I could make contact with my shadow soldiers, so I called the shadow one to me. After all, he was standing there anyway, suffering from inactivity. As soon as he approached, I handed him that magic orb. I ordered him to aim and strike with all his might at the building I was pointing my finger at. He began to conjure his fireball, but I didn't expect this one to be many times larger than his previous orbs. It was incredible, such power, and just as he began his attack, the building began to burn unreal. At that moment, I picked up that orb and looked at it, realizing that it was an incredible power. There was also no clause in its description about not being able to pass it on to someone else. I wondered about the incredible power of truth. Who would have thought I could find such a thing? If the hunter magicians found out about it, they'd just go crazy. At the same time, in the United States, a hunter was telling a guy who got out of a dungeon that he had just come back to Washington, D.C., and such an interesting case had arisen. It was amazing. A monster showed up who could talk like a human being, and also a smoker. But that guy started to reply that he just had to listen, because he said he wasn't a monster. If he doubts it, have him do a DNA test or something to prove that if anything comes out twisted, it stands to reason that the monster is impersonating a person. The guy they thought was a monster was staring at the hunter and didn't understand why they were doing all this. After all, he just wanted to go home. But the hunter began to say that he had better start cooperating with them, because his word would determine whether he was a man or a monster. The man agreed, and the hunter immediately began asking questions, whether he had died in the dungeon and how he had survived for 10 years in that dungeon. Could he have become undead? But to all these questions, the man answered that he was not. The hunter began to say that if the man died in the dungeon, he could come back as he did. But the man replied that this was impossible, for one who had died could not go back, even if he was in the dungeon. This man also decided to ask a question, even though the hunter said he was only here to ask questions. But this man didn't care and started talking about gates and monsters. How much does humanity know about this? The hunter didn't know what he meant, but the deputy director, who was standing near the window watching the conversation, was curious. What does he know about the other side? And the man went on to say that the dungeon, the gates, and the monsters were all just a prologue to the real war. After all, the greatest catastrophe was awakened not long ago. The reluctant man began to ask, what was the purpose of his coming? And the fellow replied that to warn of disaster. The hunter went on to ask, what is the greatest catastrophe he speaks of? But the answer he heard was that he could not tell. It was incomprehensible to the hunter, for the man had returned to warn of the disaster. But he could not make it clear what kind of disaster it was, and whether people would not be better off working, the hunter asked. But the fellow replied that the numbers were nothing against his power, and even if the people united, they would simply be used, and they should know it, for they themselves were quite strong. But the hunter didn't like it, and he didn't understand how he dared to look down on him. And he began to say that therefore only he could stop it, and there was no point in continuing the conversation any longer. Hunter began to look at the report that the Hunters Guild had put together. He looked at the pictures and realized that if he cut his hair, he would match his picture, but he hadn't aged much like someone who had been in a dungeon for 10 years. Hunter wondered if his resume was superbly done, and he made a lot of money for his time. With the current lesser grading system and his level, he could live without worrying about anything, for he had to adapt to the new era. And just as the hunter continued to read the report, he saw that he had 2 children. At the same moment, the hunter sank into shock when he saw that his son was the same boy. And after that, the hunter asked this guy if he and I remembered his daughter. And he answered that her name was Asya and her son was son Jinwoo. And the man saw that after what was said, the hunter's bloodlust was awakened in him, and he began to hear what the hunter was saying. He said he was the only one asking questions here. But at the same moment, the man also prepared himself, and there was a strong aura coming from him. He began to say that he needed an answer, and if he did not answer, force would be used. However, the hunter thought this was too presumptuous, for he was given a second chance at revenge. After he pressed the red button, he said, "You probably turned out to be a monster that I have to destroy." Hunter began to say the monster could attack at any moment, and we must evacuate South Korea quickly. Furthermore, I am well aware of my son's current condition, for he is dead. That man could not believe the words spoken by the hunter. And as soon as he looked up, he saw that the hunter was smiling furiously and began to say that he would send him to his son. But at that moment I was on one of the floors, and as soon as I got up there, I realized that this was the floor of the dead. All of them, by someone else's order, were following directly at me, fierce zombies and terrifying skeletons who were coming and wanted to finish me off. There were so many of them that I couldn't see where they ended. For they all joined together in a bunch and were just coming at me, and there was some skeleton at the head. This skeleton seemed to be subduing all the monsters that were on this floor and controlling them. I realized that I had to kill him, and then all those monsters would fall with him. I didn't want to get my hands dirty, so I summoned Aaron and Igris, and ordered them to clear a path for me. They appeared immediately, and began to carry out my orders. Without wasting a second, they rushed forward to eliminate anyone who got in their way. As we approached them, the battle began. After my commanders-in-chief, the rest of the shadow soldiers and the bears ran. They fought very clearly. My shadow soldiers outnumbered all the other monsters that were on this floor, and that made me too happy. After all, I looked at that mage and knew that he was surprised at how strong my guys were. I was already standing close to him, and he noticed me. I asked Mage if he was expecting this. Wouldn't we be stronger? It would only be a couple of minutes before we could clear this floor and move on. That skeleton looked at me with some strange expression, and I wondered at that moment, can an undead creature feel fear? But it didn't matter anymore, because I had already begun to act and disembowel it. I, with my sprint skill, got close to him and was able to straighten him out. I thought he would be stronger, but it turned out that he was just an ordinary mage who got in my way. At the same moment, the notification system showed me that I was able to defeat Mita's soul guide. After that I received my rewards, including the spring water of the forest. Because I defeated this boss, I was able to go up 2 levels. However, this guy's magic was pretty strong, and he was able to control 100 more challenges than I did. After the battle, I planned to turn him into my soldier. When I got him, his mom was contaminated, and for some reason it was impossible to extract the shadow. Shadow extraction does not work on demons. As expected, a piece of that stuff I'm trying to collect fell off one boss. This time I got the Marhan demon necklace. As soon as I put it on, my agility increased by 20 points, and my intelligence increased by 20 points. There was one last piece left, which meant that there was another boss waiting for me on the upper floors. But something was strange. After all, I had already collected all the souls I needed to collect, and the task was already complete. Yes, I had reached my limit, and I no longer had the strength to move on. I sat and began to think about what I should do next and how to proceed. But suddenly I saw a notification from the system that I could get the following rewards. The first was an item of my choice, and the second was a performance bonus. The third award, on the other hand, was a hidden award. I decided to choose the first award. I was now faced with the choice of any item from the store. I wondered, should I choose an item valued at billions of gold that would certainly have amazing abilities? However, I was planning on getting gear for my dungeon treks, and it was getting better and better every day. If I choose an item that is too expensive, I might end up selling it back to the store, but I need to choose what I really need. After much deliberation, I did make up my mind and chose the damn random box that was starting to show up in my hands. Now I was really curious as to what I could get. Really needed it. After all, I could choose between the cursed random box and the sacred random box, and when I had previously completed the hidden daily quest, I could understand that the sacred random box gives what the player wants, and the cursed random box gives what the player needs. I tried twice to complete the requirements of the daily quest, but never got any additional reward. I got the key to this demonic lock from the sacred random box, and because of that I was able to level up and get rare items. And, of course, I couldn't help but wonder about the contents of that damn random box. And as soon as the lights went on, the box disappeared from my hands, and in its place was a key. I wanted to look at the name and type of key, but I realized that I had never seen an item without a description before. It became a complete mystery. What is this key for, and how is it used? I decided to put it in my inventory, because someday I will find a use for it. After all, the damned random box should give me the item I need. I decided to take reward number 2, and I got a performance bonus of plus 20. After that, I decided that I would put all my points into intelligence, because with intelligence I could summon even more shadows. So, I would be able to add soldiers to my army. And the last thing was the hidden reward. And I accepted it, even though I didn't have much hope for anything after the cursed incident. But suddenly there was a scroll in my hand that had the recipe for the holy water of life written on it. I could learn the method of making holy water. At this time in the United States, the building where my father and that S-ranked hunter were staying was on fire, and the firemen were trying their best to put out the fire, which was getting bigger and bigger. And something told me. A hunter who was standing near this building began to tell another hunter that he had heard that when an S-rank battle takes place, the landscape changes and everything around it turns to ruins. But if the battle ended with so little damage, that means it was overwhelming, and that hunter who was in that building was hit before the damage became too serious. The next day, I decided to visit my mother, who was in the hospital. Toward morning, I went into the hospital and found the room where my mother lay. I watched her sleep and sat down beside her. I pondered about that scroll and the sacred water I could get in that dungeon. I had an idea, but I didn't know if I could make it happen. That object announced that it is a mysterious potion, which can cure any disease with the help of powerful magic. The effect will manifest itself only after the entire bottle has been used. I received this item for completing a quest A potion that can cure any disease. I knew I could save my mother, so I needed to gather 3 ingredients to create the holy water of life. I got a fragment of the water of peace after defeating a volcano on the 50th floor. I also got the spring water of the deep forest after defeating the Methuselah on the 75th floor. And the last ingredient is the purified blood of the Demon King. And I haven't found the last ingredient yet, but it was pretty clear to me where it was. On the top floor of the building, probably the final boss of the Demon Castle on the top floor. So if I cleared the demonic castle, I could collect all the necessary ingredients for the holy water of life. While I was going through the demonic castle for a week, I picked up 16 levels. Now that I'm around rank S, I have nothing to fear. My mom had to wait a little longer. After all, I was determined that I would soon solve this puzzle. At the same time, the Korean Hunters Association was on the news that there was a huge uproar in the United States after a mysterious explosion at the American Hunters Bureau, and it was rumored that the incident was caused by an altercation between S-rank hunters. The guys who were sitting near this TV started talking amongst themselves that it was the end of the world because hunters were the problem. But the girl who was sitting next to it started telling the assistant manager that a hunter had come, and as soon as that manager turned his head, he saw a guy standing in front of him. And he started whispering in the ear of the girl who was sitting next to him that from time to time there are hunters who can't accept reality. They think they are deceived, and it turns out this man is, too. He thought, girl, after hearing this. The assistant manager started whispering to the girls that he was going to be a nasty man. So I'll just explain to him that he has to cover the costs and escort him to the reassessment room. The girl understood what she had to do, but the assistant manager decided to pester me to see if I was the hunter who came in. But soon after the manager saw that I had come, he began abruptly calling his boss, the head of the guild, and saying that the hunter he had asked about earlier had come. The head of the guild instantly got serious and realized that the guy who had just applied had come to see him. I came to reevaluate my rank, and the girl, smiling at me, said she would take me to another room where I could do what I had come to do. A little later I sat in the waiting room and realized that nothing had changed here since last time. Those guys who were sitting with me, some were very nervous, and others started cheering up those who were excited and saying that a few people's lives had been turned upside down. However, this doesn't happen very often. But if he passed with a given rank or higher, the scouts who were around would take notice of him, and they were all from different guilds. And as the small ones are short on people, they wait here and try to recruit hunters as soon as they are graded. These guilds are best not to join, because the small ones are often taken without stock and have a high mortality rate. I sat next to them and heard this conversation, and realized that from the small guild's point of view, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they can't sit idly by running dungeons, but at the same time they lack the skill to defend high-ranked dungeons. So it's not surprising that accidents happen so often, but I understood that in my day they didn't. We watched as the girl kept going in and out, calling for more hunters to rush in. But the guy standing next to me kept telling me that you needn't worry if you get rid of the expectation, and as long as you don't get hurt, feeding yourself won't be a problem. The fellow sitting nearby, however, was nervous and said he would get an advance if he joined the big guild and could pay off his debt so he could live with his daughter again. He hoped he would at least get a promotion. I looked at him askew and realized that wounds do change a lot of people's lives after all. A hunter's strength is determined by his rank, no matter how much he practices with the ball or trains his body. It's not easy to make up for the difference in rank, nor can you ignore the income difference, even Mr. Son, who couldn't stand up to the warden because of that difference. I realized that I had been raiding for many years, but I had never been able to go beyond my rank. But now it would be different. Soon the guy who came in last came back. He had a horrible face and started saying he was Zirang. The girl told him to go next, but suddenly she turned her attention to the guy who was sitting next to me and asked if he wasn't bad, because he didn't look good. But the man replied that wasn't the point. He was a little worried and said he didn't want to go first. Since I was next, I went up and went into the room where there was a big glowing ball in front of me. When the girl asked me for my full name, I introduced myself to her, saying that my name was Sun Jinwoo. She saw on the monitor screen that I had already been ranked and asked me why I had come for a reassessment. I replied that I was, and she wondered why only ranks always come in for reevaluation. She asked me to put my hands on the dark crystal and wait. As soon as I placed my hand, the crystal began to lose its light and turn black. The girl was looking at her monitor and didn't understand what was happening.